君はね確かにあの時私のそばにいたいつだっていつだっていつだってすぐ横で笑っていたなくしても取り戻す君を I will never leave you
Want a battle, then I'll take it to the street where there's no rules. Take off the gloves, ref, please step down. Gotta prove my skills, so get down. My lyrical Dempsey roll about to smack down now. Gotta shoot to kill and shoot to skill. Don't you be afraid, man's gotta do how it feels. 6 to 7 to 8 to 9, 10. I flip the script to make it to the top 10. Go.
Ticking clock. I walk away from the soundless room. Windless night, moonlight melts my ghostly shadow to the lukewarm gloom. Nightly dance of bleeding swords reminds me that I still live.
Every man's gotta fight the fear. I'm the first to admit it. Sheer thoughts provoked a new era. Become a big terror, but my only rival is my shadow. Rewind and play it back and fix my own error. Get low to the ground, it's getting better. Like I told you before, double up and take more cheddar. L to the J, say stay laced. Here's my card, B royal flush, and I'm the ace.
Leave me out, I don't wanna fight, but if you insist, there will be consequences.
It's like I'm getting stomped on my face while I'm down on the ground. Though I survived the worst, but the worst is yet to come. And I don't do this to me, now I've gone numb.
Do not make me already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only have one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in peace when nothing else matters to me? Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me do this. Don't you make me. Don't you make me. Don't even try what you want from me. Better stop pushing, 'cause I won't tolerate it.
There's no returning, no matter how much you want it. It burns me to the core of my body, know it. Now is not the right time for anything, so stop loading.
Stay away from me, already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only have one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in peace when nothing else matters to me?
If you want a battle, then I'll take it to the street. Win or defeat, it's empty, gonna feel incomplete. Feeling half awake and half asleep. Would rather be asleep and dream the days of peace.
Unbecoming, everything that I wanted to be. Someone tell me, what should I do next? So don't make me already lost my keys to the door wide shut. Only have one wish, now it's never gonna come true. Trapped in time, forever in remorse. How could I ever be in peace when nothing else matters to me?
Oh, that's really sweet. Thank you, Burple. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, or whatever it is in your time zone. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. I am skipping a bunch of stuff, aren't I? It is... Wait, is it Thursday? It is. It's Thursday, July 31st, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the world of Final Fantasy VI, I guess. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Whoa. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. How is everybody? Are we ready for more debates? I've been putting you through a lot of debates. Like this feels very old school. It's weird too. So many feels associated with that, but it's all right. It's all right, because we made it. I'm here now, and shit's actually pretty good. Shit's really good, in that I just checked on the Vietnam fund. You know, I'm crowdsourcing my Vietnam trip that's coming up in about 3 weeks here, and we're 40% of the way there. I was not expecting to see that. But anyway, thank you, Burple, for, I think I pronounced your name right this time. Thank you for contributing to my Vietnam fund and making it more possible for me to go there, learn some things, hopefully get processed by the Thai embassy and be welcomed back into the land of smiles as a educational visitor? I don't know. Is that what you call yourself if you got an education visa? Something like that, chat. It is Friday? Wait, what? It's Friday. Okay, wait. Are you in the East Coast? Wait, East Coast. What? No, East Coast is not Friday. That would be... Oh, you're past the international date line, I bet. Or at least in Europe. Yeah, oh, that's right. Yeah, Europe is, it is Friday. It is. Oh, you are past the date line. Okay, okay. Me too. I'm making the world better? Oh my god, thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. It is Friday. It's Friday for a lot of you. It's Thursday for the rest of you. It'll be Friday soon enough. Sounds like a remix of Final Fantasy VI alternate world map. I think the original song is called Searching for Friends. I think that's just Terra's theme, right? Just Terra's theme. That's my favorite song on the soundtrack. I did actually play some Final Fantasy VI, but I gotta file it along with the games that I have not finished yet. I think I played it actually on my tablet. Wait, I probably still have it on my tablet, yeah. It's weird playing a game that was made for what? Is Final Fantasy VI, that's not PlayStation, right? That's like before PlayStation. What platform, what console is that actually on? Sassy hairstyle today? I know, what's up with that? Yeah, you know what you get this hair from? Is from working out first thing in the morning, going over to the gym, putting in a little workout, trying to do some abs too, but like, I got on one of those roller things, and I mean like, I've done similar exercises, but I guess I don't really know how to use an ab roller. I was a little bit lost. I got a few reps in. Is it SNES? The Super Famicom, the Fanicom. It's for your butt. I mean, they need to design console for your butt. I don't know how that would work, but it sounds cool. It's a cool idea. Wait, that's the Chocobo song. Oh, I recognize this. Am I pronouncing it right? Chocobo? Chocobo? I don't like machines except for cardio. I mean, this is just a roller, you know what I'm talking about? It's just like it's a wheel and it's got like 2 handles and you're supposed to like roll on it out and then pull it back. Which I've done similar exercises before on a yoga ball, right? I can't remember what it's even called. Chocobo? Yeah, a Famicom is what they would call it, right? It wouldn't be a Famicom. It wouldn't be for family, so it would be for your butt. It would be a Fanicom. And maybe I don't know, maybe it goes on a fanny belt. And wait, you don't really need that, do you? You just make it handheld. I'm making it too complicated, chat. I'm imagining a console that's mobile, but only because the console rides on your butt. Wait, you know what's the weird thing about fanny packs? Nobody wears them on their fanny. You know what I'm talking about? Your fanny's back here. How come when people wear fanny packs, it's always like Uncle Grandpa or whatever, like it's always on the front or on the side. It's not, you know, I think I would want to have 2 fanny packs. Kind of like an Old West thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like 2 fanny packs and they kind of crisscross, they're on either side and they kind of crisscross in the front. It's like holsters, yeah. I'm like a gunslinger girl. Fart-powered video games? I saw the wildest thing the other day. I don't read comics at all, but it was like a Harley Quinn comic about farts. Does Harley Quinn like make fart jokes or something? I don't know, it was pretty wild. Fanny packs are cool. They're coming back. They need to come back. Along with hyper-colored shirts. And what was that pants that we found the other day? The Z something? I don't need 2 vaginas, personally, that go off, sis. I mean, sometimes you gotta, you know... Wait, oh, because fanny is a swear word in the US, in the UK.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. We are all being good Democrats and buying Kamala's book 3 times.
Oh my
right.
god, aren't we? Yeah, we're gonna read it 6 times, actually. 1 for each of my vaginas, chat. That's how I'm gonna read. You know, some people eat double-fisted. I like to read double-fisted, if you know what I mean, chat. I like to get some reading done. I need to get some reading done. I really do. I haven't, you know. Sometimes you just don't have time to read. You want to. You have every intention of taking care of that need, and you don't do it. A fanny is your vag in the UK, so a fanny pack would be hilarious. I mean, would it be just like, would it be like a pack that goes in your fanny, or would it be a pack that like, it's like stuff for the fanny, in case, you know, in case something, there's a few things that you might want to, few possibilities that could arise at certain times. I went to a DSA meeting today. I finally get why some leftists say they are too liberal. You know what scared me off of that was sock done left, of all things, right? The fact that my, you know, the one of the first people I heard of being really big, and why are the super chats echoey? Oh wait, I think I might know. Oh, interesting. Wait, that's wild though. I mean, I did do something different with them. Wait, no, that's YouTube alerts. What the fuck? Oh wait, no, I know. I figured it out, chat. I figured it out. I'm trying to figure this. Oh wait, what? No, it's not that. I thought I had it figured out. Do I have... Okay, that's muted. Oh my god, this Final Fantasy VI music is too wild. I need to finish this game some point.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. The Harley Quinn fart book is about as cursed as the Miles Morales Black Thor book written by a white woman for February comics have been cursed for the past year.
Wait. Is this like a BL thing? The Miles Morales Black Thor book written by a white woman for February comics. Okay, no, we're not talking about anything like that, huh? I actually don't know why we're getting wait, that's a YouTube alert. That is a YouTube alert. All right, so it is coming from YouTube. Let's see, what do we have here? Advanced audio properties, maybe? All right, so my monitor is off for the mic, because I'm monitoring it from the interface. Monitor is off for desktop audio because I'm monitoring that from the interface. I've got monitor and output on. See, last time I had a issue. Oh my god. Trying to figure this stuff out. Okay, so if I turn monitor off, I think the problem is I won't be able to hear it. But that's kind of wild that it's coming at you twice. Anyway, chat, I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Let me know if that's annoying, okay? Let me know that if that's annoying, and maybe we'll just mute YouTube. I don't know. I don't like the idea of mute. I don't relish the idea of muting YouTube. But one thing I do need to do. God damn it! I fucking did it again. Oh my god, chat! You all hit me with 3 super chats, and I haven't even got the butterfly goal up yet. Butterfly goal. It's a thing. Woo. Okay. There it is. So what are we supposed to do? Think of this as already having, like, something like that, and then something like this. Boom. And, you know, I wonder if it's just this scene. I wonder if only this scene is doing the echoey stuff. Either way, chat, either way. Let me read some of these super chats off, okay? Davy Cliff, yeah, we're all being good Democrats by buying. I pre-ordered. I don't know if what you think you're a good Democrat. If you're just buying it when it comes out, you're supposed to pre-order, Davy, don't you know? That's how we get her to the top of the New York Times bestseller list. And make people think that it's a book that people are actually interested in reading, rather than a doorstop, which is more likely to be used as, right? Rather than a painful reminder of the 2024 election. I don't know. Memory's a funny thing, chat. Memory's a funny thing. All right. So Shakespeare says, talk about the Vosh, talk about the allegations, talk about the allegations. We will, maybe. I mean, that thing's been on there. The Vosh allegations have been up there for a while. I'm surprised people used to be so interested in Vosh, and now it's just like, you know, I can't bring myself to watch. What? How long, chat? I don't think I've watched any. I don't think I've reacted to any Vosh with you for like a year or two or something, right? It's been like forever, ever since the incident. So Davy Cliff, the Harley Quinn fart, and thank you for the super chat, Shakespeare. Davy Cliff, the Harley Quinn fart book is about as cursed as the Miles Morales Black Thor written by a white woman for February comics have been. So you've read it. You've read the Harley Quinn fart book. I don't get it. I guess I don't know that much about Harley Quinn. Like, look, chat, I got my own headcanon, okay? The Joker in my head canon is actually a nice guy. He's like the most wholesome person on Batman, and he's played by Alan Alda. I've got the Alan Alda Joker, right? And Harley Quinn is like always trying to get up on him and stuff, and he's like trying to push her away because he's older and he doesn't want to, you know, she's like throwing herself at him, and he's worried about her future. Harley, don't you think you should go, you know, back to school, finish your psychology degree, you know, like right? What do you need for me to help you put your life back together so you don't have to be, you know, Suicide Squad, right? That's, you know, my version of the, you know, interaction. Yeah, it's Alan Alda Joker, right? He's like the sweetest Joker ever. He's like Dad Joker, basically. You read the Harley Quinn fart book? I saw a video about it. I was gonna click on it and I got distracted. I wonder why I got distracted, chat. You think it could be ADHD? Speaking of ADHD, you know, there's gotta be, like, there was a while, chat, I was fucking going to med school and doing pretty well. And without being like medicated in the sense of like a stimulant type of, you know, treatment for, well, I mean, unless you count like caffeine and tea, I guess that sounds like an Adult Swim show. Yeah, doesn't it? It sounds like, what's that one show where they have all the little dudes, the little army dudes and stuff, like the little figurines. They have the figurines talk. They do the stop motion on the figurines. What's it called? Adult Swim. Cow chicken. No, it's like the something else. It's Team America. Robot Chicken, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's the one. That shit freaks me out, honestly. Like, I tried to watch a little bit of Robot Chicken, and it was about the Snuggle Bear. Do you remember the Snuggle Bear? There was like a, you know, a dryer sheet called Snuggle, and there was a bear that was like, oh, that's so cuddle. Oh, the Snuggle, like, right, just trying to sell you the dryer sheets, right? As being making your stuff soft and cuddly like a teddy bear, I guess, was the idea. And they had
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99.
I don't hear that. Do you hear the
Her
super
degree
chat?
is finished. She is an educated
Narwhal,
therapist
did that
gymnast
echo?
who is
Did that
allowed to
echo,
do
or
what
did
she
that not
wants,
echo?
even if that's following a clown man
like,
obsessed
it didn't
with a
even play
hunky
for me.
Eno billionaire.
But like the fucked up thing was like somebody was like abusing the Snuggle Bear on Robot Chicken. Like, right, they were too interested in touching the Snuggle Bear, and the Snuggle Bear was like, I don't know how I feel about this. And I'm like, okay, you're making fun of child abuse? Really? But I mean, I guess that's what they do, you know, it's that kind of humor. Did not echo this time. Okay, not echoing now. Yeah, I didn't hear it at all. That's the whole thing, is that for some reason when I put it, so what did I do? I'm trying to remember. Like, I think the sound wasn't playing. So I did something so that it would give me a separate audio track for the YouTube alerts. And then it did, but I couldn't hear it like right now. And then I clicked monitor and what is it? Monitor and something. Monitor and output, and that's what gives you the double sound. So apparently the oh, yeah, I got it. Because like that's the reason I don't monitor stuff on the soundboard. I monitor it through the interface. Chat, I wish I need some help with tech. You know what I need to do is I need to hire a producer. I need to make so much money that I can fly one of you out here to produce for me. Something like that. I don't know. Somebody that actually doesn't suck at tech needs to produce for me and actually tell me how to do this. Wait, Moral Oral, is that like the same people that made it? Moral Oral was fucking wild. I never saw that. Didn't it used to be like a real Christian show, and then they like perverted it or something. Robot Chicken was always my fave. Messed up humor. The Snuggle Bear, that's the fucked up thing. I was like, I wanted to save the Snuggle Bear. I was like, no, don't touch the Snuggle Bear. You leave the Snuggle Bear alone. The Snuggle Bear needs to be protected. But I get the idea. I think the joke is that it's soft and stuff, and people just want to touch it a little too much. I don't know. I don't know how that becomes a child abuse joke, but I guess it does. I never got into that show. It just it gave me the major, wait, what do you call it? Squick? Or the ick? It squicked my, it icked my squick. It yucked my, If you want to switch out the Vosh content for something else, that's fine. Mudahar allegations. What are the Mudahar allegations? That he's not a engineer? See, so I can't bring Mudahar out here to produce for me. Dude's not even an engineer. You gotta be an engineer. David and Goliath was a real Christian show about a boy and his dog. Is that the one where they go back in time into the Bible? They got like a magical lighthouse and a book that it takes them back in time, and they get to go meet Jesus and help him get crucified. Oh, that's okay, Jesus. We'll nail you for some reason the Roman soldiers won't nail me to the cross. That's okay, Jesus. We'll do it for you. Yeah. It's really important that you die for our sins. Here, let me shove the Longinus spear in you. Like, what the fuck? They go back in time to crucify Jesus. That should have been. That's the lost episode right there, chat. That's the lost episode. Oh my God. The underlying commentary being that the Christians of today are similar enough to the the people that would have the people that would have put Jesus on the cross. Anyway, Moral Oral was my first interaction with the Southern Christians outside of the King of the Hill. I think I saw some kind of Southern Christian. It was like on one of those religious shows. It was like a Southern Christian but puppets. They had like puppets. He lied about that and more stuff. He said he works multiple 9-to-5s. What? How is that possible? And as I get if you're like doing the thing where you're a remote worker, but you're somehow managing multiple jobs. Like, what do they call? There's like a name for that, right, chat? Some people figured out how to take on multiple jobs during the pandemic, and I don't know about this, Davey, as he nails Christ to the cross. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Bible Man. Yeah, that guy was fun. I know the Bible Man you're talking about because Tim Dillon's podcast partner did an episode about him. It's like Bible Man or something. I feel like they need to do a Bible Man meets the Power Rangers. Like, that would be good. But somehow Bible Man's giving them advice about how to fight. There's only 3 9-to-5s in a day. Yeah. Multiple 9-to-5. Yeah, also a 9-to-5, like doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but when you say a 9-to-5, you're not talking about remote work. You're talking about like in office, right? Do you consider a 9-to-5, like, do you consider remote work a 9-to-5? I mean, I guess it's really just saying how many, what hours you're working. But I think of a 9-to-5 as like a really more like a 8 to 6, because you're in your car for at least an hour, or on the bus for at least an hour to go into work, and then you get done with work, and then you go home, and then it takes another hour. So it's really more of a 10-hour day, if we're being real. He goes into the office for multiple 9-to-5s? Like, what the fuck? So yeah, so Mudahar's a big liar, is what Shakespeare is telling me. The other thing that's on the on my radar. Oh my God, I said on my radar like I'm a not Breaking Points, The Hill. Like I'm the Hill host, right? Like Brianna Joy Gray on my radar. The other thing that's on my radar is the Breaking Points teardown of Elena Slotkin. Elena Slotkin got cooked by none other than Crystal Ball and we haven't been over that yet. It sounds pretty enticing, pretty exciting. I don't know. I'm excited about that. I don't know about you, chat. All right, we're at 58. My worthless senator. I'm so sorry, Ducky. I'm sorry you're stuck up there with the. Who's your other senator? Who's the other Michigan senator? Is there like another good one at least? Like there traditionally there's been some like good Midwestern senators, right? Who's that one dude that died? Feingold. Yeah, Feingold was a senator, right, from Wisconsin. And then who's the guy from Ohio that recently lost? Gary Peters also sucks. Is he a Dem? So much other stuff than Destiny to cover? Like what, George? Like Epstein? Do you want to see more Epstein, chat? For some reason, Sherrod Brown, is he good? Like, I feel like he's not great, but he was like one of the better people in the Senate. Wait, not again? What happened? Oh, anything. That's a great idea. I'll just cover anything. Would you watch? Would you like? I feel like that would be such a fail stream if I just like put like whatever as the title and just came on and talked about whatever like came to mind, or you know, just like no, just like completely. See, that's the problem with covering you know, Trump stuff, is that like I put those streams out there and then nobody shows up to watch the stream. That's my issue. Wait, you feel like this is funeral music? I mean, I'm gonna play this at my funeral. If I even have one. Instead of getting turned into pure energy and, you know, flying through space, 2001 Space Odyssey style, right? Right? You drink the blue juice from the fridge, you know, like you go to the fridge and you're like, what do we got here? Oh, Sunny D. Let's pound this. No, I want the purple stuff. Sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Not Asimov. Who? Arthur C. Clarke. In Arthur C. Clarke, it was the blue stuff. It wasn't the purple stuff, which I like better. I feel like there should be more blue drinks. Hey, look at this. I've got a blue drink though, sort of. Does this look blue? It looks more brown. Wow, that's amazing. It's actually it's just some very strong green tea. That's, you know, Chatramu green tea. And some butterfly pea flower. Butterfly pea blossom. This is the music while everyone's filing into the funeral? Goddamn. Well, I've had a few funerals, and you know, as far as a streamer, you know, and every single one of them I've shown up and interrupted. It's so green, it's brown. Well, it's like the combination of the green and the blue. It like, well, no, you know what? I will say this, right? Chatramu green, like not the green milk, but like the just regular green. It's, you know, it's a brown green tea. Most green teas are, you know, the actual tea itself is a little bit brown, right? I blame the Hasan Industrial Complex. There will be 2,000 videos of him on YouTube before anyone reacts to their stream. Wait, on what? What are we talking about? Was there something on Hasan recently? But anyway, for those of you that are tired of seeing Destiny's face, hearing Destiny's voice, etc., etc., there should be some good news for you in that I think we're going to be done with, hopefully, God, if I can get through it today. I'm trying to, oh my God, I've already spent an hour yapping. I don't consider this yapping though, chat. Do you consider it yapping? Am I yapping? Am I a yapper? I feel like I'm gabbing. Isn't this more like gab than so not the platform gab? Isn't this more like gabbing than it is like yapping? But yeah, I want to play some video games. I've just been pining for it for some reason. Yeah, LOL Overruled was outed as a sex pest. I covered that yesterday and then maybe the day before or maybe a couple days before that as well. You know, I saw some stuff on Twitter. I couldn't confirm it at first. But then, yeah, LOL Overruled apparently has apologized, issued some kind of apology on Twitter, said that he was going to go and seek treatment, and then deleted the apology thread. Maybe because I never got to read it, but I'm guessing maybe it sounded like he was using the like sex addiction as an excuse. Irene, it is good for Gabby to gab. That's true. Is it good for Irene too? Irene equals gab, not yap. Wait, yapping is better? Glapping? The gift of gab? Gapping. Gapping sounds like a very intense activity that I don't know if oh my god. I saw wait, you saw a weird thought session? I don't know what to call it. It was like a word association to write a response to him leaving the Pisco debate. Wait, you, bruh? Destiny, are you talking about? Destiny? But yeah, there's just, I mean, like, so yeah, as far as LOL Overrode, yeah, let me see if I got this right. All right. So those of you that are looking for my coverage of LOL Overruled in that situation, yesterday I reacted to Olimey's response to that, right? Olimey had worked with Alex a lot. And the day before I responded to Hasan's reaction. Hasan has obviously had LOL Overruled on stream a lot. And then I think it was sometime before that I tried to look at the Twitter thread. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. The one of the victims that had come out and posted ended up deleting their Twitter, deleting their account, right? So I don't know if they got like harassed by Lolo fans or something. But yeah, I was like, what's going on here? That's gapping. Oh, that's not the same as gap. Wait, am I getting it wrong? Wait, you said gapping, right? Oh no, gaping. I'm sorry. You said, okay, gaping versus gapping. Get your mind out of the gutter? Wait, so what is Destiny doing? Like a stream of consciousness stream? Can you imagine if I did that, chat? Like, look. I'm like that. I'm a stream of consciousness gal. I don't know if you can tell. But if I went purposefully stream of consciousness on a stream, oh my god. The ADHD people would finally feel seen. That's how much I would deviate, right? The ADHD people out there would be like, this actually feels normal for once. This is perfect. This is how content should be. Stream of consciousness. He's going on to random new associations. Wait, what is he doing? He should just make himself a mind map or something. Can you imagine a Destiny mind map though? That would be cursed. Wait, he's taking Adderall now? Wait, he's got the good stuff, chat. Why is he taking Adderall? He doesn't, I thought he was on Vyvanse. Isn't Vyvanse the good stuff? Can you imagine me trying to talk to a therapist about getting on ADHD medication and being like, no, I want the good stuff. Get me on the good stuff. Like, right? He does make flowcharts and bubble maps, which are really useful for physiology. For studying physiology, flowcharts are great, but I had there was some program that I used to use for studying physiology, and I wish I remembered what it was. I don't even know what computer I had that on. Adderall is the goods? Are you serious? I mean, look, I will admit, it's better than what I can get here. Do you know that, chat, that Adderall, I think is illegal here. I'm pretty sure I've read that you can't get prescribed Adderall. You can get prescribed Ritalin, but Adderall is too close to a substance that they are very much trying to keep out of Thailand. So, Dexedrine, which is what I take, is the good stuff. My doctor calls it prescription. It's streamer crack. I mean, for me, the streamer crack is definitely this this green tea. Ooh. Okay. Well, if this is sounding too much like a funeral, then maybe we should play something that's like... Oh my god, chat, we're all over the place today, aren't we? Vyvanse makes me sloppy at work. Is it too good? Is that the problem? Ooh, part of northern, huh? Wait, so what's the other parts of the Golden Triangle, Shakespeare? Is it Afghanistan? What would it be? Like, Afghanistan is one of them, right? The good stuff is whatever the person uses? Yeah. Yeah, it's probably pretty, each their own as far as treatment of ADHD. This is very ADHD stream so far. Lao in Myanmar. Myanmar makes sense considering how kind of destabilized that region is. It feels like shit. Vyvanse makes me feel weird. I remember, okay, so what have I tried so far? I've tried, I think the kind that you mentioned, Sasha G. One second you take Adderall, the next second you're threatening sex workers? Oh no. Wait, who said that? It sucks that they're thinking of criminalizing weed again. They didn't actually. Sasha G, here's an interesting thing about Thailand, right? There's a lot of policies that come down the pipeline that get talked about by Thai government officials and that either take forever to get implemented or is it Cambodia? Or they either take forever to get implemented or sometimes they don't get implemented at all. Like, I don't know if this is like a Thai trial balloon kind of thing that they're doing. They put it out there and like, what do you think? What do you think? Maybe we'll make this prescription only. What do you think? What do you think? And a lot of people here in Thailand are thinking, that is my family's business. And we were poor as fuck before. Now we got a little shop and you're going to shut us down? Like, right? You went from illegality to, you know, total legality with very few regulations overnight, 3 years ago. And now you're going to tell us it's, you know, the dream is dead. Like a lot of Thai people that are involved in the business. It's $1 billion business in Thailand, right? Producing. And, it's very hard. It's very hard to get like a good salary in Thailand as much as like, things are cheaper here. Also you are cheaper as an employee. So, people tend to, it's really hard to find a good paying job. So for those people that were able to make some money off of the industry, open up a little shop and, or, a grow up or whatever, they're kind of fucked over. But yeah, as far as I know, chat, they said that was supposed to be implemented like a month ago. All right. Yeah. Like a month ago. Cause I remember I was going to Malaysia. I was hanging out with a friend who I met was from the, living in the same city as me, and who doesn't read the news. So I was like, explaining, yeah, they're gonna make it medical only. They're gonna make it prescription only. And she's like, oh no, I love that stuff. I don't want to have to get a prescription for it. But yeah, I remember coming back the next week and being like, oh, I guess they're not doing that just yet. So yeah, for now, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed, right? You can go, in fact, the last time I went to shop for something like that, I found a place that was open at 8 o'clock in the morning. Can you imagine that, chat? If you're in a state that has dispensaries or, shops for cannabis, you might know that they tend to not open until much later, right? The audience, the demographic that buys that stuff probably does not get up until much later. But yeah, I found a place that opens at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I went in there, and she's like trying to make small talk with me while she's putting the nugs in the bag for me, and she's like, what do you got plans for today? Right? Because you're 8 o'clock in the morning, you're buying herb, right? Like, she could only imagine like what my day would like. I don't know. I'm sure she runs into tourists that come from a country where it's not legal and come to Thailand, and they're just like, that's all they want to do. Maybe, I don't know, or they're wake and bake kind of people. But yeah, she asked me, what do you got planned? And I'm like, oh, I gotta work. I gotta go on stream, and I gotta have my head clear for that shit. So, but yeah, I told her I would enjoy it in the evening time nonetheless. Yeah, 10 a.m. is usually like the earliest that I've seen those places open for some reason. Wait, Singapore is nearby? What about Singapore? Shakespeare, you wouldn't be referring to our mutual friend and who probably no longer lives in Singapore, if I'm being real. Mutual friend. All I know is in Vegas they have it 24/7. Yeah, Vegas is a big 24/7 city, isn't it? Yeah. You can also have it delivered to your house, unlike most of the US. Wow. Sold out of my prescription. I have to wait. Oh wait, is there still a problem with ADHD medication? I remember when I was in the United States, yeah, there was this big shortage, I guess, of ADHD medication. Some people would have to, go a while without their prescription, which is really tough if you're using it to treat ADHD. Is that cleared up? I have to wait until they approve another one before ordering. It does get delivered to my house, which is cool. The only thing, Shakespeare, the only thing I know that's cool about Singapore that like I feel like you could be referring to, do you know about Singapore's housing situation? Anybody know how Singapore does housing? Anybody ever heard of this? So Singapore is kind of known as being, a very, it's a very wealthy little city state, and it's kind of strategically placed in some pretty important real estate as far as like trade goes. But it's sort of known as it's known for its harsh punishments for minor infractions, and it's also known for I guess like almost like a libertarian. Is it like a sort of a libertarian economic policies in most cases? But when it comes to housing, my understanding is that it's actually like decommodified. Do I need to look this up to make sure I'm not spreading fake news? Singapore's housing is not entirely decommodified, says the AI. It does have a strong public housing component. Yeah, most of the population lives in public housing there. And they have really high rates of home ownership. There's also a substantial private housing market with escalating prices. A unique mix of social and market elements. Interesting. Anyway, chat, let's get going because we got a lot to cover today. I do want to finish the Pisco Destiny stuff. I know some of you, some of you are getting Destiny fatigue, and I don't want to stay on this for too long, but what do we have for bonus content? So we're 58% of the way there already. And what's winning? Oh, also we are, let's see. I think we're 4 out of 10. It says 2 out of 10 on the butterfly gold, chat. Just think of that as 4 out of 10. If we hit 8 on that, I will put a butterfly in my hair because I did miss the first 2 super chats. I'd love to see what SeaTac someday. Is that what you're saying, Sasha G? Or is SEA? Southeast Asia. I think that's what you mean. I'm sorry, I immediately, my brain goes to like, Singapore's airport has a free movie theater. You can watch movies. Oh, wow. What a great idea. Oh no, what's this? Oh no, what is, I don't think that's, what? There's lyrics to this? It sounds like JoJo. It sounds like the Konosei no Sarime guy. What is Sarime is like destiny in Japanese? I always think they're saying sodomy. Konosei no sodomy. Adderall makes me feel gross, just dull and malaise. That is, the other one I tried was Ritalin, and I did not feel good at all on Ritalin. But that's all that's legal here. Like, right? As far as I know, unless I haven't done my research appropriately, like, right, I think that you can only get, like, Ritalin to treat ADHD. Everything else is, like, off the market. I can play North Korean state... Wait, what is that one song? Cholima on a Wing? That North Korea, is it? They are musical people there, chat. Cholima on a Wing, hell yeah. Hell yeah. They are a musical people. A lot of people don't know this, but North Korea, they are a musical people, and their tracks go hard. Their remixes go hard. Everything goes hard in North Korea. But yeah, we're at 58 out of 100. If we get to 100 out of this, I'll stick around and do a piece of bonus content. If it gets to 200, I'll do 2 pieces, top 2 things, right? What I'm curious about now is what is actually... Oh, it's Ethan Klein deflects on Gaza. That's in first place. Second place, Anna Kasparian caught lying. Third place, Vosh grooming allegations. And fourth place is Jink Uger. Did you know about this, chat? Who knows about this? Jink Uger is going on Surrounded. And it hasn't been released yet. I think it's coming out this Sunday or something. Oh my god, chat, can you tell that I worked out this morning? I feel like my hair looks like I've just been through a workout, right? I don't know. People say it's sexy, so I'll take it. Remember when I wanted the orchestra playing Killing in the Name of to be real? That sounds like some AI slop. Is it real or is it... Oh my gosh, there we are. Sasha G, thank you for the lemon squeezy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Lemon unfolds peacock feathers? I did not know they had that ability, but now they do, chat. Lemons are evolving, I believe. But yeah, we're at 60% of the dono goal right now. If we get to 100, I will stick around and do an extra topic, cover an extra topic, do some bonus content with you. Oh my god, if I can get this, find the right place to change this. There we go. 60 out of 100. Of course, if we get to 200, I will do the top 2 topics. 300, I'll do the top 3, etc., etc., etc. What is... So, yeah, like, right now, we're in line to watch the Ethan Klein deflects on Gaza, Anna Kasparian in second place, Vosh grooming allegations in third place, and Jink Surrounded. I'm surprised there's not more people. I'm not telling you what to vote for, chat. I'm just a little surprised that there are not more people interested. So what we have as far as Jink on Surrounded is a trailer for the Jink Uger episode of Surrounded, and it's going to be Jink Uger, a what does he call himself? Populist against 10 Democrats and 10 Republicans. Right, but luckily one of the people that he talks to asks him about his union busting, which is amazing. Like, chat, that's beautiful. So I'm excited about that. The video is about 15 years old, too old to be AI slop. It's real, Davi? Well, didn't they do orchestras of, like, wasn't that popular for a while? Is that what Unplugged is? That they, like, do the pop music or metal or whatever with Metallica did that too, right? Where they had an orchestra backing them up. Which is definitely what Metallica always needed, was the orchestra. Jink the leftist or Jink the fallen leftist? Jink on Surrounded is going to be a piranha fest. It is. Although honestly, I feel like Jink. You know what? It should have been Jink Uger versus the Max Left. It should have been Jink Uger, and they're like, and we're gonna get Max Leftists, right? And they get like the Vanguard. It's just the Vanguard. It's just Zach and Gavin fighting over who gets to sit on the seat each time, right? That's what it should be. I did in black for 3 cellos for performance with 2 other cellists. Yeah, wait, orchestra killing in the name of though? Is that the one with so you do what they told you? Is that killing in the name of? Normie libs hate TYT. Yeah, almost everybody hates TYT. I think they're not really making the inroads that they want to with the conservatives either. Especially not Anna on that PBD show. Who doesn't hate TYT? Hey, Nathan, I'll have you know I hated TYT before it was cool. The good editing of a North Korean. Oh, nice. Oh, so you can sort of use it since it's... about a Borchestra? It's all Swedish chefs playing the instruments. I don't know, Sasha G, but there definitely was a Björkestra at the Royal Albert Hall, I believe, right? There was a... Björk did a live recording... Marxist-Leninist Kyle Kulinski? Wait, who are you calling Marxist-Leninist Kyle Kulinski? Or are you calling Kyle... Are you joking that Kyle's a Marxist-Leninist? Yeah, Destiny, I mean, kind of implied that, like, right? And, well, we need to get into this. We need to get... I mean, that's our topic for today. So, like I said, chat, 60 out of 100. If it gets to 100 out of 100, I'll cover a bonus topic. If it gets to 200 if it gets to 200, I'll cover 2 bonus topics, etc., etc., etc. Right? This thing goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or if you sign up, which we're 40% of the way towards the Vietnam trip being actually fully funded, kind of amazing. Or if you or if you sign up for my Patreon. It also goes up if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, just hook that baby up to your Twitch account. You will get a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that streamer's name is me, then you'll get all the emotes that we have to offer. You will be jellyfished, right? You can also get it if you get yourself a sub or get other people's, gift subs to other people, or if you throw bits my way. Any of those things make this number go up. If it goes up to 100, we do bonus content. If it goes up to 200, we do 2 bonus contents. Yo, Burple, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Well, riding that hype train already. Okay, Twitch, I should let you know you got limited time to earn exclusive emotes. That's what Twitch is telling me right now. You got 4 minutes and 40 seconds now. You're at level 2 right now with 50%. If you get that to level 3, you'll get extra emotes, etc., etc., etc. Let me read off who just got jellyfish, chat. I want to know who just got jellyfish. Oh, well, wait. Hey, pretty one. You just got jellyfished. Let's see. Who else? I can't read this. They do make it hard. Can I pull this up somehow? I can't. Oh, Miss Terp, you just got weaseled. There's somebody else, though. I can't see their name. Ron Stoppable 2222. You just got jellyfished. Miss Terp 53, you just got jellyfished. Twink It Tao, you just got jellyfished. Megs, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. I don't know, put it towards Ethan. I want to see the thinner arc. There's that's not that Stephen King movie. And need to watch it with friends. Okay, well, we'll see what's up with we'll see. 95, thanks to Mudang. Did I miss I think I missed Mudang. Did Mudang just grace us? Oh my gosh, Mudang did grace us. You know, I haven't been out to see Mudang yet. I've been here for so long, and I haven't made it down to the zoo. But yeah, Crystal Sophia, thank you for the hype sticker. We got a hype train, we got a hype sticker, and we got 95 on this bitch right now. Closing in on the bonus content, or at least the first installation thereof. So not thinner. Wait, did I misread that? What did you say? Wait, somebody said put mine on the thinner arc. Okay, I will put yours on Ethan. So there we go. 30 to Ethan Klein. 2 to something else somewhere. I keep on wanting to say this sounds so 80s, and then I remember, yeah, it's literally City Pop. 2 for the Vosh allegations before I forget. So yeah, in addition to the bonus content goal, we also have a butterfly goal. That is at 2. It says 2 out of 10. Think of it as 4 out of 10. If we get 6 more super chats, I will put the butterfly in my hair because I missed a few on the outset. Wait, to the Mudahar alligator? Wait, which one? Okay, so it looks like he's had someone point out at him and say thinner. Oh yeah, that's how it starts, right? You get cursed by somebody says thinner, and you like start to lose weight, but you can't help it. And it's not a good thing. After running, oh, because he runs over her. Yeah, just like in Stephen King. I mean, Ethan would do like a hit and run, wouldn't he? He seems like that kind of dude. But anyway, like I said, we're at 4 out of 10 as far as the butterfly goes, with how many minutes left? 2 hours and 10 minutes left on the butterfly goal. We are at 95 out of 100 on the bonus goal, and then we got 9 seconds left on the hype train. So if you're gonna get a sub, now's the time to do it, because you can get extra emotes for 2 seconds, for 1 second. Okay, and it's gone, and it's gone, and it's gone. But yeah, Burple gave you a shot to earn those extra emotes. I think we got something. It does look like a new emote just landed, right? Did Twitch just unlock a new emote? We've unlocked all the level 1 emotes. But where do we get our, I saw an emote. I saw an emote somewhere. But anyway, yeah, the other thing that I need to point out before we get moved on is that when you donate and you've seen, let's say you've seen Burple do it, you've seen Shaxby do it, right? You can, like, just like we got, like, it says +2 here on Vosh and it says +30 on Ethan, right? That's what you can do whenever you donate. You can also say, when you donate, you can put your money where your mouth is and say, I want my donation to go for X. I want my donation to go for Y. I want my donation to go for Z, or what have you. Any of these topics up here, I will turn your donation into a percentage, add it to the topic of your choice, and it'll get added into the poll at the end of the night. So it might even change what we end up watching. It's entirely possible. Oh, there's the emote. Here, let me see if I can post it. That's a cute emote, though. That's a serve. I thought it was a cat. Wait, can I copy this? Yeah. Let's serve this up. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, what am I doing? Something like that? That's a cool cat. That's how I want to be, chat. Just walking down the soy like a soy cat. Really cool. Chat smells like fish outside because the canal is active. Oh, it smells. Yeah, you're not saying chat smells like fish. Okay, I got it. But anyway, yeah. So that's how you can change the fate, change the destiny of the stream as far as the bonus content that we end up getting when you donate. So just know that that's open to you. Also open to you is Vox Populi. If you're just like, you know what, I think that the voters should decide what we get, then you can donate then you can be a contrarian, a good contrarian, and say Vox Populi and just like make it harder for other people to interfere with the poll if you want to. That's an option that's open to you. The other option that I never talk about that's open to you is if you really want to see some NCC gaming content. I mean, that's there too. That's a possibility too. But this is more like of a long-term thing. If we get to 100, theoretically, I do a gaming stream. I think I owe you a few Fallout New Vegas streams anyway, so we'll have to do that soon. The other thing I have to do before we get started is shout out my Patreon. Everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above gets a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of every stream. This is the beginning of the stream, so let me do these shouts out. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noib. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzymandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out. Sorry, fancy shout out. We reserve the fancy shout outs for, like, you know, the real big money on Patreon. But the fancy shout outs go to Zarazerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Yeah, I don't think we have a fancy weasel yet. But it's out there. Let's go. Let's make this happen so that I actually can get some progress in this cursed debate. We got it's kind of a cool song. Am I able to change from Ethan to gaming? It was hidden at the bottom. Yeah, you can do that. Look, this time only Burple. I never know how much interest there is in a gaming stream, or, you know, like a pure politics stream. I always assume not much, so it's nice when people tell me otherwise. But yeah, we gotta somehow get through this content monster in front of us. Oh my gosh, that's not the monster. Where's the monster? That's Bayonetta. So yeah, we gotta finish this shit, or try to finish this shit. And then we've got this shit, which is Pisco talking to Destiny. Although I might have to reopen this because... I think this one... Anyway, so yeah, so like I said, this one's frustrating because look at this. We're wanting to just see Pisco, like Destiny, you know, lose his shit on Pisco, right? That's what we really want. Instead, we've got to deal with not only Wick, but also Connor Points and Econo Boy. I don't mind Econo Boy too much, but honestly, you know, we're not really here for all that, and we're definitely not here for Connor. He's got his Theracane. He's trying to work out do some trigger point therapy on himself there. Not sure if he understands even the fundamentals of massage, why trigger point therapy can work in the first place, or its detractors. Anyway, chat, there's a lot of discourse in the massage world about
Crystal
trigger point
SA,
therapy that we won't get into now. But yeah,
$5.
Connor's like doing it to himself. I feel like massage therapists should like hate the Theracane person. Like, you know, the idea that they'd like lose business to like somebody's like, I'm just gonna do it myself with a Theracane, right? And they're usually just kind of like making their injury worse, I guess. But anyway, yeah, this was annoying. We got to get through this. But what we really wanted was the Pisco versus Destiny, and guess what? We get that at some point here when Destiny calls into Pisco. And it's more or less, I mean, there's some people in the Discord, but they're pretty quiet, unlike these people that, you know, Connor Points is talking way too much. So that's what we got on the menu. And again, the bonus content, if we get to 100, I'll cover one of these topics. Get to 200, I'll cover two of these topics, etc., etc., etc. Ad asperum per nostrum. What is that? What did I just say in Latin, chat? Ad asperum per nostrum. Anyway, chat. Let's see what Wix got for us today.
Because because to say that is to misunderstand the diversity of the socialist movement and contemporaries
I'm not
of
talking
Marx.
about the diverse.
Why did they go quiet?
I'm saying that AOC. Hold on. Is it fair for me to say that AOC is a way more outer perimeter socialist than like
I don't know what you mean by that.
a bog standard? Then
What do you mean by that?
Look up
She
what
likes
outer
liberal
perimeter
shit.
means.
Let me try.
Do
Do you think there are fundamental differences, and what are the fundamental differences between AOC?
Does Destiny say? Anybody ever heard him say bog standard before? I feel like that's more of a Tyler thing. I'm a little surprised to hear it. Crystal Saphira, thank you for the super chat. That gets us to 5 out of 10. We're halfway towards the butterfly goal. We are fully on towards the bonus goal. And now looking at possibly doubling up on the bonus content if we get to 200 by the end of the stream. There we go. Bog standard. It's like a Tyler chat. It makes me wonder. Is Destiny watching Tyler? I remember when somehow Destiny. Oh my god, I'm trying to even remember it. I think Destiny watched Tyler's Demon Mama video, but he wasn't very focused. Right? He was doing something with his teeth. I think he was talking about dental hygiene or something. But he also kept on talking about Tyler's looks. And it kind of sounded like he was thirsting. I don't think Tyler is a fan of Destiny, but the question is Destiny like a fan of Tyler? Maybe, I don't know.
And something like Hasan.
Let's use Steven's model. Steven, if you put 100 people in a room and ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist? How would they answer? Yes or no?
I honestly don't know.
That's your standard that you just gave. You just said 100 people. You just did that.
You didn't even ask me the same question. I was comparing two different people. I said 100 people well-read on theory. Do you want to say 100 well-read people? If you put 100 people who are well-read on socialist theory and you ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist? Zero of them would say yes. No, absolutely. Yes. You're so fucking retarded. No, he's a liberal and he supports capitalism. Definitionally, in every single way, he is not a bog standard socialist. You want to say he's like an outer perimeter? Dem suck. Maybe, sure, but like a socialist.
What is his definition of bog standard? Is it like, is he conceiving of the average, like the mean socialist, the median socialist? Like, what does he mean by that? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm over people using the R slur. Me too. I wish I had a. You can do like a chat filter, or you can do like a word filter on text, but I wish that every time, here's what I dream of, chat, a little plug-in for my OBS that whenever somebody says the R slur, it just mutes them and it goes chud logic, right? So like, I can't believe you're acting so chud logic. Stop being a chud logic, Pisco. Like, it just turns it into chud logic, right? That's what we need. Since it's Chud Logic's favorite word, so.
Dem what? What does SOC stand for? Dem what?
Outer perimeter. What does outer perimeter mean? Outer perimeter.
National Socialist.
Outer perimeter of my ass. Come on.
Yeah. No. So okay. To answer. Okay. Because the reason that we got off on this topic was because Connor keeps. We haven't really taken the bait of Connor's constant conspiracy baiting about like people are basically all just syncrotankies that are socialists, right? But I think that it's important to address.
No. For a second there, Chad, I was like, "Who's Connor? Who are we talking? Who's Connor?" Connor eat pants? Oh god, this guy. Yeah, no, I remember. Mr. Theracane.
You guys are useful idiots. I think there's other
so,
secret
Connor,
tankies who
you
say
actually
that you're
completely
The secret tankies, we gotta find out who they are. And we gotta push them off the platform. Let's call Sister Rose and get those tankies.
That you had a complete, incomplete understanding of socialist history. You asked a question that I wasn't able to answer.
Absolutely not.
No.
You said, hold on. You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
I didn't ask you a question.
I brought
what are
up.
you talking about?
Yeah, you said, are you going to concede that you have a complete?
No, I said you conceded. It wasn't in a question.
No, I don't concede at all. You brought up
that
Western
wasn't a question. Just to be
who
clear.
you mentioned Western socialists who
I didn't
were
ask you a
under the
question.
control of Western governments.
So just to be
Fuck
clear,
you.
when the Western government is controlled by socialists, it's a socialist government. That's how elections work.
Yeah, I don't think he was saying the socialists were controlled by the government. I think he was saying the government controlled by the Western socialist, right?
Hold
Okay?
on.
You take power. You take
No, it's
power,
not.
and you
Trump
take
is a
power.
fascist. Is the
Hold on.
current American government
Stop.
fascist?
Econo boy. If today we replace
save him from
Trump,
getting raped.
hold on. If we replace Trump with pick a socialist that you think is a good socialist, would the American, just because now our president identifies as a socialist, does that make America a socialist country now?
So I'm not saying that these countries.
I'm asking you a
became
question. Yes or
socialist.
no?
I'm literally answering
It's not
directly your.
You know what I'm over is the identifies as shit, right? Cis people heard this phrase and they've just gone to town on it. On identifies as a socialist, right?
Question, Wick. You gave me
Like it's like the idea. I think that terminology, that language, it was like introduced by trans rights advocates for specifically for cis people who are uncomfortable or unable to conceive of the fact that trans women are women and trans men are men, and they need to say, oh, identifies as, okay, that I can get with that, right? I don't know.
like one word before you interrupted me. Okay,
So no one gets in it.
just so yeah. Well, I mean, Destiny, I haven't been the one interrupting you for the most part.
No, I know. But you're
to
giving
your
cover
point,
to the
Wick,
guy who is, which is kind of what this whole combo is about.
That's true. That's true. And Pisco's
go,
secret
Okay,
language.
I want to hear the answer to your question. The question.
no.
Go ahead, Econo boy.
I'm not saying that these countries became socialist because they had socialist governments. I'm saying they had socialist governments for many points of time in their history.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
Let
Connor.
me change my question because you hold on. I got to change my question now. Again, if we simply take Trump out and put a socialist in, is America run by a socialist government now?
Oh,
We would have
Obviously not.
Oh, yeah,
You just
wait,
got
wait.
raped by it.
It's run by social government can be a reference to the party in power. So, for example, like Clement Attlee was he's a socialist government in the sense that they're in
Now-
charge.
Oh,
of-
so is
the only reason
Zoltan
Zoltan? Zoltan Macadamia? Who are we talking about, Connor? Zoltan? Isn't that a reference or something? Like from the Tom Hanks movie? Am I mixing this up?
Zoltan Ramaswamy
Zoran.
is New York City fucking
Racist name.
socialist?
Did he call him Zoltan Ramaswamy? What? It's the machine from the Tom Hanks movie? It like turns him into a little kid or something?
mayor now?
Nice racist.
Okay,
No. But
so-
Oh no, wait. No, he is a little kid and it turns him into Tom Hanks. That's right.
is the
Why is
government
that
of the day
racist?
socialist? If he said
Yeah.
Zoltan
So
Ram-
is New
Wait,
York
Who's
City
playing
socialist
semantics
because
now? Holy
Zoltan
shit.
Ramaswamy-
wait. Can we just
What is like? I feel like this is a vice signal. I feel like the Connor Points probably knows that it's Zoran. Donnie, I can't say his name right now, thanks to Connor. But I think he knows that, and that he's just like trying to be like, oh, I don't know what this is about. This is some whack shit here. I mispronounce it because I'm edgy and I don't care about being called a racist, right? I like being called a racist. Please call me a racist. Someone, please call me a racist, right? They use the R slur and they're racist too. I mean, let's see. Connor, Destiny, Wick, yes. Pisco and a Econo boy, not racist as far as I've seen. He caught himself almost saying Zor. Yeah, it's a vice signal. He's getting it wrong on purpose. He's flexing like the idea that he doesn't know Zoran's name, right? Because he's not about that. He's not about that. Oh my god. He's being I don't think he's just being racist for the lulz. I think he's being racist for the racists, right? Because he knows that if there's anybody cheering for him, they're in a sweaty little Discord with a fucking anime frog and a cursed VTuber that looks like a Momo and that's that those are his fans, right? It's all happening in one Discord that people are like, yeah, Connor, get him, yeah, Connor, he's our op, if he can't do it, no one can. Tay, I feel like none of these guys smell good. I feel like none of their names are in the Bible or something. He got confused with Vivek. Yeah, very easy to confuse the rapping Trump sycophant with the New York City socialist mayoral candidate. That's so easy.
Why don't we just
finish my point?
Oh, you're about to get owned again, so you're running
away. Wait. So I'm trying to clarify terminology, and you don't want to do that. So like, what people refer to the government, meaning the people in charge of the government, it's a socialist government, doesn't necessarily mean that the structure itself is socialist.
Okay, but we all understand.
I'm just telling you why there's different meanings of the word government.
The reason why I bring up
sounds oddly specific. It is oddly specific.
All of the dozens.
Hey, chat. Genghis Khan has a Discord server.
Dozens and dozens of different labor governments and social democratic and fundamentally socialist governments that have existed in all of these different countries and Europe and Oceania and a lot of Latin American countries as well, is because at the same time that Connor says socialism is like essentially fundamentally in some conspiratorial sense an authoritarian ideology with authoritarian ideals that will do authoritarianism and kill millions of people. Concurrently to the very same things that Connor was describing, you had socialist governments take power through democratic elections, convincing people to vote for them.
Wait, is it an all-beard debate? It is, chat. Isn't there in the song, oh my god, is Randall Smith here by chance? Isn't that in the song, the beards appear no longer overnight? I tip my hat to the new constitution. Isn't that like the beards appear no longer overnight? When is that happening, chat? When can we not get fooled again? And these dudes can shave. We've been in a beard moment, haven't we? Beards are like, yeah, there's some guys that think that they have to have a beard to be a man, a real masculine alpha male. Or a sigma on a grind set even. You got to have a beard, or else you're not even a man. You might as well go transmaxing if you're not if you're not like decked out in a beard.
Running on socialist platforms, being in charge of the military,
being moderated by the monarchy.
Hey, Connor, when you're in charge, can I finish the point? Can we've been trying for 20 fucking minutes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so when the socialist government is now in charge of the police apparatus and the military and all of that stuff.
I'm sorry, look, I don't have any problem with people having a beard. Some people look good with the beard, right? It's just like the whole, like everybody having a beard is the thing I can't handle.
When they lose the next election, what did they do across all of these different countries? They left power and there was a turnover in government. So your idea that I
feel like he is kind of oversimplifying democratic norms, but whatever, I get the point. Like, right, he's like, Destiny wants to make it like socialists are like basically Nazis, and it's like dangerous to ever let a person that's ever said anything nice about socialism into power. And Econoboy's trying to point out that unlike our current president, socialists have not tried to overstay their electoral mandate, or there's many socialists who have not. Takes confidence to raw dog a jawline out there in society. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, it's like they guys. They're super. They're super sensitive about their chin. They all think that their chin's not good enough. It's not Chad-like enough, so they grow a beard to give that appearance of having like a more jutting forward chin than maybe they actually have.
Like basically every socialist movement.
Beards are Greek, clean shaven is Roman. I feel like I like Greek better. Some people's beard hair is gross and should not. Yeah. There's some people that don't look good with beards. There's some people that only look good with beards. I'm okay with both. Real socialism. Yeah. Were you too dangerous to try?
Is stamped with the authoritarianism of Mao is completely ahistorical, Connor.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
Well, the whole thing about socialism and communism, just to really quickly go over this for anybody who doesn't know, is we're talking about a proposed change to the mode of production, right? Previous modes of production have been like despotism or feudalism, stuff like that, right? So, you know, major way in which a society operates, right, is a proposed change. So, you know, like in terms of, you know, like, nobody's gotten to socialism, and definitely nobody's gotten to, you know, communism. Communism at this point is so far off, it's almost like an ideal that you have to conceive of. And the pathway to actually get to a moneyless, stateless society is something that is not, you know, obviously, you know, you'd be blazing a trail to that.
Wait, for a counterpoint. Would you consider Trump an
Moneyless, stateless, borderless, classless. So yes, thank you, Burple.
authoritarian, even though he gave up power and will probably give up power at the end of this admin? Maybe.
Yes.
He's authoritarian, and we have right now the U.S. government is like authoritarian in stature. Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So I just
don't
as
have
a
a
quick thing,
problem
it feels a little silly to say like we were talking about socialist countries, but now we switch to socialist governments, and then it's like you open up and look inside, and it's just
We weren't
liberalism,
talking about
capitalism, right?
socialist government. We weren't talking
Okay,
about
well, I think that
socialist
was
countries.
probably
Why
what
don't we just
counter's impression
branch
was. Wait, but okay, hold on. Also, wait, you talked about like what socialism is, and you made it sound like the spooky thing of authoritarianism and all this. Would you concede that like a central tenet of socialism is the overthrow of the capital class, oftentimes via violent revolution? That is like
That's revolutionary socialism. Some people think they can reform their way there instead. Right? That's if somebody's running as candidate, does he not get this? Like somebody that's taking the time to like run for office, to try to achieve power, to try to make some policy changes in a democratic way, is by almost definition not the same as a revolutionary, seize the means of production type of socialist, right? Their eventual goal might be the same, but obviously their means to the goal, which, you know, since you're so obsessed with process and conventions, as a liberal would be, you know, it should be okay with you. If you truly believe in democracy, you got to be okay with that, unless democracy is like a fig leaf over your real design, which is capitalism, and that is the rap that neoliberals like Destiny get, and I would say in this case deservedly so. Let's go on.
like a central tenet of socialism. No,
So
that's not
I
often.
would-
Like ideologically, definitionally, like in capitalism, you have private ownership where individuals can own firms and hire employees and scrape whatever
So
excess.
similar
surplus- yeah.
I'll answer your question directly. Okay, so I would
Scrape whatever excess. Do you mean squeeze the fucking life out of people to gain their surplus labor value? The fucking sweat of their brow, and Mr. Capitalist just gets to come along and skim off the top, and they'll never be the wiser because they don't know how much value they're producing. They don't know what they're built. They're alienated. It's almost like they're alienated from their labor, Destiny. It's almost like that. Wow.
compare the question that you just asked similar to the development and emergence of liberalism. Liberalism developed and emerged across the planet, across different stages of development, across different points in time, and it did so in sometimes very violent ways and in sometimes through legislative reform. And so similar, you say, hey, I was just going to say, you say, hey, an ideal of socialism is the abolition of private property, to which I would say, generally speaking, certainly that's a core tenet of almost every socialist thinker across the history of socialism. But that is not a statement on the method by which we get to that final end state. The method is up for debate, and it has been debated, and many different methods have been used by socialists.
Okay, sure. So just following this.
Iraq 121, I like to shave, but that means I'll never be a great programmer. Hey, all I got to do to be a great programmer is order those thigh highs, right? If I want to be a pro, it's very easy for me. I just got to order thigh highs.
this like very briefly. In what world is there ever a peaceful revolution where all of capital is abolished?
So, what are you talking about?
Capital? Let's get rid of the means of production. I think what are you thinking there? That's more like a anarcho-primitivist or whatever, but whatever, Destiny. Not like you know what you're talking about.
You can imagine. Could you conceive of a world? Let me just ask you this: could you conceive of a world where the means of production are entirely collectively owned? Could you conceive of that?
I could conceive of that. Yes.
Okay. So, and people have said worker cooperatives, national industry, things like that. So we know that things like worker cooperatives and things like national industries and things like state services do exist. And we know that they've come into existence. They've come into being with democratic frameworks and liberal democratic sort of processes.
Sure.
So
they've been used by liberal capitalist politicians to save capitalism from itself, to maintain capitalism, Destiny. In fact, in the United States, that's pretty much all they're used for.
None of this is responsive to what I asked. So I'm saying, how would we abolish all private property without violence?
So what I would say is that we would in this theory, we could abolish private property through the same exact means by which we've socialized property in the currently existing world, through the ballot box, through democratic initiative.
Do you agree it's logically possible? Stephen, do you agree it's logically possible?
This isn't a debate on veganism, and we're not talking about what's logically possible. That's not relevant to the conversation.
Then why don't you just grant it? Then why don't you just grant it? Then why don't you just grant it? Then why don't you just grant it?
TikTok clips.
Wait. Then why don't you just grant it?
The issue with saying that we've socialized some things is we're not doing that because we want socialism. We're doing that because we recognize it as a failure of capitalism to succeed in some particular area. But if you want to move to a fully socialist state of affairs, it seems like that would necessitate, according to what...
See, the thing is, you don't know it, right? People accused Roosevelt of having designs to reform his way to socialism. This is where the John Birch Society, which even thought that people like Eisenhower was Republican, but did have a 90+% top marginal tax rate. They accused even Eisenhower of being a secret. I mean, but the truth of the matter is, like, we can't look into somebody's intentions of what they're doing. But sure, I'll agree with you. If we're talking about Roosevelt as an example, that he wasn't trying to reform his way to socialism, let alone communism. He was trying to sand off the rough edges of a capitalist system which had failed the people that it's supposed to produce for. If you believe that capitalists are job creators and all that, we want them their piss to trickle down on us, the poor, so that we may be graced with the means of surviving for another day, so we can give 8 more hours to the boss and owe our soul to the company store.
Almost all socialists will tell you in good faith will require some form of violence, right? Because what do they say constantly? Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. When the revolution comes, liberals will...
Yo, chat! Destiny, are you like psychic or something? Look at this, chat. There we go. Scratch a liberal. It looks like we did. It looks like we did scratch a liberal. And he's bleeding all over the place. Yeah, it's kind of gross. Can somebody get this guy a Band-Aid?
With fascists. These are statements that almost every single socialist I've seen, almost all socialists will say this, right? So in that case, doesn't having this socialist concept in mind necessitate some future revolution?
It entails violence. Why don't you make the case that it entails violence?
I literally just did. Capital owners never give up willingly their property, meaning they will always fight violently to defend it. This is why socialists say things like the institution of policing exists only to defend capital interests. I can walk you through Babby's first day of social media if you want. I can do it if you really want me to, but I think a counterpoint should have an answer for this.
So if what you mean is violence is entailed by the use of the police force, if that's what you mean by violence, and enforcing these restrictions would require enforcement, then I guess it would entail violence. But that's not the violence that you're talking about. You're equivocating violence. What you mean by violence?
I'm not equivocating. You don't understand. When I say the police is a violent institution, you don't know what that means.
Would you agree? Wait. Would you agree? Would you agree, Stephen?
Hold on. Stop. I don't want to mute, but again,
you're such a bitch.
Pisco's learned well from Sunday. You know, the whole thing where somebody's trying to talk over you, and you just like kind of you got the thing that you're trying to say, and you just repeat the first 3 words over and over again. Like, you remember he did this to Tyler.
He did ask a question. I do want that question answered, Pisco. He asked you, do you understand what he means when he says, well, repeat your question real quick, Destiny.
When socialists view police as a violent institution, what do they mean when they say that?
Okay, go ahead.
I think that socialists, I think that socialists and libertarian oftentimes believe that it entails violence because they're enacting violence. But
okay, I'm so sorry.
At the end of it, wait, Steven,
whatever you say, healthcare is irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Wait, Steven. So I'm just going to ask you a question. Does capitalism require violence in the same way?
I don't know. I'm not.
Does it require violence?
Does it require
violence? Wait, does it require violence? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, not necessarily.
Yes.
No.
Wait.
Require violence? No, it doesn't. No.
Wait. Doesn't
it? Does. It necessarily requires violence. If the workers on an assembly line decided, this is my labor, I'm keeping this, I'm selling it myself, I'm walking out of the I'm walking out of the shop, right? Then they would be stopped first by the security guard there for absconding with company property, and if they didn't take the security guard seriously, then by the police, right? Yeah, it requires violence. It requires violence. Otherwise, I could just go into a restaurant, grab a bunch of chips and start eating them, right? Yeah, it requires violence. I mean, the violence doesn't have to be like active violence. It doesn't have to be kinetic violence. It could be potential violence, but that violence is still there. The reason that people don't, just take what they need irrespective of private property is because that, mandate of private property is enforced by the police. By the state.
Requires violence. Law enforcement is necessarily violent.
No, not necessarily. I don't know. You're asking the most simple question in the world. Is me owning a Red Bull, does that require violence? Not necessarily.
I'll fucking take your Red Bull and you'll see. You want to keep that Red Bull? You're gonna have to punch me in the face, Destiny. Yeah, it requires violence. Shut up.
But you gotta be able to call the cops and wait,
Steven, just relax.
Listen, Destiny. All right, here's the deal. You have a Red Bull. And I have a Red Bull, and I have a very long straw, and my straw starts to reach across the room, and it starts to drink your Red Bull, Destiny. I drink your Red Bull. I drink it up.
Widespread establishment of a capitalist system in America require violence.
Violence. Define violence. What do you mean by violence?
Violence meaning the use of force.
Drainage, Destiny, drainage.
Use of force to defend property rights.
Sorry.
Am I muted? Yes, you have to defend private property
so you
rights
agree with
through law
Connor?
enforcement.
You agree with
you should be muted.
Don't you, Steven?
You should always be muted.
So you don't agree with so you don't.
He's not very used to be, just like Trump's not being used to being. There's a price to confront Destiny as a minion, right? There's been a price to defy Destiny or to have Destiny mad at you, right? It has been very costly for orbiters in the past, right? And I think that what you're seeing is the power slipping away slightly.
So you don't agree with Connor.
Let me know when I can talk for 30 seconds.
Do you know why he doesn't want to agree with you? He doesn't want to agree with you because he thinks that you're making them morally equivalent, and the violence that's necessary to enforce private property rights is not the same violence that's required.
Let's not.
Says the cop. Says the fucking cop. Says the Pinkerton scumfuck defending private property. Yeah. It is the same, Connor.
Everyone is doing this thing. Okay, everyone's doing this thing where they're trying to tell everyone else what they're saying. Like Connor's place, well, Destiny's saying this, and then Destiny will be saying,
actually, I will say Connor was correct though. Those are different types of violence. So, for instance, when you talk about does capitalism necessitate violence, and then you want me to say yes to that, well, that's the same type of violence that any country, socialists included, would necessitate, which is the ability to enforce laws or whatever. But that's different. But that's different than a violence that is necessitated ideologically to prevent things like, say,
it's not different. You're just used to it.
Enterprise or private corporations, which is a type of violence that socialism would necessitate, but capitalism wouldn't necessitate. That's why I'm saying, what kind of violence do you mean?
Why is it interesting? So why is it interesting?
No. So Pisco, 1 second. So Destiny, I disagree that there's a distinction in the type of violence that we're talking about here. So for instance, what I mean by that is that insofar
you would.
Shut up.
Okay, so
it's a panel. If you don't want to throw elbows on a panel, don't join a panel.
I just wanted
You're a vandal that you were brought on to fucking muddy the waters. That's why you're here.
Sit for a little bit. I thought.
No, I'm not. I've been very.
Hold on, no.
Connor, do you even know how to throw elbows?
Stop. Counterpoints was brought on because the guy I asked initially declined.
I thought I had a good point.
So counterpoints is here to kind of balance the scales a little bit.
Fuck you too, Rick, for saying that I'm your second date. Jesus.
That's true.
It's okay. I still love you.
But anyway, so I don't think it's different destiny, okay? Because, for instance, if you were to say, hey, like necessarily if you were to achieve the socialist ideal, that requires violence. Insofar as what we're talking about is a reestablishment of what property rights means, right? So, for instance, if we were to say like, oh, we did a convoy with socialism characteristics, we got 90% of the way here, and now the socialists are in power, and they're going to go the full 100. They're going to say, hey, everything that's currently privately owned has to be sold to the rest of the holding.
Wait, but you just got.
I feel like I didn't even get to the.
No, because you hold on, because you just skipped all the hard part. If you're going to tell me that how do we go from 90% public ownership to 100% public ownership, that's not very hard to do. You have a majority stake in every single company in the entire country. The question is, how do you get to 90% without expropriation?
Okay, so you get to, okay, first of all, I'll just say this briefly. If that's the harder part, then it's surprisingly achievable. Norway has literally already socialized 2/3 of their nation's wealth. They already have collectivized 2/3 of the national wealth.
What about their firms?
Now,
wealth is not. Wait, wealth is. Why did you say that? I can't tell if you're being intentional now. Hold on.
So I can answer your question directly.
Wealth. My question very specifically was, how do you do it without expropriation? To have 90% owned firms.
Use Norway as an example.
But you talked about wealth. I'm not talking about wealth. I'm talking about firms.
The reason why so a lot of the firms in Norway are still privately owned because Norway doesn't have as developed a capital market as the United States. So shockingly, if the United States had Nordic institutions for collectivizing wealth, we would be much more able to socialize our domestic economy than those economies because a lot of the companies in production in those societies aren't traded on liquid stock markets. Now,
hold on, wait. For Norway, I'm just asking for Norway. If you said of the 90% of the wealth that's publicly owned, how much of that is just tied to their oil? Okay, so wait. What you just said was a total lie, right?
I want to answer your question.
Who the fuck cares?
Because controlling 90% of a broad market that's invested across a whole separation of multitudes of industries is way different than just socializing your means of energy production.
No, that's not what Norway. You have a misunderstanding of how these institutions work, and you have such strong opinions on them, and it really it pisses me off at a certain point. You don't know what you're talking about, but you have these very strong opinions. Norway, yes, a lot of the wealth that they've accumulated doesn't necessarily come from their oil wealth. It comes from the returns to their oil wealth being socialized in a public fashion. Okay, so I would agree that one of the prerequisites to Norway's specific success is its oil wealth. But America is a resource-rich country. America has a huge amount of land rents that we could socialize. America has things like a central bank that can create.
Just reminding people that the Blue Sky link exists. You want to go on there and start a conversation about the topic at hand, or hit that thread with a like or repost or whatever. That's an option. Also, an option to you is hitting that like button. Which you're free to do. You're free. There's nothing stopping you from hitting that like button is all I'm saying. As the trans flag guy, Econoboy, correct, Nathan Drake. That's Econoboy. He's 0 to 10 million, or I'm sorry, 10 billion angry. Yeah.
Money, debt financing, other tax revenue. The financing for this is just not a question. America is a richer society than Norway. We have more money to move around.
Financing is not hard, Econoboy. That's why I'm asking about expropriation. The United States government could.
It's a diversity flag. That's not a trans flag. That's a flag of Republic of Texas. Easily to mistake. I think the one on the. I think there's 3 flags there. It looks like if we're unless we're memeing random 3PO. In which case, I defer to you. It's a United States flag, a diversity pride flag, and a Texas flag.
Not retarded. You know I'm not retarded. They could print off however much money they want.
That's why I'm saying we could get to 90% without expropriation. Because we have such liquid markets where people are willing to sell their shares for essentially the strike price. And really quick though,
Really quick, finish your point, but then I want to get us back on track.
Yeah,
maybe. Finish your point.
We're getting bogged down. Essentially, my main point, skipping past all of that, is that Destiny made the claim that it necessitates violence. Now, insofar as going from like if whatever percentage of voluntary transactions we could get up to, 60, 70, 80, 90%, whatever, and then we have to go to the rest of the way with some amount of expropriation. Yeah, you'd have to pass a bill.
The R word seems like it's here to stay. Yeah, in some quarters. Look, here's what I always say about the R word. All right. What's changed is that, long ago in 2014, people would use the R word and it was a normal thing, and nobody really thought about what are we saying when we're calling people the R slur? Like, why is that the pejorative, right? People were like, no, clearly, I'm using this as an insult, but with no implications towards how I feel towards people with disabilities. It's a separate case use, right? People eventually started to call that bullshit out and say something, often something about maybe people in their life that they cared about. Hey, like my brother is disabled, my uncle's disabled, these are cool people, these are people I care about. Maybe you don't use the word that that's being leveraged against people that that did nothing wrong as an insult, right? And that shut them up for a little while. Okay, I don't want to be known as being ableist, so I'll shut up. But then like the comedy was made legal again, and people just couldn't resist. They just love using that word, and they kind of think that because they don't get pushback anymore, they get there were too many people that threw a fit over it, that were like, oh my god, I'm being silenced, I'm not allowed to say the word, like this is no freedom of speech, and people just got sick of it, right? So they stopped calling you on using the R slur. That doesn't mean that you are getting away with it scot-free. What you should be worried about with the R slur, because honestly, people pointing it out to you is people not calling you out but calling you in, saying, hey, you're a good person, you're using this word, you've heard this word, I grew up with this word, I said this word on the playground, but you know what, I don't use it anymore, and this is the reason for why. You want to come to the future with me? You want to here's your invitation to not be left behind, right? And people got mad at that. They got mad at being thrown a bone. They got mad at being thrown a lifeline. So now when they say it, nobody throws them a lifeline. Nobody says, don't say that, or that's offensive, or anything like that. Nobody says anything. That doesn't mean there's not social consequences. There are. When you're using the R slur, you are shutting the door with lots of people. They're just not saying anything about it. So there you go, and you'll never know what to. You'll never know what kind of friendships you could have had. You never know what kind of opportunities you could have had. But no, you thought it makes you tough to say the R word, right? You I don't know what this is. You're putting on an act, acting like an edgy kid on the playground, and it's not impressive. It's never been impressive. It doesn't make you tough. It just makes it sound like you're not very good with insults, frankly, and people aren't calling you in anymore. They're just leaving you out. So, it's everybody's choice, and, you're an adult, you can choose what you want to do. Just understand, just because there's not social consequences and the, sense of being embarrassed in the moment by somebody mentioning that that's not great that you said that, doesn't mean that there's not social consequences. There absolutely are. There absolutely are. And your question is, do you want to look tough to dumbass Nelk boy people? Do you maybe you open a door with them by calling somebody the R slur? Or do you want to check out the opportunities that you're missing from people that you're alienating by saying that? So whatever.
Reestablish some property rights, and you'd have to buy out those businesses.
You keep just such a weasel. Reestablish some property rights. You'd have to steal
by
from private owners.
I can't make the point.
No, because you're speaking in the most wish. You'd have to reestablish some property rights. You'd have to steal all the firms from all the private owners.
Said he wanted to do another debate about this specific.
Yeah, we can make a one-on-one or something. But
so the question,
just real quick. just real quick for now, I do have a question maybe to kind of take us on a track that I'm interested in, right?
Wait. Wick, just hold on a second. Why don't we grant that socialism only means what Steven means and what Connor means? So let's put aside the semantic. So if what you mean is by socialists are specifically Marxist-Leninists who wants to do this mass expropriation, then agreed. Then agreed. They shouldn't be in the halls of democratic power. Where's our disagreement?
Okay. No. Hold on. This is another problem between liberals and progressives, and I'll be very calm while I articulate this. My frustration with Econo Boy is that expropriation is defined necessarily. Don't fucking touch your nose.
Hold off of that.
Like counter.
I'm on your panel, you bitch. I can talk when I fucking feel like it. This isn't the Pisco and Destiny hour, you fucking dickhead. So.
Actually, dickhead, it is. Actually, the only reason anybody's watching you is because of Pisco and Destiny. Connor, thank you for playing.
The definition of expropriation is the action by the state or an authority of taking property from its owner for public use or benefit. Taxation is necessarily, definitionally, expropriation. So what we're saying is that, or at least what I'm saying, is that I believe a fucking free market needs to have a balance between the expropriation.
And by free market, you mean a market where people are getting ripped off at work and then ripped off at the store. And the person that's connived away to fucking rent seek is not working, right? Is living high off the hog. But that's the thing is you're unable to conceive of things that have been normalized as not being the default, and it's not. It's a mode of production. We can change our mode of production. We've changed our mode of production in the past. Hopefully, we will change it in the not too distant future.
Of property for the public good and the private market.
Speaking of the not too distant future, chat, we got 1 hour and 20 minutes left on the butterfly goal. It says 3 out of 10, which would mean that we need 7 teal super chats. I will give you the butterfly for 5 teal super chats because we had some super chats before I set up the goal. So that's there, but only for another hour and 20 minutes. We're at 103 out of 200 as far as the second bonus content goes. So if you'd like to, right now it looks like Ethan Klein to flex on Gaza is ahead. If you would like to give the second item a chance, right? That is, we're like 97 away from that. What's in second place? Jink on Surrounded. Wow, look at that. I hyped it up a little bit and it got into second place. So yeah, second place is Jink Uger Surrounded. It's behind by like 15 points. So, the only way that one's going to come forth for the going to get shaken out of the vending machine for bonus content is if the donors really got behind it, because it looks like 15 points is probably too much. Or if we get to 200, those are the two possibilities of getting being able to see the trailer for Jink's upcoming appearance on Jubilee Surrounded, which I think I'll be watching that. Maybe, I don't know, it could be fun.
Allowed to do its own thing. A private market is necessary to generate the wealth in order to create.
Yeah, that's right. Jink went on Juba Nazi Lee. Yeah, Juba Nazi Lee. Yeah, except for Jink, it was Juba Uniparty Lee or something. Juba Democrat Republican Lee. Jink is surrounded. He's a what does he call himself? Oh god, it was a populist surrounded by a populist surrounded by Democrats and Republicans, I guess.
A welfare state. So if Econo Boy is saying, well, we can just go ahead and command slowly through the government voting in increasing control over public utilities and the parts of the market, then I don't care if it's done democratically. I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
fuck
nice take.
That. I'm going to vote against you, and you're not part of my team.
Okay, nice take. If what
your team is Brianna Wu and Doobie, okay? So I'll thank you. I'm very happy not to be part of your team. And Aristocracy, yeah. I don't. What team do you think you're fucking on, Connor? You're a joke.
If what you mean by socialism is, if what you mean by socialism is only those people who espouse these Marxist-Leninist ideas that you find to be odious.
Nope. I've defined it for you 7 times.
Let Pisco finish.
Through democracy. You can get it through democracy. That doesn't make it good.
You gotta let Pisco finish. Pisco finish, and then I have a question.
Let's get through the semantic bullshit. If what you mean is
it's not semantic, I've given you a specific definition 7 times.
Counterpoints. You gotta let him at least finish a sentence.
Then he needs to listen to what I'm saying and represent
he is not listening.
You are so lucky that Wick likes you, Counterpoints. I would have thrown you the fuck off the panel or muted you just for lulz.
So what you're saying, it will be apparent in what he says.
Yeah.
Represented accurately.
Don't make me bring back bird brains, because I will.
So we have a semantic difference. I'm trying to chart that out. Like,
no, we don't.
We literally do. When I say semantic difference,
so you disagree that socialism is a decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production?
Yep. So I think socialism means much. Wait. I think socialism means much more than that because for me, use is meaning.
That's a good. Hold on. That's an actually excellent point. Pisco, what do you mean when you say socialism? Be specific.
So I think when I think socialism. When I think socialism at its broadest, I understand socialism to be workers owning the means of production. That's at its broadest. I think that there's a lot of shades of gray there, and socialism doesn't just mean what Connor means. And the reason that is, I think that meaning, right, that of a word is its use, right?
Wick agrees with him too, yeah.
If what we mean by a word is there's no like correct objective answer to what socialism means. My theory of like what words mean is how they're used by people and there's multiple definitions. But if
then
what you
Destiny is right that AOC, Bernie Sanders,
Tay, thank you for the super chat.
AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zodan Salami are not socialists because they don't believe in workers owning the means of production.
When you say Destiny is quote unquote right, what do you mean by that?
I just said it.
He's right according to his own definition and your definition.
AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zoltan Manslami don't.
Chat, can we get a constitutional amendment so that Mom Donnie can run for president? I just want to see this guy flip out when Mom Donnie is elected president.
Don't fucking advocate for workers owning the means of production. So by the definition that you just provided for us, they are not socialists.
So
which is kind of silly.
I said at its broadest, it's workers owning the means of production, but means of production. And I
what
think
does broadest mean?
Broadest means it includes the most amount of people. So if your broadest definition
so if they
does
identify
not include
as a socialist,
those
wouldn't they necessarily need to follow under your definition?
Connor, shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to chart out.
Make your words make sense.
I would like to vote for Shaky Gurga. Look at that. Shaky Gurga just got some love. All right. Can we get some Shaky Gurgas in chat, especially Twitch chat, so it shows up on screen? I'm excited for Shaky Gurga getting surrounded. Although that show is cursed.
Trying to chart out a semantic difference. Do you understand what I mean?
Connoria? Oh my god, that's awesome. Yeah, we can play with your name too.
When I say a semantic difference, with
having to do with words
and their meaning. Okay, so in your version of the word socialism, you would not ascribe, for example, single payer to be a socialist policy. You wouldn't say that someone like Bernie Sanders is a socialist. You wouldn't say that China as it currently exists is a socialist country because your definition of socialism is much more narrow. I say let's get past that semantic difference. I think like in terms of how people use the word socialist, you guys are just wrong in terms of the usage of the word, but let's get past that.
There we go.
Why?
I will not get past that.
We just spent this whole time arguing about what the right definition of socialism is.
I'm gonna throw it back on the plate because you're gonna circle the. You both are gonna circle the drain again.
All right, you're wrong.
Hold on, stop. We are going to get to a more, I think,
disagreement. So you're using it. I think that you guys have a proprietary definition. I think you guys have a proprietary definition of the word socialist. That isn't how people use the word, and it's not charted in.
Before we move on, I want to articulate why this is important. I think that you, in a Econo Boy, are, I'll be rude, even though I love you, I think you are useful cock sleeves for tankies.
Connor, stop thinking about cock. If you want to suck one, just do it. Like, you can report back to us on your discover your late adult life discovery of your bisexuality, right? I'm sure that would be enthralling.
And so you're trying to expand you're trying to expand the definition of socialism to mean nice.
Alice on Fire, you just got jellyfished. Burple, thank you for the gifted sub to Alice on Fire. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Redistributive social services.
Sorry.
So I don't like it when you do that, and I disagree with you.
You're here to give cover to Stephen, and that's fine. But I just want to be very clear.
What cover has been given? I've argued with you directly.
You're trying to make the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation. You're trying to make the conversation impossible. You're making the conversation impossible.
I've contended with every single argument that you've given me.
You're making the conversation. You're making the conversation impossible.
They're muting him.
Pisco is going to finish.
What's going on?
He's going to ask his question, and then we're going to see if it goes anywhere. And if it doesn't, I have productive ways we can go. But counterpoints, hold on real quick. Counterpoints, if you can't control yourself, you will be...
Burple, thank you for the gifted sub to Unobtainium XX. Unobtainium XX, you just got jellyfished.
Trolled.
And that's a good thing.
I will mute you. Pisco, go ahead.
I thought this was a panel.
It is a panel, but I will mute you.
When I'm talking about the meaning of a word.
Look. Okay, just to a little housekeeping as far as how panels work. Yeah, do you interrupt each other? Yeah, sometimes if somebody leaves you like a fucking miniature little second, that you jump in there and grab it. All right, but it doesn't give you license to be obnoxious. It doesn't give you a license to try to shut up somebody's point that they're making by talking over it. And so no, it's like some interruption is gonna happen, some interruption is normal, but it's what Connor is saying is he's just trying to get attention. It's pathetic. I should not pay attention to him. I should not respond to Connor's ridiculousness. I think we're at 125, I think. Yeah, Purple, thank you for the gift sub to us. Okay, I'm bad at pronouncing names, but Salman, you just got, or a Salman, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up to 125. So Twitch kind of killing it today. The question is, will YouTube succeed in their quest for the elusive butterfly? I think we're just four teal super chats away from that.
I'm really just asking what the ordinary usage of the word is. Like in terms of what the definition ought to be, if there's any ought to what a word is, it's like, well, how do people use the word, right? So that's what I take to be a semantic difference. And you saying you have a vision of the usage of that word, socialist, which is much more narrow than my conception of how that word is used by ordinary people. But we can put aside that, right? Like, let's put aside this semantic difference about what words ought to mean or what they actually are in any objective sense. And let's just get to the meat of it. If what you mean by socialist doesn't include AOC, doesn't include Bernie and their policies, doesn't include what I think most people would take to be socialist policies, and it only includes people like Marxists, Leninists, and Maoists, then then what's the disagreement?
Oh yeah, no, you're right, Mylan. Did somebody call Pisco a socialist? Connor said he was a cock sleeve for. Is that what he said? A cock sleeve for commies? A commie cock sleeve? A commie fleshlight? I guess, but no, Pisco is 100% liberal. He's just not a liberal that feels the need to target people to his left the way that Destiny and Twitch poll in general does. So that's
they shouldn't be included. They shouldn't be included.
Disagreement. You asked a question. I'm going to answer it. I feel like
a cocksleeve for tankies.
I am using a narrow and tailored definition because I think that the people who self-identify as that and actually have read the texts related to the ideology, that's how they self-identify. And I think that they are using progressives and liberals and social democrats, and they're conflating these terms back and forth so they can expand at which point they are relevant in the modern.
I've alluded to this before, all right? But I think it's incumbent now that you understand where exactly Connor Points is coming from. And where he's coming from is a very far-right Discord, right? It's a far-right Discord that was created by some guy that thought it was really cute to go into voice chats that are, for debates and like argue from a different standpoint every time. So one time he'll be a Marxist Leninist, the next time he'll be right. So these are people that this is the kind of this is where Connor's getting that, right? These talking points, the way that he appeals to the left, or like makes an anti-left argument using, kind of like leftist terminology, his, basically accusation of entryism on a socialist, right? All of this is stuff that gets cooked up in the middle of a night in a cursed fucking Discord full of fascists. That's where people like Connor like to hang out. So yeah, that's
social parlance. And I believe that you and Econoboy are helping them, and I don't like it, which is why I'm here to tell you I don't like it.
Connor just keeps Connor, you keep doing this. You keep just asserting that there's some sort of conspiracy broadly within people who identify as socialists to try and sort of co-opt liberal frameworks. And when I point out
Econoboy, you said that 1
million times.
But like to me, it just sounds like bullshit. It's like he grew up in a world where capitalism was just absolutely normalized, right? And capitalism is a virtue, socialism, communism, anything that resembles that, including like the welfare state or regulations, is a vice, right? And he's mad because he sees the world slipping away from him. Like that's a very boomer mentality. Not that, I'm trying to damn a whole generation. There's some pretty base boomers out there as well. But, just like the overall perspective of, Connor's childhood was a world in which communism was a bad word. And the fact that he sees that, like, oh my gosh, you mean you could use democracy to advance, right? They're used to using democracy against workers, right? And now, you've got people, you've got socialist DSA members, SOCDEMs, what have you, trying to use the democratic process to, actively, reform, at the very least, like reform some of the rough edges off capitalism, if not move towards a different, different mode of production. You can see how angry this gets him, right? He's a spoiled little American child, playing with his GI Joes, and like, no, but you can't be on the Cobra team. Cobra is evil. Cobra is evil.
So I haven't just said that because I was about to finish the point. I haven't just said that 5 times. I've included an explanation of the history of a huge range of different democratic, liberal, socialist movements over time that weren't just pretending until they got power and then they would become authoritarian Maoists. In fact, they were just Democrats, it turned out. Okay. And you keep ignoring that and then reasserting without any backing your conspiracy about the broad 10% of the base of the Democratic Party socialist movement.
Stop, Econoboy. The problem here, right, is that they say that they're doing this. That there is a broad number of American socialist people who live in America,
very small minority of them say that.
Okay. Again, who state
I would also like
that they are doing this.
And so, what was the excuse for bringing Connor on? Is to have some balance, given that Econoboy is on there. Never mind the fact that Wick is 100%, in agreement. Now he could say, "No, I'm acting as a host." No, you're not. You're participating in the debate. This is a 3 versus 2 debate here because you just don't want you're control freaks, right? At the bottom of it all, like, this fucking adherence to capitalist, this rigid adherence to capitalist ideology is a form of control obsession.
They call themselves the Vanguard. Why do you?
Yeah, that you got them there, Wick. They call themselves the Vanguard. So chat, here's my idea. All right, I've been talking to Deem about this, but I would love to bring the Vanguard on with Wick, with Destiny. Oh God, I don't want to do Destiny, chat. I don't want to talk to that guy. I want you to hear it from Zach and Gavin. Why they call themselves the Vanguard. You can ask them about theory. They're not going to have a lot of answers for you because that's not their wheelhouse. They're into they're into cinema. They're into like a lot of stuff, but theory is not one of those things. They did not name their podcast the Vanguard after having read Marxist Leninist theory. That's not where they're coming from at all.
Do you think they call themselves the Vanguard, Econoboy? Why do you think they chose that name?
And every single person on this panel said, to the extent that there's evidence that people are doing that, they should not be included in the movement.
So you are condemning specifically the Vanguard today.
Wait. Okay. Hang on. So
condemning the Vanguard for their name, without any sort of interest in like what that name might come from and what that name might mean, and if it might be a reference to Gavin's van that he had, like his first his first they had a van. Was it Gavin's van, Miku? It's just a reference to a van. That's all. It doesn't get. It's not more deep. There's nothing more deep. They're not talking about a Vanguard Comrade Silly and Billy. That's right. Wow. Wait, whose van? I thought it was. I'm trying to give the right story because I know they explained this to me at one point. I think it was Gavin's van. I could be wrong.
I want to be specific. I'm asking Econoboy. Shut up. I haven't heard. Shut up, Pisco. I'm asking Econoboy. Today on my show, you are condemning specifically the Vanguard.
What did they say?
Okay. I don't know what they said.
It doesn't matter what they said. Their name is the Vanguard. That's all we need. That's all you need to know if you're Destiny or Connor.
Reference it.
Okay. So first of all, a clue is in the name.
But I want the Vanguard. I want these people that are fucking witch hunting the Vanguard as these evil, insidious tankies doing entryism. Trying to sneak into the left. That's pretty sneaky. They named themselves the Vanguard, right? They should have named themselves the globe emojis or something if they wanted to sneak in. But no, they made the mistake of that was they accidentally went mask off with their name. Remembering them talking about it, but the detail I recall, they were surprised when they learned, what the Vanguard. Yeah, I've talked to them about this, right? It had nothing to do. I mean, honestly, like I think I did assume they were Marxist-Leninists when the first time a video got served to me of the Vanguard. I think my assumption was, there's just some
Narwhal
it's just some Marxist-Leninists, right?
Super chatted $20.
They're not.
I'm putting my tusk in the ring
after
for
watching
now.
just a little bit of their
Did you
content,
see
I could
Hank is
tell.
in chat?
I could tell that, and okay, what is this? I'm putting my tusk in the ring for Jink now. Did you see? Yeah, winners and losers is in chat, and maybe chat, if you want to click on Hank's name there, you could give Hank a follow, so you'll see when Hank's video on Shaky Gurga comes out. Thanks for gracing us with your presence tonight, Hank. And I'm sure Hank is also aware that the subject of unions comes up in the on Jubilee on Jink's episode, which I think Hank, does it come out on Sunday? But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature, and it's going towards Jink. So look at that. I said before I didn't think that Jink had a chance, but maybe I was wrong. I was like, oh no, that's 15 points down. See, this is the power. It's the power of putting your money where your mouth is. You can actually change the results of the poll. It can be a very dynamic and fluid type situation. They think everything is a commie dog whistle, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, like they're like I said, as I thought about, I said this out loud. And I'm like, yeah, I want to bring the Vanguard on and Destiny, and I'm like, do I really? I've talked to Destiny on stream before. It's not. because I mean, like the whole thing is like, I don't mind that much the idea that Destiny might slip in and make an appearance on Bird Brains, like, right? I mean, that's whatever, right? What I don't want happening is Irene making an appearance on Destiny's channel, right? So that we get, you know, all the hate directed over here, and we have to, mods have extra work to do to keep the chat usable. I do not want that. I do not want every single one of my tweets or skeets being replied to by 1,000 DGGers. I do not want the Dat Katie treatment, and that's what you tend to get. Yeah, the last time Destiny wanted to talk to me, I turned him down for that exact reason. It's not worth it. Hoping Jubilee blows up the project because, you know, Jink is gonna have to defend this. And he's just gonna keep lying until the cover is blown. Well, I mean, like there has been a lot of discourse about at the moment, based on the Mehdi Hasan surrounded, there's a lot of discourse about whether the effect of Jubilee is to give prominence to some far-right people who would not ever get that much exposure otherwise, right? And obviously the pushback is, well, you know, if you've seen Trump, you know, they're pretty radical, right? If, you know, we do have to deal with this, you know, far-right radical shit because that's, you know, who's in power. You know, forget Trump. Like, look at Stephen Miller, right? If you want to see radical, right? And but I feel like with Jink that might change the conversation, right? Because it's the opposite. It's the you know, no, it's not the opposite. What the fuck is it? The populist, which, like, look, there are populists, right? A great example of this was Crystal and Kyle, sorry, not Crystal and Kyle, Crystal and Sagar confronting Slotkin on breaking points, right? Like that's populist, right? You got, you know, populist right, you know, in the, you know, fairly radical in his own way in the form of Sagar, and populist left in the form of Crystal. Jink fancies himself a populist, but it's really dubious. In a lot of ways, he's just like I feel like I don't know. Center populism, like what the fuck is that? And so by definition, the way he's trying to set this up is the idea is that the people that he's surrounded by are what, institutional party people, like you know, Republican and Democrat team players. You know, like he's somehow more radical for being in the center. I don't know. It's words start to lose their meaning at some point.
The Vanguard.
No,
and we
what
talked
did they
about,
do? Or what's the evidence?
What's their position?
I'm giving you evidence, right?
Like with Hasan, there's evidence that he literally says he just wants to co-opt democratic frameworks. Like
Correct.
He's literally said this, right? So that's pretty
How
good
about
evidence.
the tweet today or yesterday calling Pete a rat, or that he looks like a rat, or that he
Yes.
reminds him of a rat, or whatever?
What? I feel like this is the second time that Destiny's made a wild accusation at, I'm guessing Hasan? Is that who we're talking about? As far as saying any inappropriate things about Pete Buttigieg, the first time was he called him like Pete Buttigieg or something, or and Destiny was like, that's obviously an anti-gay statement. And now I don't know, where's he going with the rat thing? I mean, it is a trope. I just don't know if that's a trope that applies to Pete Buttigieg in any way.
So the Vanguard,
Shut up,
I haven't
Pisco.
heard.
Shut up, Pisco. I'm asking you, Boy. Today on my show,
Vanguard say?
you are
What did the Vanguard
condemning
say?
specifically the Vanguard.
What did they say?
do?
Okay.
I don't know what they said. Reference it.
Okay. So first of all, one clue is in the name, the Vanguard.
No,
You're so hung up on the name, aren't you?
what did they do? Or what's the
What did they
evidence?
say?
What did
What's
they
their
say?
position?
I'm giving you evidence, right?
Like with Hasan, there's evidence that he literally says he just wants to co-opt democratic frameworks. Like
Correct.
he's literally said this, right? So that's pretty
How
good
about the
evidence.
tweet today or yesterday calling Pete a rat, or that he looks like a rat, or that he reminds him of a rat, or whatever?
Is that evidence that he is trying to institute a authoritarian communism?
It could just be mean.
Wait.
What is acceptable evidence that somebody's trying to institute authoritarian communism if they work in the media?
Wait. Statements like Hasan gave, correct?
So they've done shows about ignoring the Constitution and ignoring the Supreme Court, dissolving the Supreme Court.
I haven't seen that.
Okay,
yeah. So to the extent that they have those beliefs, and to the extent that to the extent that they have those beliefs,
they call themselves the Vanguard for a reason.
To the extent
it's like if I called myself the Grapist.
Wait. Let me give you what you want.
If I called myself the Grapist, oh my God, are we going back to whitest kids you know? Hasan Buttigieg rat. Is he talking about Hasan tweeting about Buttigieg? Oh no, that is the Vanguard. Wow.
I think that he also, just as a matter of campaign strategy, was omnipresent. He was everywhere. He's going on podcasts. He was doing social media. And so I think
about Trump,
a lot of more conventional political operatives didn't see him coming.
Andrew Cuomo had a more conventional media campaign.
For sure. And I think in
oh, no, sorry.
In addition to the...
He's talking about Mamdani.
The more
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. Makes me think of the one Felix versus Destiny clip that exists, and it's about Pete.
Of the status quo. So I think a lot of people are focused.
It's more than just the status quo. He reminded people of why their grandparents are dead, and he reminded people of the women that he allegedly groped. That's what he reminded people of. He also reminded people of the failure. Look, chat. Nobody talks about this, right? But the Democrats could have controlled at least one branch of the government, that being the House of Representatives, right? The reason they didn't is because New York State, and I'm trying to remember if this was Hochul or Cuomo that did. I think it was during Cuomo's time, right? But New York State did redistricting not to do what Newsom is trying to do or what Texas is trying to do and eke more, seats out for Democrats, right? But rather to make more seats impossible to AOC, make it so there's more districts. There's less possible districts that that a progressive could win a primary and then get elected in the general at, right? And this, very likely is if that hadn't happened, the Democrats would control the House right now. So, yeah, also the weakness of the Democratic Party is what people should think of when they think of Andrew Cuomo.
On the leftism, the ideological leftism, that I think people are focused on the leftism, the ideological leftism, that I think we shouldn't be so surprised that prevailed in a New York Democratic Party primary. But I think if my party wants to learn lessons from Mamdani's success that are portable to a place like Michigan, where I live, it's less about the ideology and more about the message discipline of focusing on what people care about and the tactical wisdom of getting out there and talking to everybody.
Why is he's in, I guess South Bend is pretty close to Michigan. His other claim to fame was being Mayo Pete, the mayor of South Bend, Indiana. Anyway, that's what they're referencing.
First of all, the rapist, really?
The rapist, right? Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
okay. So if they have the position that we should ignore the Constitution, if they have the position that we should, ignore democratic systems and get rid of all that stuff, then no, they should not be part of a quote unquote coalition. And if what you mean by be part of a coalition is be at the halls of power, design policy, that kind of stuff. You
know what? It's not like if you named yourself the grapist. It's more like if you named yourself grapeseed oil, and somebody kept on getting hung up on, but you have rape right there in your name. Clearly you like to rape people. And they're like, no, it's actually about oil. It's actually about oil. Rapeseed is my favorite oil. It's the best oil out there. It's so useful. I don't know. It's just like, yeah, there's a completely different use. Again, Vanguard, yes, that phrase gets employed a lot in like Marxist Leninist literature in theory, right? but it's not exclusive to that. Vanguard here, God, do we need to just bring up the, I want to show you, there's probably, if I type it in, I'm sure I'll get multiple definitions. There are a lot of uses of Vanguard that have, oh my God, not the fucking company thanks so much, card fight Vanguard? No. The Vanguard group? No. What am I trying to say? Definition, Vanguard definition. Okay. Oh, look at this. Wow, they don't even have the, if I just go for the Google definition here, chat, it's not even, like the use of the definition of Vanguard that they're talking about doesn't even occur in the, you don't even see it on this page, right? A group of people leading the way in new developments or ideas. Experimental spirit. So art is a place where you could use Vanguard. You could use it. You could apply the word to capitalism, right? Somebody has an innovative idea of how to run a business. You know, like it's I don't know. It's like the foremost part, advancing army, or yeah, like I said before, the tip of the spear is somehow sometimes what that means. Oh wait, it's related to avant-garde. What? I didn't know that. Vanguard, avant-garde, Vanguard, yeah. They're early adopters, really, is, you know, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Just looking at it in the, and like you could say, well, that's not the political meaning. Well, this is the common, these are the most, you know, I feel like there should be way more definitions than this. Yeah, let's look at this.
Vanguard.
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 Part of the army or navy that leads an attack on the enemy. The group of people that, yeah, it's the same thing. How far down do we got to scroll to get the, you know, front or part of a group of people who are moving forward, especially the army, people making changes and new developments. Okay. It's not even on this page, chat. The you know, Marxian definition of this word is not something that the what is this Cambridge dictionary.cambridge.org has deigned important to put on the page for it. Yeah, it's,
if the prescription is don't talk to them, I think that's a different kind of thing, right? I don't think is anyone here saying that we shouldn't talk to them? Okay.
Don't talk
all right.
to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
there's the front spearman thing. Wait, what are those called? Those units? Like the oh my God, I'm trying to remember the formation that they use with spears.
To the extent that they have these positions, to the extent that they're crypto about their authoritarianism,
well, yeah, no, they're definitely, yeah, they're sewing out about the Vanguard Party, but they're not noticing the fact that it's not, yeah, phalanx, yeah. They're not noticing that that's not what their name even refers to.
Well, there's no disagreement. They shouldn't be a part of the quote unquote coalition. If what you mean by that,
it's deeper than that.
Can I? Okay, here. Okay, you know what? This is what this feels like. This is why this is such a crazy conversation, okay? If you have two groups of friends and people in one group really likes Chinese food and the other group really likes Indian food, and you're trying to vote on where to go to eat, okay, every weekend, all right? And you have this new group of people who show up and they say, I really like wings. And that's the only fucking thing that they ever say about your Chinese food that they like. But you include them in your group of friends who are voting to say, I want to go eat Chinese food because they only show up for the wings. But you know that when they go back to their own group of friends, they say, as soon as we have enough wing voters, we're going to go to the fucking pizza place. That's the issue that we're running into here is you're pretending like these guys who only like wings are supporting your entire Chinese food weekly outing, when in reality, they're just trying to build up enough people, and they've all blatantly said this, so that they have enough people to go to the pizza place next week. That's the issue that is what's happening.
Just to respond to that briefly, okay, and I think I can speak for Pisco on this as well, that
Cloudy XX with the vote for the butterflies and for Vox. Oh my God, chat! I think we're one super chat away from securing the butterfly. I am not sure. My current count of the bonus meter is accurate. I feel like I may have left. Wait, makes me think of the one Felix and versus Destiny clip that exists. It's about Pete. Felix versus Destiny clip? Wait, what? Where is this? That sounds juicy, Davi. There's a Felix versus Destiny clip? Okay, that's later. Let's see. Felix Biederman. Destiny? Pete? Buttigieg rips into the Trump administration. It's all Pete. Norm Finkelstein versus Destiny. Is it this? It's not this one, is it?
Is of course that the broader world of
168. Thank you.
And internet browsers was introduced last week to the personality known as Destiny.
Mr. Bennell.
Oh, it's so sweet.
Change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking about, at least have the humility. You talk about chapter 6.
Is of course.
Sorry, Chad. I had it turned too low. Let me turn it back up.
Sasha G super chatted $5. Butterfly
was literally Destiny talking to
surprise.
Felix. Let me
Awesome.
see if I can find that on. Let me see if I can find that on. Yo, butterfly is attained. Hell yeah. What do you think, chat? The pink butterfly or the orange butterfly? Pink butterfly today? It's Destiny Debates Chapo? Oh, that's an old clip, right? Yeah, it's I think they went on is it called that? Is it called Destiny Debates Chapo? There it is. Wow. 4 years ago. On Trainwrecks? Holy shit.
Thanks for having me.
Oh my god, chat. I feel like I just stepped out of a time capsule. Like this is like around the time that I started streaming, I think.
To scream at people tonight.
Me too, dude. I can't wait either.
Train, I just want to tell you that the podcast that he's on, they made 2 tweets that were about 10 times worse than anything that you tweeted. And they've caused more drama.
You're on there with Devin Nash. I don't know some of these people.
This past week than probably anything that's happened.
Oh, there it is, Mr. Chapo. There's Mr. Chapo, chat. It's Mr. Chapo.
All right. We can. The last thing we got in trouble for, I really don't. That's bullshit. No one's gonna remember that in a week.
Okay, well, how bad are the tweets? I mean, I don't even think my tweet was that bad. Obviously, you and Destiny don't like it, but like, I don't think my tweet was that bad. What's his tweet?
All right, so it wasn't mine. It was another member of the show.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't do any. I personally didn't do anything, but just to clarify, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. Someone who is on my show. Before I begin with this, are you familiar with the film Sallow?
No.
Oh shit! You can't see Destiny.
It's a movie about rich elites practicing sexual sadism can't imagine why people would think about it now. But he posted a screenshot from that movie, one of the particularly disturbing scenes, and said that it was Mayor Pete's second place victory party in New Hampshire. And everyone on Twitter just decided it was homophobic, even though he's just saying that Pete is a mildly fascist person who would do all the stuff that they're doing in the movie. He's Pete Buttigieg, the presidential candidate.
Yeah.
This is one of those tweets where it's like, yeah, for like 5 days, everyone's going to pretend it's the worst thing they've ever seen, traumatize them. They have to fucking go into hiding. But try bringing this up to someone a year from now. No one will know what the fuck you're talking about.
So what did you say? Or what did this guy say?
I linked it if you want to see.
Yeah, Slasher just linked it.
Okay. Is it wait, what the hell is this?
It might be TOS to open on stream though. So
yeah,
I mean, it's not showing any sexual organs.
Oh, there might be a dick in that picture in the background, actually.
Potentially, yeah. Better safe than sorry. I would hate for this tweet to get you fucked up with Twitch.
No way, I'm not gonna show it.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, that would have been a real shame if Trainwrecks had gotten banned from Twitch.
Wait, there's a dick?
I'd feel so bad about that. Over a dick of all things.
Where?
Yeah.
Mendel is very good at spotting.
Oh wow, that's a nice
yeah,
one,
you
dude.
see it. Yeah, you can see it. It's
That's a nice one, dude. Wow.
It looks like an arm.
Not bad. Not bad.
Nice.
Good. Well, good for that guy.
Oh damn! When you see it, okay, there we go.
Pretty standard.
What are they doing? Cutting his tongue?
Well, it's sort of a torture scene.
So wait, because there was a dick in the picture, people thought it was homophobic? Is that what it is?
Pretty standard.
I remember Hasan, like I said, calling him booty judge, and Destiny saying that was homophobic. So wait, that would mean if Destiny's going to go off on this being homophobic, that's going to be the third time that he's accused people of being homophobic, people on the left of being homophobic to Mayo Pete.
You know what? I got to be honest with you. I wasn't super familiar with this movie. I don't know how he pulled it out, but you know, some people are more into movies than others. Go for it.
Wait, so okay, so are they shaving his tongue?
Shaving some skin off it.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, they're putting something on it.
I mean,
I don't get it.
Is he making a joke that the Buttigieg staff party is just a bunch of men having sex?
No. That's absolutely not the joke. The context, like, what he's saying is that they're. I don't know. You familiar with like the Monster of Florence?
No.
It was this case of rich elites in Florence. They would perform sort of like sadomasochistic sexual abuse and murder on people, and it was just like it was a huge depraved.
Okay. A bunch of libertine aristocrats hire sex workers to recount their most depraved escapades and have their underage captured sex slaves reenact them is the basic gist. And somebody posted this in response to Mayor Pete. Felix is saying because he is it in reference to him I wrote a paper on that film. So wait, what's the idea that people are saying that he's associating Pete with like sexual libertinism because he's gay, and the point that is trying to be made is based on by the Marquis, 120 Days in Sodom. Yeah, I'm familiar with that work. But what's because Pete is in a yeah I mean like that, it was clear to me, but people tried to make that they're associating him with sex because he's gay. Is that the accusation
thing? And they tried to pin it on poor people, and just a case of, it's like Jeffrey Epstein. It's like someone gets so powerful, they're like, what can I get away with logically? And that's kind of what's going on in this movie. He's saying that's what they're doing. Because this isn't like gay guys having consensual sex. This is them torturing a boy. So
Pretty sure the only reason the tweet works is because Pete is gay, and I'm pretty sure most people know that. That is 100% true. You can try to draw allusions to fascism. I guess maybe if you don't know what fascism is or have any fucking idea about like anything having to do with fascism at all, but like the idea that like, oh yeah, well the average person that retweeted this definitely knew about the Florence movie and saw the the parallels to fascism. It's funny because he's gay. That's like a big criticism that a lot of Bernie bros have been getting lately.
That may be how you see it, but people make the exact same type of fucking jokes about Hillary.
What's funny is there are real criticisms you can make of the Bernie campaign, and if you want to see more on that, I would suggest I don't know if it's FD Signifier's latest B-side, but one of his recent B-sides goes over some of the issues with the Bernie campaign that it made it difficult for them to have any sort of meaningful outreach amongst black voters. And but so in other words, like there is like a criticism there. It's not because Bernie is racist, it's because of probably the people that he selected for his campaign are kind of these post-left, anti-woke. I don't know. I feel like I'm over. We're talking about Brianna Joy Gray, really, and I feel like that's a bit of a stretch for Brianna Joy Gray, but she's somewhere in that direction, I guess, and that caused some problems with the outreach. But for Destiny to do it, it's clear why. It's clear where he's coming from, right? This is just a convenient thing for him to. It's in the same way with Hillary Clinton, making this. Accusation, right? Or in the same way that the current Democrats are what are they calling they're calling the Mamdani coalition the gentrifiers or something, and because the Mamdani didn't do as well with black voters, so they're like, yeah, well there's a criticism there. It's just like, it's coming from a very disingenuous place.
Clinton.
About her getting gay raped while she's gay in a climate.
Do you think the joke is that he's saying that Pete is the boy?
I don't know what the joke is, but I know that right now there's
you just said you knew what the joke is. You just said that you knew it was a gay joke, and that's why it's getting.
No, I didn't say that. I said I know how most people interpreted it, which is why it's getting so much backlash. And if you're gonna sit here and tell me that most people know about the Florence movie and interpreted it as some whatever bullshit,
isn't it literally from the Florence movie?
You're deluding yourself. But we both know that that's not true, right?
Well, I mean, the more
there's a reason why you couldn't answer that question. Like, it's true.
I can't answer
it's true, dog.
Don't shut the fuck up.
Come on, dude. What about Pete?
No, let me fucking answer.
Yeah.
The reason people retweeted it a lot and it has 9,700 likes is because it became a huge subject of controversy. That happens to every tweet that becomes a fucking topic of the day. And you fucking know that as well.
I know that right now there's a lot of really weird like physical appearance attacks on Pete and a lot of really weird homophobic tweets about Pete, about him not being gay enough, about him not kissing his husband in the perfectly gay way or whatever. And then this just kind of like adds to that whole environment. And I mean, like, most people associate Chapo with being, the big like Bernie bro crowd. So it's not too surprising that you would get that kind of backlash. Like, you'd have to be pretty fucking retarded to tweet that out and not assume that people are going to interpret it in a homophobic manner. But I mean, like, maybe you guys are, so I don't know. But you and me both know that that's how that tweet was going to be interpreted, no matter like what the fuck your intention was behind it, right?
Not necessarily. You really think shut the fuck up. Do you really think he anticipated a fucking 2-day news cycle about it being homophobic? It's very clear what he meant. If you follow him, if you know him, if you know the type of jokes he makes.
So I'm sorry. So tell me what the tweet meant again. Can you?
The tweet meant that Pete is a member, jokingly saying that Pete is a member.
Yeah, it was like an Eyes Wide Shut kind of reference, right?
Of an elite circle of sadomasochistic freaks, as depicted in the film Sallow.
And you think when tweeting that scene, that particular scene,
gay sex looks like, if that's what you think gay sex is a representation of gay sex, go for it. You're free.
Wow, so I'm the real homophobe. Wow, you turned that one around. Man, I've heard that from conservatives so many times. So I'm curious. So when you tweeted that particular scene, or when that scene was tweeted with the massive gay orgy and then the reference to Pete's campaign, everybody's like, oh yeah, people.
Is it a massive gay orgy or is it just a massive orgy with some like male on male?
will totally get like the fascist undercurrent that we're going for in this tweet. You know, amidst the current climate of homophobic attacks that are getting like thousands of fucking likes and retweets on Twitter. That's definitely how this one is going to be interpreted. There's no way you're that clueless, right?
Do you think that you should just disqualify any joke or any tweet based on the worst way it could be interpreted?
No, but I think that's not that.
You just want to disqualify people, right? You just want more of a reason to like. I know that I think Destiny might have supported Bernie at some point at the primary, but when there was like a case that could be made for, you know, it's time to rally around the candidate. It's time for Bernie to drop out even before, you know, it was mathematically the time for that. Yeah, I think he just was it Virgil that posted it? I don't know. There's very little gay in that movie, so yeah, it's more of an orgy. Oh God, it's an orgy. Yeah, the objectionable thing is the that they're, you know, they're doing this shit to underage individuals. Is Epstein only grape counts as sexual assault? Divorce Ellie trying to pearl clutch about it was Will. Okay, Davy says it's Will. It's not Phoenix. Who's Phoenix? Chat. I'm sorry, Virgil. Phoenix is the lost Chapo. Does anybody remember Phoenix? Sorry, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. It is literally a PDF orgy. Okay, I haven't seen this film, but that's what they're referencing. Okay, so I could see how people might interpret this as being homophobic, right? If you're associating a gay man with pedophilia, that's definitely a trope. It sounds like the intention was more towards, associating him with the wealthy elite. Phoenix is the G-Force's spaceship. When the worst motherfucker Sex Destiny tries to he does that all the time. Yeah, it's and that you'll get this shit from Twitch poll too. That's what I was saying before about trying to the way they try to leverage like left-wing intersectional talking points for their right-wing positions. Right. This is what Connor and his fascist friends on that Discord stay up late at night talking about in voice chat. Right.
Not that big of a stretch when you look at it. And I mean, like, you would argue that you should probably have some level of responsibility being the largest podcast on Patreon.
How many times have you said the N-word on stream?
I think 2 or 3 times.
You don't believe that at all. Because
Wait, what does that have to do? Wait, hold on. What was that pivot? Wait, what does that have to do with this discussion?
No, let me finish.
I think Felix is trying to call him out, like just trying to make the point that Destiny is nobody's SJW.
Wait, how many times have I called a black guy the N-word? Because that's more comparable here.
That's my fucking point. I'm saying that someone could ungenerously interpret it.
Uncharitably, yeah.
That's not what you meant.
No, I don't think anybody would see my stream where I've called a black person the N-word. That's never happened before. Whereas your tweet is like pretty clearly. I don't have to interpret your tweet to find a name. Like, it's literally about Pete. Like, you have it right in the tweet, dog. There's no interpretation.
But do you think it's homophobic? Do you think the fucking tweet?
Do I think it's homophobic? I think that you knew it would have been interpreted in a homophobic manner.
First of all,
I don't know if you guys.
I did not post it.
Okay, yeah, or whoever posted it must have known.
Yeah, it's Will Mineker.
I mean, like, you guys are.
Let's blame Will for this. It's Will's fault.
Involved in media cycles enough and social media enough to know that it's going to be interpreted that manner. But I mean, I don't know. I just think it's funny to see.
Every time that you make a sort of risque post, you expect there's going to be a mild degree of backlash. You never know how big.
Wait, why is it risque? What's risque about calling Pete a fascist?
Because this is just like a completely ridiculous joke.
Wait, where does the fascist thing come in? I thought the main meme against Buttigieg is that his CV kind of looks like he might have been involved in U.S. intelligence.
Events of the film Sallow are taking place in his backstage party. It's a fucking ridiculous joke.
I don't get where you get to fascism. It was Virgil? Okay, George says it's Virgil. Davy says it's Will Mineker.
Point of it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Everybody that's familiar with the film.
Didn't Virgil pop up somewhere like Virgil disappeared from the face of the earth for like the longest time. Virgil, Texas, I'm talking about. And I just can't remember what the circumstance was.
And then familiar with the comparisons, of course.
Okay, well, I'm glad. Slasher, I don't know. Wait, does Chapo know Destiny, or do they know each other?
Do you guys have a history?
I'm familiar with them.
Oh, okay.
Their community hates me. I'm the fucking ugh. Or well, for who even knows about me, I guess. But yeah.
Okay, well, you two.
They actually both have, I would say, similar communities, even though you might say
absolutely not. This is all the brain dead Bernie or Buster.
It might. You could maybe make. Could you make a comparison of the subreddit maybe? Could you make Will is the movie guy. Could you make a comparison of the Chapo subreddit, the now banned our Chapo Trap House, which wasn't even necessarily pro Chapo, right? I feel like they got a lot of shit from that. Could you compare that thing maybe to DGG? Is that a similar atmosphere?
Fucking crazy lunatics. The everybody to the right of Bernie is a fucking fascist. That shit? Hell no, dude. I excised all that cancer from my community. I went through that stage of political theory when I was 16. I don't need them in my community today.
You didn't. You were a fucking libertarian when you were 16. Come on, we all know this.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
You were a Ron Paul voter. Shut up.
Do you have any Kamala Dead Andrews in there?
Kamala Dead Andrews.
Virgil got caught up in the Catboy Ranch nonsense? What?
Dead Enders.
Dead Enders? What the fuck does that mean? They were Kamala supporters?
Oh yeah, no, they're Kamala or bus people.
Oh, I'm sure there were. I don't know if they're politically relevant. I don't know if that was even like a large portion of
K-Hive? Yeah, K-Hive was pretty big at some point. Cloudy XX, thank you for the gifted membership to Lairdbot, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Was following, but
wait,
so it was an online portion. I don't really think it's a moral panic.
Wait, so Felix is
people like that.
Wait, so Felix is following. Wait, like they're extremely liberal? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no. If you say liberal, they're so liberal to you that if you call them liberal, they would actually like and scream in fucking agony.
Oh fuck! So his viewer base wouldn't like me at all then.
Is this Train talking? I can't even tell. There's too many thumbnails up here. Anyway, interesting blast from the past. I guess it's hard for me to really have an opinion without having seen the tweet or the movie. We've got some of the chat thinks that it was Virgil that made this tweet. Some of chat thinks that it was Will Miniker that made the tweet. I don't know if we'll solve that controversy either, but let's go back to this debate here.
My point is that is true with the great minority of people that call themselves socialists.
And I understand.
I know you're going to say the media figure. You're going to say the media figure.
You're going to say yes, and you're going to say that of all the voters or whatever. I'm talking about the entire media apparatus. That's why earlier I asked you, can you give me a single person in the media apparatus that identifies as socialist that also supports the Democratic Party?
But then Destiny, okay, so to address your point extremely directly about the entire socialist, Wick.
He just asked for one.
I'm gonna pee really quick, chat. I will be right back. I'll try to listen to it on phone while I'm
one individual.
No, he said that's why I asked you, but I'm addressing his actual point, which was about the media apparatus.
To answer if you can.
You want a separate question?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. It's probably the case that almost
isn't
everyone.
Isn't that problematic? If you're now identifying as a socialist,
that's a different point. That's a different point.
No, it's the same question that I asked earlier, and it's central to the point that I just gave right now. I asked you for a single person that says they actually like Chinese food, and all you can give me are people who support 15 hour minimum wage or wings, who really want to go to the pizza place, which is have the Vanguard Party, which is why they're called the Vanguard, which is why they shit on Chinese.
Not why they're called the Vanguard.
Over and over and over again. And that's an issue.
If we're talking about media figures who call themselves socialists, in terms of like of them who sims for the Democratic Party, it's certainly not a long list to the extent that I could Google and find names right now for you. But so I would agree with that. And so I've already said, and everyone on this podcast seems to be in agreement, that to the extent that many people, and it is a problem, flatly, it is what you're describing is absolutely a problem. To the extent that people in the media space that do that do the exact things that you and Connor and Wick have referenced, Pisco and I are in complete agreement. It's not that we just disagree. It's that we are in complete agreement that these are not people who should be part of the inner party, who should be part of strategic discussions, who should be part of the messaging of Democrats. What I have said, and this is my last sentence before I guess Connor wants to go, is that people like this should simply be used as other platforms for Democrats to engage in for the purposes of fundraising, for the purposes of spreading their message. If Democrats want to go on Hasan's show or the Vanguard or Brianna Joy Gray or fucking Kyle and Crystal show, then that they should do that because they should engage in these alternative media species.
Sure, but you understand
they aren't
that,
part of the inner party.
Sure, but you understand that it undermines the fuck. Wait. You understand that it undermines the fuck out of the Democratic Party if we're saying that all the good things that we support, I call myself a socialist, and I think all the good things that have come from the Democratic Party have come because of socialists. And also, all of the media people that call themselves socialists fucking hate Democrats, and they constantly attack the Democratic Party.
You agree with the Econoboy?
It's not that simple, bro. I know you really like the yes or no's, but it's not really that simple. It's not that simple.
No, I don't.
So to Destiny's question,
I don't agree with Econoboy.
So to your question, Destiny, I do fully agree that it is a problem that there is a disconnect between the typical socialist politician and the typical socialist media figure. I do agree that that's a problem. Okay. The only thing that started this entire discourse for the last week was what I said was, I just don't think that these alternative media, socialist media figures have that much of an effect on electoral outcomes for democratic socialists and for liberals broadly. Okay, and I think that we can generally.
What is the? Can I ask you then? Like, so when you look at like the 40-point drop in say like Dearborn supporting the Democratic candidate, do you really think that none of these alternative media spheres have any influence whatsoever on? Are they just completely irrelevant, or?
I would never say something so stupid as they don't have any influence or that they don't have some determination of the outcome of elections. Okay, I would never say that. When it comes to Dearborn specifically, I think that it is more sensible to say several things. Number one, I would say that generally speaking, it seems like a lot of Muslim immigrants revert to their, not revert, but like there's like a coming to the mean of the average American conservative view over time as they assimilate. You see that with other immigrants groups as well as Muslim Americans. Number two, I think that you see that with Muslim Americans specifically, they are particularly sensitive to the Israel-Palestine issue, and whoever was in government, it blew the fuck up during a Democratic administration, and so there was a lot of reactionary sentiment with that issue in a lot of Muslim communities. I think generally explains
that reaction. Sure, but two things. One, so you said that it was a problem. I'm not going for gotchas here, okay? I don't give a fuck about gotchas. I know Pisco loves them, but I'm not looking for gotchas.
It's not a gotcha.
Yeah. But the issue is that all of these elections are so close. So if we agree that it is a problem, and then we talk about how I don't think, I don't know, or never mind, that was edgy.
Wait, do we have a disagreement?
I don't think that they reverted. Wait. I don't think that they reverted to the mean in one election cycle when it came to voting issues. Okay, I think that if you want to say that they voted because they were super energized by the Israel-Palestine issue, it doesn't make sense to me that they would vote for Jill Stein. Because if you really cared about that issue, I think that the clear choice, even if you think they don't handle it as well, would have been the Democrat candidate over the Republican candidate. So the fact that there were so many people, but the fact that there were so many people in the center left saying, or not center left, but so many people in the left-wing media apparatus all saying they're both the same, all protesting the DNC, all protesting all the Democratic candidates. Isn't that a problem?
I think we agree it's a problem. Wait, stop. Why does he keep repeating? Is it a problem? You just heard Econoboys and I agree. It's a problem. Why did you repeat that at the end?
Well, because if it's a problem, then I don't know if we should be trying to appeal to the socialists, which is the name of this panel, appealing to leftists. We should be trying to court them if they're actively attacking the party, and these elections are already so close, and they're already turning off so many of our voters already. This is just
Okay, this is why I wanted to ask the question earlier, because I think this gets to the heart of the matter. It goes us back on track. And this is a question to Pisco first, and Econoboy,
that was directly
right?
relevant.
Question to your side, and then a question to the other side. I will counterpoints. I will get to you. I promise, but I'm going to.
When he behaves himself, when he puts his hand up, you yell at him, and when he yells, you yell at him.
He can have it.
I'm
not yelling at him.
You're not reinforcing good behavior on this panel.
Let me fucking get my point out, okay? Then maybe we can get to something, okay? The question becomes, who should, as a whole, the Democratic Party, the DNC, etc., who should they be aligning themselves more with? People like AOC or people like Josh Shapiro?
Yeah, I don't understand how that is related to what Stephen was just talking about, right? So we agree. So I thought he was not.
He was considered a circuit breaker question.
I'll answer the question directly. So to answer the question directly, I think that because socialists are about 10% of the Democratic base, generally speaking, the platform and the types of candidates that we put forward should probably tilt moderate if the only thing we care about is absolutely maximizing our vote share. Okay,
And winning elections.
Now,
Yes, fair enough. Okay.
Now I'll say two things. I'll say that that's not necessarily always the literal only thing.
God, of all the times to step away, I am tempted to rewind it, chat. I heard most of that. This is something that really, like, this is the big point I want to drive home on this video. What Destiny just said about Dearborn. You can tell that Democratic Party sycophants, team players like Destiny, feel entitled to the votes of everyone who is on the left, right? And so, you know, they look at Dearborn, they want to take Dearborn off the table. They want to take Black voters off the table. They want to take Latino voters off the table, right? Because they're like, well, you got nowhere else to go. Do you? Trump fucking hates you. Trump fucking, if you're Muslim, Trump fucking, yeah, that's true. Trump fucking hates you. Trump's gonna enact policies against you. Yep, he tried to do a travel ban. Yep, that's true, right? He feels like entitled, right? And this is the problem with the Democratic Party, is that they felt entitled to these votes. They were like, we don't have to do shit for them. They got nowhere else to go. They're doing the same thing to trans people now. Oh, really? You're going to vote against us? That's really cute. Yeah, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make sure that you never play another sport in your fucking life. And the next generation of trans people, no sports for you. We're going to completely roll over on you. You'll be lucky if you can use the bathroom by the time that we are done virtue signaling that we are not owned by big they them. You got nowhere else to go. Who are you going to vote for? Who are you going to go vote for? Right? And the thing is, like, who are you going to vote for? Maybe a third party. Maybe no one. And in the case of Dearborn, because of Kamala's phenomenal fuck up, because of the degree to which she assumed that those voters were in the tank for her, right? Some voted for Trump, all right? Because guess who was there for the Republicans? Donald Trump himself. And he said some very general things about wanting to get, you know, this horrible business of what's going on in Gaza. You know, like he said something that could be interpreted, if you're looking for hope, as like maybe Trump's going to do something about Gaza, because I know that Biden didn't. And I feel like, you know, from what Kamala's saying, it sounds like she sure as fuck is gonna. She's given me no hope. Trump's given, you know, you a very vague statement, which if you're a particularly, you know, canny voter, you might recognize. No. I know where this is going. He's not going to be worse. He's not going to be better than Biden and Kamala. He's going to be actually worse, right? But you know, you can't assume that if you do such a piss poor job. You know who the Democrats sent in, chat? I believe Bill Clinton. I believe Bill Clinton was sent to Michigan to scold voters about anti-Semitism and how opposing Israel is anti-Semitic, right? I mean, this is an unforced error. And Destiny, what he doesn't get, right? So he thinks we're entitled to these people's votes. We gotta all buckle down. We gotta all lock in, right? And at the moment, you know, during an election, right? You, even if you got a criticism for a candidate, you don't say shit. You don't say shit because you know that these things are won or lost by tiny little margins, and you're gonna fucking cheerlead Kamala. She's the best. She can't do it. I'll cut off my breast, right? You know, you're just gonna be fucking in the tank and say, like, right, this little criticism. No. I'm sorry. That's wrong. The only way that Kamala's going to do better with Michigan voters in general, and yet there's a lot of people that are voting along the same lines as Dearborn in Michigan, right? That was maybe a winnable state. The way to get Kamala to win is to force Kamala to take a pragmatic and moral position on Gaza, right? There it is. That might not have won the election. That would have won Michigan. And your technique of shut the fuck up, don't you dare criticize, is actually getting in the way of your pragmatism that you claim. That's what this is all. You're being pragmatic, right? You're not. You're too stupid to be fucking pragmatic. And anybody that takes your advice on politics is a fool. Is an absolute fool. Did I see Bassem go off the Nelk Boys today? He said quite rightly that when you identify a narcissistic psychopath, the only thing you can do is stop listening because you know everything they say is a lie. I saw that he had said something. I haven't seen the clip yet. Oh yeah, Richie Torres. I forgot they sent Richie Torres out there. Torres and Clinton, yeah, to appeal to the Muslim voters, right? Sorry, I'm sorry, but this is the big thing that I want people to take home from this. I'd love to know who they think of as a socialist commentator. I don't know what in terms of. Oh, you know what's funny? They think it's the Vanguard. Katie, do you know the Vanguard? You know Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard? I mean, they're kind of talking about Hasan, but they're also meaning the Vanguard here. Which, you know, I mean, like, listen to the name alone, your spidey sense might go off. Oh yeah, that sounds like a socialist content creator, until you realize that these are two bros from fucking Kansas City that had a van. They had a van. They remember the van fondly. They named themselves the Vanguard. That's really all there is to it. It's not about theory. It's not about a Vanguard party. It's not about ideology. It's not about any of this stuff. It's literally just that. But yeah, based on that, Wick, Destiny, and Counterpoints are sure that the Vanguards are not only socialists, not only communists, but they're tankies. They're somebody call Sister Rose, because we got tankies. We get tankies cited. All right, we gotta do something about this. God fucking damn it! What a ridiculous cursed debate that this is. Bill Clinton scolded Dearborn, Michigan voters about anti-Semitism. Obama scolded black men for supposedly not wanting to vote for a black woman. We're seeing a pattern of dog shit. Yeah, you don't get voters by making fun of people. You don't get voters by scolding people. You don't get voters by yelling at people. If you're having trouble consolidating voters that you think should be on your side to your side, you've got a problem with the candidate. You've got a problem with the campaign, and you need to scold not the voters, but the politicians. The campaign team, the candidate herself, right? That's who needs to move, right? Because you're never gonna get the results that you want by fucking being like, you stupid. He's basically like saying, you stupid Muslims, how dare, don't you understand Trump will be worse? That is not an appeal that is gonna work. That is not a fucking appeal that is gonna work. And like, you should check yourself. If you ever find yourself, yeah, like I mean, I know it's gross, but that's what the mentality is, right? That's what, not just of Destiny. I think of Bill Clinton and Richie Torres as well, right? Don't you understand you have no place else to go? No, our game theory shows that you vote for us no matter how bad we are, and that's why we're so bad. That's why we feel no need whatsoever to appeal to you, because in our minds, you got nowhere else to go. And I'm sorry, that was an incorrect calculation. You turned people's stomachs. You broke people's trust. And yes, a certain percentage of those people are now going to be ripe for Trump to go in, give them something that sounds like it might be hope when you're giving them no hope at all, and actually rack up a few of those votes. That's exactly what happened. That's why, that's one of the myriad of reasons that Kamala Harris lost. Definitely the reason that she lost Michigan, and possibly the reason that she lost the election. Destiny, anyone left of Joe Manchin is a tanky? Yeah. Use the CNN report when they found the most misogynist black barber they could to justify that shit. Oh yeah, wait, they used that CNN report where they found the most misogynist black barber they could to justify He would call Manchin yeah, Manchin's definitely part of the Vanguard party. Manchin's a crypto tanky. That's right. Sorry, Bassem is Bassem Youssef, George Jackson, and he commented on the Nelk Boys softball interview of Netanyahu recently. I think today or yesterday.
Thing that we would care about. Now, it's obviously very, very important. But then number two, just because they're only 10% does not mean that we should completely ignore them or treat them as Nazis or completely ostracize them from the movement. That they have to also be appealed to, because the Democratic Party is a party of centrists, moderates, like what you could call like moderate tilt left people, slightly more tilt left people, progressive people, and socialists. Every single one of those groups needs to be represented.
If we can
Okay, so chat, there's 2 minutes left on the butterfly goal. We got the butterfly. All right, so that's secured. If anybody wants the confetti, you got 2 minutes. If there's any confetti fans out there, all right, 2 more super chats will prompt the confetti. But
demonstrate that by excising or
what do you mean by that excising? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I'll explain once I ask a question. Right?
Well, wait. Okay, wait, hold on. I love you, but we're the two that are debating this topic, right? So Wig might have his feeling of it. When I say excise, we're talking about the media environment. If you call yourself a socialist and you constantly shit on the Democratic Party, Pisco, now I'm happy that your messaging evolved on this. Yesterday, you were saying you should go on places like Hasan stream to fight with them. Sure, that's fine. I agree with that. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
Wait. You just heard something change. What changed? What changed?
That before it seemed like you were a lot more lukewarm on whether or not Hasan is like
Hasan commentated on what, the Bassem video or on the Nelk video?
An ally, or whether or not those types of people can be appealed to.
No. You find me one place where I said Hasan is an ally. You can't. I never said that.
I'll comb through your entire vibe.
I don't know.
Listen, the same way.
Oh, wait. He actually talked to Kyle and Steiny? I didn't realize he went on Nelk. I assumed that it was just, I saw the video. I assumed it was just him talking about Nelk, but it sounds like he went on full send.
You've been in this space for 2 years and you can't remember a single thing Hasan has apparently said. I'll say I don't have your exact quote here, okay? But all I'm saying is that it shouldn't be the goal of Democrats to appeal to the center fold of what socialism is.
What do you mean by excise? What do you mean by excise? I don't know what you mean by that.
If somebody calls himself a socialist, if they constantly shit on the Democratic Party, then you don't treat them like they're part of your party. If you do on the platform, it is solely adversarial.
Wait a second. No. So now we're totally different. If someone calls themselves a socialist, because you agree Bernie Sanders calls himself a socialist, right?
We're talking.
Chat, I'm imagining Destiny as a political consultant, back in time for FDR. FDR is pondering his vice presidential pick for the first term, and he's thinking about Wallace. He's thinking about the socialist that was nipping at his heels. Wait, no, actually, I don't even know if that's how they picked was the vice president was maybe voted for at the convention at the time, I think. But I'm not imagining, look, by his logic, what I'm trying to say is that FDR's attempt to, FDR wouldn't have been elected president if he had had this kind of advice, right? If you're like, no, don't care about the socialists. Don't do anything for them. Don't do anything for the working party, right? Look, Hoover is terrible. Hoover is terrible for workers. They've got nowhere else to go. Clearly, these voters are in the tank for us. We don't need to think about them at all. We can treat them like shit. We can ignore them. It's gonna be fine, right? I mean, you might have gotten elected. You definitely wouldn't have the mandate that you had, and it wouldn't have caused the lasting advantage that Democrats held. Democrats held the Congress, I think, from like sometime in the 40s to the 90s. Yeah. Contract on America with Newt Gingrich was when the Republicans finally took back the House, right? I think they got the Senate for 2 years under Reagan. But I mean, this is a lasting legislative majority that FDR was able to carve out by not making the mistakes that Destiny is suggesting the Democratic Party make here, right? In times when capitalism itself is discredited, in order to just win the election, in order to just attain power, you do have to consider every single piece of your coalition. Now, obviously, to keep a coalition, you're going to have some, some 180 differences of opinion potentially, and so it's a little bit of a balancing act, pragmatically speaking. Not on a moral level, just pragmatically speaking. But yeah, I mean, this is terrible advice. This is terrible advice. This was VP. Yeah, William Wallace. Wait, that's the guy from Braveheart, right? Is that William Wallace? The guy, the freedom, that guy.
About the media sphere.
Okay,
media.
But Econoboy calls himself a socialist.
Sure.
So we should excise him from the party, correct?
If Econoboy was coming on my platform, it's not a yes or no question. I don't even know what part of your life you would, even in your lawyer school shit, you wouldn't have picked up on this yes or no autistic bullshit. So I don't know where any of this comes. I know you're just asking. I'm telling you that it's fucking retarded.
Answer the question.
So I'm
answer the question. Are you going to excise Econoboy or no?
Answer the question. I'm answering the question. If Econoboy was coming on my stream, it's probably generally right now it's going to be to fight over things like we are right now. Yes. And when Econoboy earlier said, "Oh, we should go home on stream and hash out something," it's going to be to fight over stuff. Somebody who identifies as a socialist when the entirety.
Should we excise him from the party?
That's not what we
If somebody is running a show or running a program and they call themselves socialists, earlier I asked you guys, can you name a single one of these people that don't constantly shit on Democrats? And you guys couldn't think of a single name. So I would say yes, that is the subject. It's central to what
you're asking. Should I stop Live and Learn? Should he be on the podcast Live and Learn? Should I excise Econoboy?
If all of you guys are going to start supporting socialists, yes, you should. It should be called Live and Learn.
Hang on, wait. So you think that Econoboy, we should not be platforming Econoboy because he labels himself a socialist? Is that right?
I think you should challenge him at almost all
he's
times.
like moving in the direction of there, much the same like Sargon of Akkad was like moving in the direction of being a neo-Nazi.
So even though Econoboy gives you his understanding of what socialism is, he explains himself just as a way I assume that Bernie Sanders and AOC would, even though he says I'm not a Marxist.
Again, it's a little bit shocking to me. Chat, nobody brings up Fuentes, right? Like when he's talking about Sargon of Akkad moving to the right, when he's talking about, saying Econoboy is moving in the direction of tankydom. Let's see. Do we have Fuentes probably gets mentioned? Yeah. Okay. Steven, I have an important question. You need to answer yes or no. Okay. Do you think Fuentes should be able to have a TV show? Okay, so that comes up in about 15 minutes. They haven't mentioned Fuentes yet. See, like, for the shit that Destiny is saying about excising people from the, party, about treating people like Nazis and shit like that. Like, he allowed Nick Fuentes to occupy his platform. He did a ton of content with Nick Fuentes when Nick Fuentes was nowhere, when Nick Fuentes had lost all of his clout, right? Destiny actually brought him back. And he defended him. He said he's not a Nazi. People say this guy's a Nazi. I've never heard him say anything Nazi, right? I mean, he's literally responsible for, the resurrection of the careers of two actual fucking Nazis that he played patty cakes. He ate chicken and waffles, chat, with Nick Fuentes. He had sex with Lauren Southern, okay? I think the only reason that Econoboy is not getting treated is going to get treated rough on his show is because Econoboy is not putting out. I mean, that's what I'm left to assume. If you have sex with Destiny, you can be a full-on Nazi, and he will claim that you're not. He will defend you. He will resurrect your career. He will like let you be like, here's my platform, give it unto you. Here you go. Knock yourself out, right? Fuentes, Southern. Do we find? So that's at 202 Southern. Nope. How many mentions of Fuentes do we get? We get 1, 2. Yeah, just 207. I presume Fuentes, even though he's evil, nefarious. All right, look, we got to kind of, I wanted to do this whole thing, but I know I got to also get to this. This is the 1v1 that everybody's been pining for. Pisco's going to take on Destiny. It's going to be Pisco versus Destiny here. I want to check out this section where they mention Fuentes. I don't think I'm getting what I want, which would be Stephen being confronted about his utter hypocrisy, right? You know, his rhetoric about socialists is that they're as bad as Nazis, right? But the thing is, he just doesn't treat Nazis that bad. When I talked about that Discord, that Connor has been a part of, Destiny was involved in that shit too. Destiny was essentially ideologically allied to those people when they were gunning for left-wing Twitch streamers like myself. I mean, he wasn't part of the anti-NCC stuff as far as I know, but he was part of that same group, right? And it's just massively hypocritical of him. The truth of the matter is that Destiny's a lot more comfortable with the far right than he is with the far left. And you really got to ask yourself what's behind that. You really do need to ask yourself that. Now, if I was really cynical, I'd say that, Destiny's got some kind of crypto shit going on himself. I don't actually think that that's what it is. I think it's more along the lines that he is operating for his own benefit. He, his ideology is malleable, and, his understanding is actually very shallow. So it's easy for somebody to get in his ear and convince him to go a different way. It's easy for him to switch his ideology according to what he thinks is more beneficial for content. And that if he thinks rehabilitating the career of a dead, content creator like Nick Fuentes or Lauren Southern will be beneficial, will get him views, will be exciting content that engages his audience, he will absolutely do it without any sort of regard to the effect that he's having on politics at large. That's my opinion. But again, we can't look at into the heart of somebody. For all I know, he may be a crypto fash himself. Who knows?
Says, even though you smeared him as saying he's anti-democratic when he isn't anti-democratic.
No.
So why do you have this prescription?
Let's
get
a clap. Can we get a round of applause for those? Yes or no?
Hang on.
Yeah,
I mean, this is all fucking performance what you're doing.
Yeah.
Sargon has like zero platform. I don't know. He's talking about Sargon from back in the day, I think. Like he debated Sargon, I don't know, 5-6 years ago or something, right? But does Sargon have zero platform these days? His podcast is called Lotus Eaters. I think he's got a website with that too. I don't ever see shit from Sargon. I don't ever see shit from Lotus Eaters. But I gotta say that because of the sort of siloed nature of content currently, that doesn't mean that Sargon doesn't have influence, right? There's a lot of far right creators that they don't show up in my algorithm. That doesn't mean that they're not in the algorithm at large, though. He didn't leave his wife for a leftist. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, I knew you were fucking around, Richard D. Johnson. I thought it was funny. But it got me for a second. I was like, wait a minute, was his first name William? And then I'm like, oh no, that's the Braveheart guy.
So why is your prescription there for? If you don't have,
I can't do whys. I only do yes or no's. Can you format that in yes or no question?
I'm gonna focus it. If it's the case that you
for multiple choice, I could do. Yeah.
If it's the case that you wouldn't have a problem with AOC if she stopped being a politician, became a media figure, started a show, why then? So you don't have a problem with it in principle. Why would you have a prescription that we should kick Econo Boy off the show because he's
Steven, hold on. I have an important question. Steven, I have an important question, and you need to answer it yes or no. Okay. Yeah. Do you think that Nick Fuentes should be able to have a TV show?
Nice cover for Steven. So
yes,
Steven,
guess,
do you think
that, Do you think that Nick Fuentes should be able to have a TV show?
Probably it's a free liberal country.
These are actual questions. These are.
No shit, Pisco. But the reason why I'm asking this question, hold on,
Pisco. It's just a pointless question.
You can't understand where this is going. No. I'll go ahead and explain it because you don't understand where this is going.
Wait. Can I real quick? Real quick. You go right up.
I'm so disappointed it's counterpoints bringing up Fuentes and not Pisco because I actually, chat. I'm legitimate. Okay, so if I get a chance to talk to Pisco, this is one question I'm going to ask him about. Right? Did it cross his mind to bring up Fuentes and Southern? My suspicion is that it might be a sore subject for Destiny. At this point, I don't think Pisco has anything to lose by antagonizing Destiny. So, like, you know, even if it's, especially if it's a sore subject, definitely go for it. But it almost feels like there's like an informal like ban on bringing this stuff up. I don't know if it's because Wick is so dyed in the wool for Twitch poll that it kind of blows up for the spot for him too. Like, right? This is like talking about, you know, a CIA operation around a bunch of feds, right? You know, it's like, shh, don't say that, right? I don't know. I don't know.
This is a really important point. Hold on, you can go right after I swear, okay? This is, if you would have asked me 10 years ago, should AOC run as a far-left progressive?
Why can he only do yes or no? Pisco started asking Destiny yes or no questions to kind of cut through his bullshit. In order, if he wants to like confirm that like this is how you think, and then move to another subject. If you say like yes or no, then you also have the ability to, you know, sort of do a follow-up, whereas if you ask him a general question that he can just pontificate on, he's just going to take the conversation in a different direction. I'm not entirely sure. That's maybe another good question that I could ask Pisco if I get a chance. But I mean, that's we kind of skipped a little bit. You know, he had done it a little bit earlier, and then he does it some more. So at this point, it's like an established thing that Pisco is asking Destiny yes or no questions. Connor feels like kind of frozen out because, again, nobody cares about Connor. And so that's why he's trying to be like, you know, I've got a yes or no question. I've got a, you know, can I play? He's a lawyer. Yeah. He finally, Sargon finally apologized to Jess Phillips. Who's Jess Phillips? Anyway, chat, I thought I should mention we're at 176 out of 200. We got 11 minutes until midnight Pacific time. All right. If we hit that 200 before that, we're going to get 2 pieces of bonus content. If not, I'm just going to switch over. Anyway, I got to get us to this. We got it again. I thought I would finish this debate. Good luck. I gotta just watch. Like this is, we're not gonna have time otherwise for the 1v1. But I am letting you know that we got like 11 minutes left to try to get from 176 to 200. If I've missed anything, let me know. Scroll down slightly, you'll see the gaming percentage. Wait, what? The gaming percentage? Oh, the gaming percentage. That's what you mean. The gaming percentage is 45. But yeah, I always forget to mention that's an option too. If people really, I do need something to gauge how much people are interested in gaming content. Because if there's an audience for it, I will definitely play some games. Oh, the other thing I need to remind you is that we got a thread on Blue Sky. I've pinned it. It's pinned on YouTube. It's pinned on Twitch. If you want to click that pinned thing, you too can go and participate in this thread. And if you want to, hit it with a like or a repost. That would be massively appreciated. And as always, remember to like the stream because that helps out a lot. But yeah, 176. We're 24 points away from hitting that 200. If we can do it in the next few minutes, I will give you double bonus content. What would the double bonus content be right now, I wonder? Okay, wait. Jink has got a lot of extra. Oh, wait, is Jink ahead now? Yeah, Jink is ahead of wait, somebody voted for Ethan Klein, didn't they? Oh my god, chat, I feel like I forgot. Somebody said Ethan Klein and I forgot. If that's you, tell me what you donated, and I'll add that percentage there. But it looks like Jink on Surrounded, the trailer is ahead right now. So changed my vote to Ethan from my Ethan vote to gaming. Okay, if there was anybody else, let me know. At some point, you owe us a Fallout stream. I do. I need to finish Fallout. Let's get. Let's finish let's see what Pisco has to say here. We'll also see if we can get to 200 by the time I pivot to bonus content. Also, I need to make sure, like, I'm at the right point here. Oh, Pisco is just sitting there silently. I'm supposed to be at 442.34. Okay. 442.34. God damn. Wait, oh, because I got him muted. No wonder.
If anything, he's bitter that
I thought he was just having some dead air. But no, I had him muted.
It's offline. Can someone confirm Twitch is offline?
Okay. So he's confirming Twitch is offline because Destiny's a banned streamer now, chat. If I want to react to Destiny on Twitch, that's fine. But if I want to, if ever, I don't know why I would do this, but if I ever had Destiny to come on for a conversation, that would have to be with Twitch turned off. Twitch will ban anybody who brings Destiny on as a guest.
Twitch offline? Twitch offline? Twitch offline? Can someone confirm? I'll just check it real quick.
Yeah, Twitch is offline.
Okay, cool. Thanks. All right. You wanted to talk. Oh, wait, let me unserver mute. Steven. Ogre, you want to talk?
No. We have a guest here. I mean, he came here. Let him talk.
Wait, isn't Ogre was the one that brought up the point? Let the Hasan tattoo dude say his piece.
Do you have a fucking Hasan tattoo?
I already said it. Yes, I do.
Okay. So the point is the following, as I understand it, that there's this clip going around from after November where they're represented that you're floating synergistically working with Hasan and Vosh for the purpose of turning out the vote for Democrats. If that's the case, would you have a problem with us doing a similar?
What's the context of that clip? What am I talking about in that clip?
I'm not sure.
Ego.
Wait. How long have you been talking about it?
He brought it up. I've seen what he brought up.
Well, people just told me that there was a conversation going on here, but how long has this conversation been going on about the clip?
It's about 15 minutes, maybe.
And you have no idea what the clip is about?
I see this guy, whatever his name is, Paul something. I've heard him on your stream before. I have no idea of the context, broader context. If there's something you want to clarify, I'm asking people to come on and clarify it.
Oh, okay. I don't know why you would ask other people to come on and clarify, but I'm guessing it probably came from a larger video. I don't usually do like 20-second videos, but it's possible I did. But my guess is probably
there's a big stream, Paul's Ego stream, and I'm usually this is a disagreement.
Paul's Ego is a associate of TJ, the Amazing Atheist. They had I think Paul's Ego was on the Drunken Peasants back in the day, also on Deep Fat Fried, which is the newer podcast that they have. That's who we're talking about. He's somebody that's argued with Vosh, argued with Demon Mama, argued with Destiny.
I'm bringing on people who want to take issue with how I present myself in the debate, and we brought an Ogre Boy who's a communist. I was going to yell at him being a communist, and he brought up this clip. And I'm asking people to, is this out of context? What's going on? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I'm wondering about it.
Okay, sure. I don't know what the. I don't know what here. I don't care. I know because I've said this like same thing like 4 or 5 times. I think what I've said is some variation of it would be really cool if all the largest like left-leaning content creators could do content together, but they can't because they're all literally brain broken on it. Hasan is too cloud obsessed to work with Vosh. Vosh is too brain broken and scared of debating me, so he won't debate me. And then Hasan won't work with Vosh because Hasan only goes upwards when it goes to clout. So
yeah, right now it's looking like Jink on Surrounding. That short little trailer is what we're going to be watching for bonus content. If you want more, if you want something different, or if you want more than just that, it's incumbent upon you at this point to make that number go up. Because if we get to 200, I'll do the top 2 things. And or if something else gets donated for, then it could put it back into contention. I think even Vox Populi would successfully switch Jinx on Surrounded with Ethan Klein, deflects on Gaza or whatever is in first place. Wait, let me look at the poll again. Let me see what's in what place. Yeah, Ethan deflects. is now 9 points behind Jink on Surrounded because of the donos. Right? Those donos can be powerful. With Anna Kasparian in second place and Anna Kasparian in third place and Vosh grooming allegations in fourth place. That's where it stands right now. And we're going to watch this, get a sense of what this 1v1 between Pisco and Destiny is all about. And then we will pivot to the bonus content. If we get to 200 by then, we'll do the top 2. If we stay at 100 and we stay below 200, I'll do the top 1. If the lead changes, it'll be something. Does that make sense? I hope. I know this is like overcomplicated.
Choky super chatted $6.72. Morning, lovely people.
Good morning, Choky, and thank you for the super chat. Well, that brings us up to $183. I'm just warning people, the Jink clip is kind of on the short side. I'll try to, give you some commentary about that, maybe even check in on what the Vanguard had to say about it. So it's not too short.
As a result, all of your largest leftist content creators literally can't do any content together, as opposed to the right, where all of these guys are literally like ass fucking each other in the White House now with Benny Johnson, the Russian paid dude, because that's how like integrated their system is. And I said, man, it's gonna be nice that the people over here are able to work together, right? So earlier I made the joke about you, and I heard you say this.
Like the roadblock isn't.
What?
The roadblock isn't you though, correct?
There are a million different roadblocks, but it depends on what you're talking about.
Somebody remind me who Ogre Boy is. I think this is like somebody on Hostwit, right?
If someone were to ask you flat out what the roadblock is between the three of you working together, and then you responded with, it's not me, it's them, and then you explain why it's them.
What do you mean by working together?
Synergistically working together, and the afterthought was...
Do you mean like doing debates on like Israel-Palestine? Do you mean doing...
What did you mean? What did you mean by synergistically working
What did you
together?
mean?
But you voted for Jink. Choky, are you saying you want your super chat to go towards Jink on the...
Well,
that puts Jink in a more commanding lead. And again, if we get 200, we'll do Jink and Ethan Deflex. If we stay at 100, we'll just do the top 1. And right now, especially if Choky's putting that towards Jink, it looks like Jink is up by even more points now. Now Jink has like a 15-point lead.
Literally doing any type of like content
kind of flip-flopped
for viewership for all of us.
As opposed to antagonistic. Antagonistic, I take to be kind of contentious. Synergistic. What did you mean?
I'm saying even a debate can be antagonistic. Like antagonistic content can still garner views too. But usually when I'm bringing this up, the point is that these people literally
both to be clear.
Viewership. What?
You specified both to be clear. You said antagonistic, but even synergistic. You gave both options on the table. And in that specific event, you said that the obstacle was not them, that it was you.
I wonder if TYT talked about Jink going on. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a TYT clip of Jink trying to promote his appearance on the Jubilee.
Hey, why don't you tell me what you think I meant? Let's hear it. Well, I'm curious.
I think I'm going to be polite and not actually think what I think the motivation behind it was, but ultimately I'm saying
no, wait. What? Wait, hold on.
Reality where you're saying wait.
Hey, what's going on with Pisco's camera here?
No, say what you mean. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm going to be polite and hide my feelings like a little.
Is he trying to bring?
Bitch. Just say what you mean. What do you mean?
Well, if you look at the timing on when you're saying that.
Oh, he just mentioned it responding to a super chat.
I think you were kind of in a spot where you were desperate for as many associates as you possibly could.
What is this after the Pixie shit or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anxiety. Straighter Aid or Erin does refer to herself as a commie, I think, in on an appearance on Stitch and Adam. And I mean, they play that up to like, oh, here we go, you know, actual communists. We got a tanky, we got a live one. But I think what the point that she was trying to make is that a lot of people in the socialist sphere want to eventually reach a society that is like, you know, moneyless, classless, orderless, etc. Right? Communism. But a lot of them will call themselves socialists because socialists didn't get hit with the amount of propaganda that communists, right? When people hear communists, their association, right? I think her quote was something like, "There's a lot of socialists out there that don't have the balls, don't have the guts to call themselves commies. I will actually cop to that. I am a communist," right? And it's weird because it kind of means something different to the McCarthyite left like Destiny than it does to the you know, just a general conception of like what your like end state. And chat, just so we're really clear, like communism is by most accounts not something that it's more of an ideal. It's, you know, it's Star Trek, right? More or less, right? That kind of world, and you know, most people on the left think that we are way far away from that, right? So rather than being something of like, I want a communist government, you know, in my lifetime, right? Most people, when they're saying like, or I want a revolution so we can do communism, it's a state that you attain, right, through the, you know, transitional government, right? It's not something that they're advocating in the same way that, you know, you'd advocate for Medicare for all, if that makes sense, right? That's my interpretation. But again, you know, maybe we should have Straighter Raid on and just ask her these questions. I think we could get a better understanding of what exactly she meant by just asking her.
Have I ever said this comment before on stream?
Not to my knowledge.
I've said it like 4 or 5 times before. If you go and you could probably ask my chat, like, has Destiny ever said, wow, isn't it I've probably even said this on podcasts before, that it's crazy that all of the largest leftist content creators can't do content together.
So would you work synergistically in the future?
This has nothing to do with anything that we've talked about.
It may or may not.
It doesn't.
What?
So you
wait,
saying that the roadblock is them and not you. As you said on your VOD that is still on your channel, what I linked in both Pisco's YouTube and in his fucking Twitch channel.
Okay, boy. Let's assume that the reason why, okay,
there's no reason for formality.
Let's assume that the reason why I was so desperate, okay, to escape, you know, the rapist reputation or whatever, that I wanted to work with them. How would that even be an argument in your favor?
Because it shows that you were desperate and that you were nowhere near as bitter, maybe like a spite-filled as you are now towards seeing other people growing and branching out and networking beyond accolades that you should be getting.
Hold on.
By the way, this wasn't after the Pixie stuff.
Hold on, wait. You think that my goal was?
It's important to wait. Let's roll that back. That's what Ogre Boy just said. As far as Destiny's motivation for his antagonism.
Let's assume that the reason why I was so desperate, okay, to escape, you know, the rapist reputation or whatever, that I wanted to work with them. How would that even be an argument in the reason?
As you said on your VOD that is still on your channel, what I linked in both Pisco's YouTube and in his fucking Twitch channel.
Okay, boy. Let's assume that the reason why, okay,
there's no reason for formality.
Let's assume that the reason why I was so desperate, okay, to escape, you know, the rapist reputation or whatever, that I wanted to work with them. How would that even be an argument in your favor?
Because it shows that you were desperate and that you were nowhere near as bitter, maybe like a spite-filled as you are now towards.
Yeah, chat. That cursed frog VTuber is actually in Pisco's chat again.
People
your argument,
growing and branching out and networking beyond accolades that you should be getting.
Hold on.
By the way, this wasn't after the Pixie stuff.
Hold on, wait. You think that my goal was to grow and branch out, and that I was only doing this out of desperation? And if that,
I'm trying to understand what Ogre Boy's going for here. It sounds like part of it is that, like, yeah, Destiny. Okay, so Destiny and Vosh's community, they're large, right? Destiny gets regularly over 10,000 concurrent viewers, right? You know, it's like That's like 100 times more than me, right? So, you know, it's a big community. Still, despite the fact that he's got this reputation for exploiting his orbiters, having sex with them, secretly recording them, and in some cases secretly, in some cases they were aware of it, but what they weren't aware of was that he was sharing these clips with other people, right? In order to get other people to have sex with him, Destiny was sharing these clips. Now, this is not the part that's controversial. This is not the part that's in dispute. This is the stuff that Destiny himself has admitted to, as far as I understand, right? That he would, you know, show these clips to. He showed this clip to somebody else that he was interested in as like a highlight reel of like, hey, look, I like to have sex. Like, I don't know, like that somebody's going to be more likely to have sex with them if they're like, ooh, I saw you in action, and I like it seems like sex with you would be great. I don't know, it's, you know, ridiculous. I mean, you got to understand, Destiny's basically an incel that has the benefit of some fame that allows him access to people that would never sleep with him in a million years, right? And so, you know, that's the kind of twisted psyche that we're dealing with in Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. So you know, the question is, did you want to collaborate with other people in order to wash the stink off of you? Since, yeah, like your community is large, but it's under quarantine in the same way that Vosh's community is under quarantine. Destiny's community is under quarantine. They're big communities. They've got a lot of viewership, but they don't have the ability to connect with other content creators and other communities because they've got baggage. They've got major fucking baggage. So I think Ogre Boy is asking him, you know, mentioning the possibility that Destiny wants to collab with other people to be like, see, other people will go on stream with me. I can't be that bad. You know, which is just kind of, I mean, there's a real dynamic there, right? You know, if your scandal isn't so bad that other people won't go on with you, then how bad really is your scandal? And then the other thing being the people that have gone on to more mainstream success. And this includes Hasan, obviously, who's been featured in countless you know, news, you know, reports on like CNN, on you know, news articles, played up as possibly the Joe Rogan of the left, etc. Or Pisco, who has, you know, gone on to be on a platform like Breaking Points, which is, well, I mean, Destiny's been on Breaking Points as a debater, I guess, but in some ways, Pisco is leaving Destiny behind too. So that's kind of. It sounds like Ogre Boy is kind of poking at the sore spots on Destiny.
That's your assumption of my mind state. Why would you take that as a foundation to build a good argument for building collaboration within the future?
Wait,
ultimately, I'm still saying that you're hypocritical
Ogre.
because at the end of the day, you are taking a position on someone, a couple of someone's that you know full well about at that point in time. You knew anything and everything that you needed to know about Hasan in regards to how he talks about the Democrats and anything he has to say about terrorism. And at that point, you're saying it would be great for you guys all to work together synergistically.
Okay, so
if you're telling me that I'm reaching out at a point in time where I am compromised in some way, and then you're trying to say, aren't you being hypocritical? If that's your mind read of me, then the answer is probably yeah, right? Like, let's assume that I was addicted to crack cocaine and I went and stole food from the store. Well, hold on, haven't you advocated in the past that people shouldn't steal? And when you were addicted to crack cocaine, you stole? Doesn't that make you a big hypocrite?
The Communist Party in the U.S. has been banned since the Red Scare. Well, the CPUSA, if that's what you're talking about, does exist. It is regarded largely amongst leftists as a honeypot, like right as a place that's heavily infiltrated by U.S. intelligence.
Well, let's put that aside. Let's put that aside. It's just like, what is the actual prescription? Would you be open to, in the future, working synergistically with Vosh and Hasan to promote the election of Democrats as your today position?
At this point, I'm not entirely sure, but it depends on what you mean by working synergistically.
What did you mean by working?
What do you mean by working synergistically?
Well, according to you, I was just desperate to do any
I am
content
trying to see what you
Generally,
mean.
when I talk about this, I would have to see the particular video this is pulled from, but generally when I talk about this, I usually just remark at the irony that all of the largest leftist content creators cannot work together, and that's crazy to me.
Oh, so you're saying like they're not allowed on the ballot?
I'm not the. I'm the.
Do you have Pisco's YouTube chat open? I'll drop the link in there so you can watch it yourself.
Wait, I'm just.
They are the roadblock when it comes to things like so Hasan is the roadblock when it comes to debating, obviously. Vosh is the roadblock when it comes to like debating and doing content together. Vosh is somebody I'm still kind of sort of on the fence on because I don't know where the fuck he's at with the whole whatever shit. But like the point when I'm generally making.
What did Destiny mean by that? I don't know where is he saying he's because of the Loli scandal, which like for the record chat, Destiny's got no problem with that. Destiny, that's the Vosh's take on age of consent and relationships between minors and adults, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? It's not just a weird little eccentricity of Vosh. It's pretty much characteristic of most people in DGG. That's why I have so much hesitation, even with somebody like Pisco, that, you know, we've watched him for a while now. It's not, you know, I mean, there's obviously stuff I disagree with him, but he hasn't said anything like wholesale objectionable. But that's why I have some caution with dealing with anybody that is from DGG, because there's just like a whole fucking tradition of debate pervertry. And yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about, right? Destiny bragged that had Vosh stayed a good little orbiter, that he would be, you know, chomping at the bit to defend Vosh over having lolicon images of underage anime characters in his spank bank, right? NSFW images of underage anime characters with horses in sexual congress with the with said horses, right? Destiny would have been fine with that, right? Destiny would have defended him over that, but the reason he doesn't is because there's a, you know, they've burned that bridge. Essentially, Lonerbox actually did step up, and he was like one of the few people to defend Vosh over the folder gate, right? So I don't know if that's what Destiny's talking about when he says, like, I don't know what Vosh is going on. He's talking about the scandals, or if he's talking about something else.
This is that, like, it's just crazy that none of the largest leftist content creators can work together. That's insane.
Okay, but excising them for the Nazis that they are, that's not an issue then.
When I say excising for the Nazis somebody is, when I say that, what I'm saying is that Nazis will deliberately hide their power level. They're not forthcoming with their beliefs, and they're usually trying to be subversive in whatever movements they enter.
So let's just get clarity.
Hasan's belief on November 30th of 2024.
Do what?
You discovered Hasan's beliefs on November 30th of 2024. Because you said this on November 29th of 2024. So if he was hiding his power level and you found out the next day, I get it then, I guess.
Hold on. Let me ask you one more time. I don't know if you keep forgetting this. What kind of content did you think I was saying that I would do with Hasan? What, that I would go and campaign with him for socialists, or that I would do debate content with him?
I don't know.
Actually, you said both. You said get out the vote, and you said debate content. You said antagonistic content, and you said synergistic content.
Do you think that it would have been to go out and
view videos?
Do you think that it would have been to go out and promote socialists and socialist candidates? Or do you think it would have been to promote?
Wait, no.
Like,
but
does it matter?
Does it matter?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does matter.
Oh wait, so I can work with the Vanguard therefore to get out the vote for Democrats, right? Synergistically.
You're not working.
Yashoki says power level, dude. This is not a video game. Hey, so the power level thing is a reference to an old ContraPoints video talking about fascist. The fascist response to oh my god, Charlottesville, right? The whole tiki torch thing. There was a famous thread on 4chan a few days after that, saying that written from ostensibly a far right person to other far right people, suggesting that they hide their power level. It's a reference to Dragon Ball Z. In which case, the little thing that they wear, some of the characters wear on their, the little like eyeglass that they wear, that's called a scouter, and it's supposed to tell them the power level of people that they look at, so they can see if they want to fight them or not. The power level is kind of a joke in Dragon Ball Z in that it doesn't really correspond with how strong somebody is. But the famous meme from Dragon Ball Z is when Vegeta looks at Goku and his power level, which was much lower. And after he goes Super Saiyan, he's like, it's over 9,000. It's over. And he crushes the scouter because he's so like surprised and frustrated, I guess. But that's the terminology is so nefarious. It's just deep in the memes.
With the Vanguard in the capacity to get on the vote for Democrats, you're working with them when they're actively shitting on the party.
No, but I take those videos, you know, the high performing videos.
Hadn't shit on the party on the end of November of last year.
So,
what is this going to be? Do I have to produce the clip on my fucking cell phone in bed? Like your mom's already pissed enough at me that I'm like rolled over, not talking to her right now. What do you want me to do? You want me to dig a clip out? Do you think Hasan was a huge fan of the Democratic Party in November of last year? Is that what you're saying, Ogre Boy?
No, I don't think
I'm asking you if that's your opinion.
No, my opinion is Hasan's probably hated the Democratic Party. Generally, when I make this comment, my comment is it would be cool if like all of the leftist content creators could work together for the Democratic Party. There's a whole host of reasons why this isn't happening. None of this is getting you any closer to should we appeal to socialists or communists who fucking hate Democrats in order to work with them?
No, but you wouldn't have a problem.
You wouldn't have to appeal to Hasan in order to work with him?
I would not know. If I have to appeal to socialist values to work with somebody, I'm not going to work with them. No.
So
do you think that's oh, okay, Pisco, sorry, it's your stream, go ahead.
I just want to ask, like, so if we're doing a get out the vote thing with the Vanguard, you don't have a problem with us working in that capacity. You don't have a problem with us, you know, even if I were to go on Hasan's stream to promote candidates for Democrats, if we're working synergistically for that specific end, as opposed to, you know, promoting socialism, you wouldn't have a problem with me, you know, going on the Vanguard to be like, hey guys, it's important to vote for Democrats and working synergistically and building a relationship with them for that purpose.
In that capacity, probably not. I don't know if they would be interested in that, but I'm all like in that case, I'd probably be okay with you on Nick Fuentes' stream in that capacity. Like, yeah, why would I not want anybody to promote the candidate?
So, in what capacity do you think that I failed in the Vanguard situation?
I'm not. It's not a hyper like you failed in this conversation. I've failed in tons of conversations. The issue that I have is that socialists and communists, the entire media apparatus that they built is like honed in on relentlessly shitting on the Democrats, and all of the media figures in the sphere do it. I don't know if you've watched or I don't even know what the fuck you think about it, but that Crystal Ball interview with the senator from Michigan was just unbelievable to me. And when I see this happen,
talking about Slotkin here
over and over again, and then they're trying to build bridges to liberals. Never in my life have I ever seen a leftist talk about how we should do this, guys, so that like we can like help the liberals more. Rarely they'll talk about being more mask on, which sounds subversive.
Listen, it wouldn't be about helping the liberals, all right? Any, you know, collab that you're going to get from leftist is going to be, first of all, to prevent an event like what happened last November, where a fascist who was mask off and, you know, openly had plans to, you know, erode the guardrails and, you know, create an authoritarian dictatorship in the United States was elected, right?
Cloudy XX super chatted $5. Ethan.
That's an alliance. That's a temporary alliance. You obviously don't want the same thing. Let me bring it back to riding with Biden, right? Vosh made a big deal about like, you know, you need to, you know, we're leftists, right? But Bernie's not running and you got to get behind Biden, riding with Biden, right? To try to convince people in his community not to be Bernie or bust, right? And I always said that that's the wrong metaphor, right? Riding with Biden pulls up in his convertible and says, get in, Jack. And you just jump in the back. Thanks, Mr. Biden. I've never ridden in a convertible before. You're like that kid from Fear and Loathing, right? You don't want to be that. You want to be cool Marty McFly on your skateboard. You grab onto Biden's, you grab onto the bumper. And as Biden is driving in the same direction that you're going, you go along. But at some point, you know, Biden's not going in the same direction anymore. Right. It's like a strategic sort of choice, temporary sort of choice that would be made in that situation. Right. That in the United States two-party system, you know, when there is a pragmatic reason to frustrate a candidate like Trump's attempt to get there, or when there's a candidate that you think might do some good things that are your goals, then you know you sort of make a calculation to temporarily allow yourself there. It's not we want to help out liberals. Gosh, those liberals. I've seen them on TV, and they really they're really sincere. They're really coming from the heart. I just like to help them out. They seem like such good people. It's not like that. They're not good people, obviously. Right?
And is subversive. Like when Hasan was saying like we should use the Democrats as a weapon, but they don't ever seem interested in building a bridge towards us. So why would we build a bridge towards them when their goal is literally the eradication of our side?
What do you think Hasan wants to use the Democrats as a weapon to do?
Cloudy XX with the $5 super chat for Ethan, the Ethan content.
What's the end goal? I just want to hear it from you.
Exclusively socialist and communist candidates.
Like what? Oh, exclusively socialist.
Yes.
Okay.
He doesn't like liberals, Ogre Boy. I don't know why you're fucking.
Yeah, oh no, we agree. We agree.
You think that he's a fan of liberal candidates?
He's not.
He's not.
Ogre
no.
Boy, hello? Hey, hold on. Did your thing cut out? Ogre Boy, do you think that he's a fan of liberal candidates? Do you think that Hasan would work to get liberal candidates elected?
Actually, well, if we're being
Davy Cliff with the super chat. Frieza is a really inspiring figure for the alt-right. Is he? They love this shit. They love like I'm the villain. Like they love that shit.
Very specific. If as long as they had.
I mean, Frieza's definitely racist. Oh, Davy, is that it? Is that why? Because he calls Goku and Vegeta monkeys. Is that why the alt-right love Frieza so much?
A decent position on Israel-Palestine, yes, he would.
I don't think so.
Name one.
Wasn't he trying to weasel his way into working with the Dems until the filming scandal? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, him and Brianna Wu were trying to do that. Dudes want to be in anime so bad. Yeah, they do.
There's one fucker that has been tweeting about it recently that he does mention during his stream.
Okay, if you want to see that Ethan content, I need to hear from you, right? That's maybe the only way. Well, okay, wait. We're at 193, so we're getting closer to getting double content. Maybe I can satisfy both contingents, right? If we hit 200, I'll do Ethan and Jink. It looks like Ethan's still a little bit behind Jink just because of the massive bonus that Jink is getting from donos. But yeah, we're coming down to the wire here as far as this goes. Hasan has absolutely endorsed liberal candidates before. C. Fetterman during his stroke. Yeah. Well, I mean, does he endorse the candidates? I mean, like what it is like he makes it really obvious that he thinks that voting for Kamala over Trump is probably a pretty good idea. Do people think Kamala is running again in 2028? I think a lot more people think that Kamala is running now that she has she's announced that she won't be running for California governor in 2026, which makes it more likely that she'll run for president. She's also got a book coming out, so we can't lose Frieza to the alt-right. I mean, is there some redeeming value for Frieza? I'm trying to remember. I got what in Dragon Ball Super. I think Frieza kind of becomes like a bro, doesn't he? Like somehow they like he's still a dick, right? Don't get me wrong, but he's like fighting with the universe whatever team in the Budokai.
Think of his name right now.
Okay.
But I can. There is one.
Ogre. I'm just. I want to focus in therefore on the criticisms of me and Live and Learn and what's going on here. So our stated intent. You might think we're fucking stupid. You might think that we're like deranged or something. But our stated intent to the.
I think Frieza is just hilarious. It's so funny. Is he just gay coded in the English version, or is he gay coded in the Japanese version too? You know what I'm talking about? Like they definitely voice him in that whole gay coded villain sort of way in the English version. I don't know. I can't. I'm trying to think what his voice sounds like in Japanese. See, I don't know what a gay voice would sound like in Japanese, to be honest.
The extent that we're like building bridges, or the extent that we're like having these people on, is to help Democrats, is to help elect them. And in that context, can you identify any criticism or prescription you have of me specifically?
I don't know how many times I can say this. The issue is not like it's not one like word you could say or thing you could do.
He's Frieza is JoJo coded?
or like it's the idea, this general approach. I guess it's possible to dig through the VOD and look, but it's the general approach of befriending socialists who will relentlessly shit on the Democrats, and then like
wait, Destiny wanted a counterpoints type show with Lauren Southern. He tried to launch an entire media rollout. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. What was it called? It was supposed to happen at the start of December. They'd already begun moving drama from their sub to LSF. Oh, what? To make their sub seem more normal? Has LSF kind of fallen off? To be honest, for the longest time, I thought Frieza was a woman.
Incorporating them, and when I say incorporating
or agender,
what I mean is you're just attaching them as a leech to absorb whatever they can from us or from the
Real quick,
Democrats.
last year, when was the DNC convention? Wasn't it in the summer?
Yeah, who cares?
Right?
I don't know why.
I mean, that's before November when you said all this shit. So he said everything that he was going to say about Kamala at that point, right?
I don't know why.
Because you're saying if they're going to relentlessly shit on the Democrats, that's a deal breaker, yet you were talking about you would work with them.
Are you really going to hang your hat on this one quote without even knowing like the context of where this quote came from?
You think I didn't watch the live stream?
Then tell me the context of the quote. What am I even talking about in that video?
The person that you were having the convo with asked you what is stopping you from working with them again. You said that it isn't you because you talk about all the time about how the three of the biggest leftists, blah, 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 blah. And then you end up saying that the roadblock is entirely in their direction, not in yours.
And
so
what
if
is
that's
the
the
and
case,
what is the,
if that's the
what
case,
is the,
that makes all of this current discourse really fucking stupid, because at the end of the day, it's something that you're trying to apply to other people and not to yourself.
Do you think there's a difference between working with somebody to promote a candidate after the primary is over? Do all the same colored crayons taste the same? Or
it's going to be Omni Liberal Studios. He thinks this like calling people a crayon. How many times have we heard him use the crayon eater insult?
Is there like a difference in flavor between different colors?
Okay.
Believe it or not, they all taste the same.
Hold on. If somebody wants to come and work with somebody after the fucking primaries and shit are over, then like I think that's fundamentally a different type of question than working with somebody when we're not even.
When they had the Vanguard on, the primaries and shit were over, right? Like you were far enough in between any election whatsoever, so it really didn't matter, right?
Yeah, but then the question is, then what is the goal at that point? Like,
Pisco, what was the goal?
If Hasan wants to build a bridge with me or wants to do something with me, like 10 days before the election, at that point, honestly, I'm probably.
The crayon eater thing is a Marine insult? I didn't know that. He's saying crayon eater because he's trying to stop using ableist language. I don't think he's trying to stop using ableist language. I think he leans into that.
Probably throw fucking anybody on stream.
I know, but these elections, you know, these election cycles.
I'm just saying for Ogre, right? But that's fundamentally different than like, what about like 100 days before like a primary or something, when their rhetoric has exclusively been centered around shitting on every single electable like center-left candidate. And at that point, no, it's probably going to be if I do any content with them, it's probably going to be incredibly combative. Would be my guess.
Okay, but like these election cycles, they're pretty far out, Steven, and you know, it's pretty hard to like have these kinds of you know, synergistic plays have any impact if there's not like a pre-existing structure for it. That's the whole criticism of like the Democratic Party.
Wait, they call Marines crayon eaters as a way of saying they're not smart, or what does it mean?
They don't have a structure for this, and so surely if you can recognize the utility in, you know, building alliances to Hasan and Vosh and the 10 days before election, why wouldn't that also apply in the 2 years before the election?
If we
Actually,
both
this was
had
25 days after, but go ahead.
Let's assume, Ogre Boy, get the 64 pack and go eat some more crayons, okay? Let's assume that we both had a gun to our heads, okay? Pisco, and we had to guess. If you Live and Learn and the Vanguard and two other whatever, you guys have equivalent size audiences. If you were to do highly collaborative content for 6 months, do you think that more of your guys' audience would be completely turned off from voting for establishment Dems, or do you think more of their audience would be completely turned on to voting for establishment Dems? Because I've only ever seen the flow work one way. This is why I said in our conversation 2 days ago or yesterday or whatever the fuck, where I was like, if the media environment was like half the socialists were kind of like supportive of the mainstream Dems and the other half were like relentlessly shitting on them, I'd be like, you know, whatever, I'd feel differently about it. But I've only ever seen this pipeline, this flow go one way.
I think I want to give it a try. And
I get it. So it's not Marines that call other Marines crayon eaters. It's like other branches of the service that do that.
Because I
like the way that they say Navy guys are all gay. Like they're on a boat with men. They must be gay.
Like I said before, I think there's an evolutionary niche for these socialist people. They're going to exist no matter what. I can't make them not exist anymore. And I think that I have seen, for example, Breaking Point's become, and I don't say it's because of me, but I have seen it become criticized now for being more lefty as opposed to before. It was a right-wing show, and now it's highly critical of Trump. I think that there are ways to change minds, but it's hard to do when we try to do that, we get fucking accused of being sweepers for tankies and communists when you can't even identify a
we're non-existent tankies. Yeah, right. Remember, we're talking about the Vanguard here, or like Hasan. Right, there's no fucking, are the tankies in the room with us right now?
Criticism you have of the shit I did in the one interaction that started this whole thing.
Okay, so first of all, if you want the criticism, just go back and listen to what Hutch said, because he's the one who had all the initial criticisms. I basically agreed and amplified them. I agreed with everything that he said. I don't remember.
Hutch is a human thumb. Why are we gonna listen to him?
The video, we could go over it, I guess. My issue is, again, to the broad way that I'm saying, is that the flow only works one way.
Hutch is Alec Gunter with less riz. I mean, less homophobia, but less riz.
Where when you start associating, not you, but in general, when liberals and socialists associate, the goal of the socialists is always to extract as much from the liberal side as possible, and then to move away with as many people as they can steal. And that always seems to be the case. And
okay, here we go right here. I'm gonna call it. You know what this is about? This is about the fact that Destiny did a bunch of debates against alt-right people. A lot of people saw this who were worried about the surge of alt-right content, the rise to power of Trump, and they looked at Destiny as being like on our side, right? Because of this, his community became more and more leftist until it annoyed him, and then he did a purge, right? A purge is when a streamer does like mass bannings of people that have a viewpoint that they don't like. In this case, the viewpoint was being, too cozy with, with leftism, right? Only problem is, at the same time, he had Vosh in his community debating him. So the people that he kicked out had somewhere to go. He had Hasan, who he was beefing with. People had some place to go, right? I said before, he would have been a much larger content creator if he had just argued with those people, tried to change their minds rather than actively kicking them out of the community. But he is still mad at his own fucking unforced error there of being so hostile to leftists, and really turning an arc, right? At that, he goes from being anti-alt-right to being anti-breadtube, essentially, anti leftist, with the definition of leftist being not actually leftist, but just like general breadtubers, right? This is where the Nick Fuentes and the Lauren Southern and all the rest, this is when he becomes part of the Twitch poll effort to marginalize and target actual leftists, replace them with sock dems, and just admitting that centrist messaging is weak and ineffective. But what he just said there, they want to steal from your community. He's thinking of Vosh. He's thinking of Hasan, right? Again, they didn't steal shit. People liked them better than they liked you. And you fucking banned half of these people anyway. So you got nothing to complain about, Destiny, as far as I'm concerned.
Electorally, you can tell me if you agree or disagree. Like, it feels like the issues that Biden was hurt the most on, and then eventually Kamala was hurt the most on, weren't these issues that we were too far theoretically to the left on anyway? Like stuff like immigration or stuff like trans issues. Like, what even is the idea that if we would appeal more?
There you go again.
In that direction, we would have picked up more voters.
They're not looking for diet evil, Destiny. You're never going to appeal to people that are that are motivated by bigotry. By throwing those people under the bus.
The Wall Street Journal ended up saying that Kamala's economic policy was muddled and that she fell flat on her face because of it. It goes beyond culture war shit.
Okay, Ogre Boy, with respect, I'm going to disconnect you just for a second. Thank you for bringing the clip to attention. Thank you. Mantis, you're still there or whatever. But I don't know, like, if you're saying it's hopeless to get these people in our orbit or to agree with us, if it's all a fucking useless cause, or that it can only do more harm. Is it like, what is the prescription here? Like, what do you want me to do?
My prescription is that I think that there is a huge base. I had the fear that they didn't exist prior to that No Kings March. And then after it happened, I was like, oh shit. I think there's a huge base of center-left people. And I feel like the issue with the moderate Dems right now, the reason why people feel like there's no leadership.
I mean, he doesn't seem to get that the No Kings protest was like it's a protest, right? By almost its very nature, it's going to be people that are aware that politics exists outside of electoralism. And yeah, like look, people weren't wearing their ideologies on their sleeve at No Kings, but a lot of that shit was facilitated by leftists, by people who actually knew how to protest. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened, right? But yeah, no, I mean, it's encouraging that people that are, that there were liberals getting involved as well, right? People that normally don't consider politics outside of the electoral process. We're so frustrated with the situation with Trump that they and with the Democrats feckless and in chat that when he says like, yeah, well, isn't it, we just need to fuck over trans people and they got nowhere to go, right? Just like those Muslim voters in Dearborn, nowhere to go. Hey, let's make a great calculation and not do shit for them. Let's actively persecute them, and so that we can pick up like what red pill dudes. They're gonna like be like, oh yeah, I guess the Democrats are okay. I heard them say the T slur. That's great, awesome. I heard Desert Klein call someone the T slur. So yeah, I guess we can vote for the Democrats.
Leadership of the Democratic Party and anything else is because there's no like strong platform of democratic values that are being championed by a democratic media apparatus. That doesn't exist. So when you look to the democratic media, there's two things.
We need some How I Escaped the Liberal Debate Bro pipeline. Yeah, that would be good.
You can either see the mainstream media, who are all literally terrified.
I could do that video.
Of Trump derangement syndrome and are like constantly reminding themselves how horrible Biden was and how he was senile and everything and blah, blah, blah. That's all they can talk about to prove how like good they are and that they're not like the other Dems. And then you get the left wing, they're the left.
Destiny, more of that conversation earlier in the campaign would have really helped, right? If you think that Biden had any fucking chance, you're deluded. You're hopeless, okay? And again, this is that mentality, right? When you can't criticize your candidate, when you can't even primary somebody because they're the incumbent and we want that incumbent's advantage, you end up with shit candidates like Biden and like Kamala Harris.
Leftists, the socialists, and the commies, who are all exclusively shitting on the Democrats. So you have nobody standing up for you in the center-left media. And then when I look at like we dominated in 2008 with Obama, he won his re-election. We lost, unfortunately, to Trump, but we lost with Hillary getting 3 million more votes than Trump. And then Biden came back and he destroyed it with more votes than have ever happened in the history of a presidential election. Okay, and all of this is like appealing to the kind of like moderate left Dems. And then for some reason,
what about this?
Trump,
you think I disagree?
Ran into issues with tankies online over No Kings. They wanted us to be more radical. Infallible Foul, I would say, I don't know, I don't know who you met, right? But I would say that if the point is that you might need a stronger prescription than electoral politics, they're actually right. They're actually right? And ultimately, the power of a protest movement is not just in manifesting and showing, hey, there's a hell of a lot of us that feel this way, right? It is, when you're stuck with a fascist takeover of government, all you've got is the streets. And people need to liberals like you need to get a lot more comfortable with, going out on the streets and offering critical support to who's ever out there. Because it's not about like, fucking, I hate like this ideology. My ideology is this. There's no fucking room for that. There's no fucking room for that. It's a life or death situation. And look, the next protest may be a life or death situation. Like when Trump, if he cancels an election, if he, I don't know. Like, I think there's a lot of people that need to wake up from the comfortable clutches of the supposed end of history, and recognize that it can happen here. It is happening here. And the only thing that's going to stop it from happening here is people that are willing to go out there and put everything on the line. If that's too radical for you, you might as well just go and buy a headstone or something, because there's no fucking hope. There's no fucking hope. I mean, this is a dire fucking situation. I'm telling you, as somebody who escaped the United States and now lives far, far away, that shit is not good. Shit, if you're thinking, well, don't worry, in 2028, there's no way a Republican, shit. 2028 is a long time from now. All right, a lot of things can happen before then. They could happen good, and they could happen bad. And so, yeah, I mean, it's when I'm, involved in direct action, I'm not thinking about, like, is the next person over, maybe they're a sock dim, and I don't like that. I'm just thinking, that's, I hope this person has my back like I have their back, right? It's,
Like I agreed with that criticism. I agreed on the day after the election when Tyler Cohen was there, and we were like all talking and like, yes, and we were like, preach and fucking cook BTC, because what PTC was saying was, look at how much they fucking give each other flowers. Look at how much they collaborate. Look how much the media like makes connections and builds bridges with each other and builds the system. But when we are like reaching out to audiences,
and when you say you saw tankies out there, right? I mean, that's that's kind of the point I was trying to make, is that No Kings was a protest. Look, there were actually some issues with the people organizing the protest, right? And those issues caused what looks like a innocent person to be shot in Utah, right? There definitely is some issue with people that don't normally do protests, going out there and putting that together, something like that. That being said, something needs to be done. Something had to be done, and I'm not gonna worry about if somebody's like ideological purity, in that situation. But the very fact that you say that you saw tankies, right, means that that protest wouldn't have been shit if it was just liberals. All right. And I mean numbers. I mean as far as numbers, like that protest, that protest needs everybody. It needs everybody out there. If you're not okay with what's going on in the country, you got to be out there. And yeah, to manifest your presence and show what kind of numbers you got, but also to show that, you got the wherewithal to, do direct action if that's all that's left to you.
Maybe they have bad views. They disagree on shit. You have fucking bad views. I disagree with you on shit. People disagree on stuff. But okay, fine. I am trying to use their platforms. I'm trying to build those connections. I'm trying to go on breaking points to get them to fucking hate Trump. But I'm getting stymied because all of my fucking replies, first of all, my videos are getting fucking downvoted to shit. All the fucking responses, you're covering for tankies. You're doing this shit because you're trying to appeal to Hasan's audience.
Is he talking about his videos getting downvoted on our Pisco or on our Destiny?
Everyone calling me a fucking cuck in the, like, what is going on? If there was any ever going to be like, no, I'm going to say we're small potatoes, live and learn as small potatoes, but we are like a description of the kind of pro-Democrat, budding, I don't know, media people that we would want to encourage. But instead, it feels like at every opportunity, you're trying to destroy us and you're trying to break us apart. It's like you're trying to split up, live and learn. Like you're trying to fucking give your flowers to Hutch and be like, look at all these fucking, they should call it fucking socialists and learn. Like it feels like it's incredibly acrimonious, personal, and yeah, so it doesn't feel like the effort here is to do what we like. I thought recognize was important to do after the election.
Sure. So let me repeat this. So you feel like the frustration is that you're trying to find ways to build what you view as being an important coalition to vote for, hopefully, the Democratic president, and that every single time you try to reach out and do it, or at least in this particular instance, we try to reach out and do this, as soon as you reach out to who you feel could be a valuable coalition member, you're just getting fucking annihilated by somebody else that you thought was supposed to be, electorally at least, an ally, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Take that feeling and amplify it 50 million times more, and then replace me with leftists, and then replace you with the Democratic Party, and you have explained completely the entire left-wing media apparatus for the past 8 years. Okay, how many times do I have to hear that Bernie Sanders was robbed of the election? Okay, but if those are the people that are constantly attacking you, and they're not attacking you because they disagree with your
your people are attacking me. Your people are attacking me. The people who
and look, the worst thing I'll say about the No Kings protest is that like they use the Kingdom Hearts symbol, right? You know, with the crown. It looks way too much. It looks way too much like Kingdom Hearts. So how could you hold that protest could come off as anti-Sora, and we are all Sora. So we gotta, you gotta let the light of Sora into your heart, chat. And no, sorry, it does kind of, you know what I'm saying? The crown symbol, like low key looks like the Kingdom Hearts thing.
No, wait. But when my people are attacking you, right? It's because I think that you're making a bad strategic choice for Democrats to win. When the left is attacking you, leftists, it's because they disagree with the ideology. They want a total reformation of the party. They're not talking about, like, I think that you need a 20 an hour 50.
Destiny, the party's fucking dead. 25%. 25% approval. Destiny, that is lower than Trump. That is a dead party. That is a dead movement. And I don't think that liberalism is, look, it's not sufficient for taking on what you're dealing with now with Trump. It's going to have to be a little bit more radical. And you need to be comfortable with that if you've got any chance of holding together through this storm.
Minimum wage instead of a 15-hour minimum wage. They're saying,
all right, chat, we're at we're coming up to maybe the end of the stream here. I don't know how much longer. Yeah, he sounds paranoid. He is paranoid. I don't know how much longer this interaction is. I do know that we're at 193. We're 7 points away from getting both Ethan and Jink. Right now, Jink seems to have a fairly commanding lead. So if you want to see the Ethan Klein deflects on Gaza, which I think is actually a Hasan video, I think that's what it is. Then time's a ticking, and we are very close.
Things like minimum wage is a distraction from class struggle, and that's why the left and the right are the exact same in the United States, and we need a revolution.
Comrade Roxas says sees the means of Roxas says sees the means of production and dual wield that shit.
I haven't heard that from Crystal or Kyle. Maybe the Vanguard say that. I'm not sure, but I just don't think that it describes my content. And notwithstanding the fact that I'm not reaching out to people like fucking Mike from PA.
Did you see Crystal's interview with the Michigan senator?
Yeah, with Alyssa Slotkin. I didn't see it. I've heard of it. I heard it was a hard-hitting interview.
I'm going to point out that Destiny is just like, look, it wouldn't be a big deal to not remember Alyssa Slotkin's name unless you were a political content creator, which you are. And yeah, like, I mean, you see here the difference between Destiny and Pisco.
Because guess what? Breaking Points, for all it is not a show for Democrats. It's initially it's like a show for all media types and like right wingers. Often you started as a show for right wingers. So I'm not surprised that Crystal Ball, who is a journalist, all right, she's not just a Democratic stooge, right? She's a journalist, that she's going to give a hard-hitting interview to a Democratic candidate because she doesn't have an allegiance to the Democratic Party. And we just
she didn't give a hard-hitting interview. She did a cuck purity test on Israel.
A cuck purity test on Israel Palestine.
It is not a
look, Destiny. You're going to be buried under this, okay? You did propaganda for Israel. You took a trip to Israel. You told Israeli soldiers who were breaking into people's houses after they had destroyed their fucking cities to try on their bras and panties and take TikToks of that shit. You told them, hey, leave the camera behind, you're like, right? Yeah, that's the problem. The optics, that's the whole problem. No, the IDF operation was fine, but it needs better optics. Yeah, you piece of shit, you're never going to live that down, and we're going to remember. And anywhere you try to go, there is going to be a big fucking Gaza-shaped door gatekeeping your ass out of there. And I say good riddance. You scumbag. You fucking monster.
Hard-hitting.
Yeah, I'll do a fucking Gaza purity test on you.
Interview to scream at somebody for 10 minutes. Is it a genocide? Is it a genocide? That's purity testing on an issue that you will never win a single election on. If that's going to be like our standard for left-wing media figures, because now I could be wrong, and maybe you've just said what you just said there, that Crystal is just a media person and you wouldn't consider left or right. Is that really the position you've had?
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's... What? I mean, she's not an advocate, for a party, but she's... He wasn't trying to say that she's like beyond ideology or something.
No, I think she's left wing. No. I think she's left wing, but I do think that she's a journalist and she's not just there to give hand jobs to senators. And yeah, I agree. Like, I haven't seen the interview. I'm not saying that I've seen the interview, but it doesn't surprise me that she's being pressing on Israel. I'm going to be honest, like, because of what's going on in Israel.
Exactly. See, Pisco Pisco can read the room.
And the Democratic Party...
Let's see, France is ready to recognize Palestine. UK is ready to recognize Palestine. Canada. Yeah. Like, I mean, people are finally kind of waking up on this as far as the reality of the situation that Destiny has done all that was within his power to deny.
Many people feel like is lack of leadership on that issue, and she's speaking voice now to a growing resentment of the Democratic Party and its members, not just its leaders.
Crystal gave a massive masterclass on journalism, and she also risked her access not just to Elisa Slotkin but to the Democratic Party, right? In being real. With Slotkin, Crystal showed her hand and showed that nobody who has been a useful tool for Hasbara is going to get to come on her show without having something to answer for, right? She's actually, doing something that's maybe harmful for her career, because the alternative is just to like pretend that the elephant in the room of a genocide does not exist. And that was not something that she was willing to do, even for, if she fucking kid gloves Alyssa Slotkin, then, all the shit, you can get Hakeem Jeffrey, you can bring anybody on now, right? They know that you're a safe place for them. Crystal definitely showed them they were not a safe place. Not a safe place for genocide enablers.
Right.
Yeah, you're right about that anxiety. There's some massive caveats on the UK acknowledgement.
The Democratic members have soured on Israel.
I'm just saying that Destiny's like he's like the last person fighting on a war that's lost, right? And he doesn't quite realize. Wait, what is it? Omaimu wa Shindairu. He doesn't realize he's already dead.
And so in that sense, like, yeah, maybe she's given an antagonistic interview to the candidate / leader of the Democratic people, but people's approval, the Democrats' approval of Democratic Party is shambolic. And so maybe it's okay.
Sorry? Not a way that I've heard that word used before.
Maybe it's okay to do that.
The framing on this issue is so bad. If you when people say people are super pissed off about Israel Palestine, that should be a reason to vote in larger margins for the Democrats than to abstain from voting altogether. And the only reason why somebody could justify abstaining, why you get almost 20 percentage points of voters in Dearborn for Jill Stein, is because voters were hoodwinked by socialists and communists that Democrats and Republicans had the same position on this issue, and that somehow that we can say like a 50-vote Senate for Biden is like the best the Democrats can do.
And your solution,
it's a great term. He's just misapplying it.
And your solution is what? I mean,
it's to give them more votes.
No.
Do you think that Biden with 54 senators?
I want that, but like it seems counterintuitive because like when the moderates, right? When people say you lost the moderates, usually the response is you should appeal to the moderates. Or like when you lose the voters in Dearborn, maybe you should appeal to the voters in Dearborn. I don't understand why the response from an electoral perspective is control the information streams.
Oh my wa Shendairu, is that it? Omaewa Mo Shendairu?
You're never gonna do. They just exist in an informational niche, which we're unable. We don't have. If we wanted to, we'd be unable to stop them from having the kind of assuming it's significant, the significant impact that they have. And so I just don't understand.
Isn't Slotkin one of the House leaders? What is her position? I know she was the point person on the State of the Union. She was the respondent to the to Trump's it's not called the State of the Union because it's the first year, but the first year equivalent to the State of the Union. Slotkin was the one that they tapped to respond. Anybody know what her position is?
That's literally where we live, is the information stream. If we say that we can't win that, then run a ton of ads because like the war is over, right?
She's just a senator.
This is where Republicans dominate. Like if I would have bet you, 10 months ago, or if anybody would have bet me 10 months ago, do you think that fucking Trump?
No. I mean, does she have any sort of leadership credentials? I think is what the chatter was asking. Oh, yeah. Chatters are correcting that she's not in the House. She's a senator, but I'm just like wondering if there's she's being groomed for party leadership, but she's not. Yeah. I mean, she will be in party leadership if the current party leadership has anything to say about it. But
to fucking trafficking that woman at Mar-a-Lago to fucking Epstein and his fan base wouldn't care, I would have said no. That's obviously the breaking point. It would be way over before that. And holy shit, where are we at? Like, there has to be some level of like support for the Democratic Party. It can't be that like we lost the election and now we have to appeal to a group of people who fundamentally disagree with the entire existence of the Democratic Party and want to reform it.
Yes, you do. Yes, you actually do. All right. You got to take some of those votes. See, here's the deal, Destiny, you lost because you took certain votes for granted. The solution is not to cut those people off and say, fuck those people, fuck those Arabs. Like they're not with us, right? They voted for Trump, so fuck them forever, right? That's not the right solution. The right solution is not to say fuck those T slurs, we're not with them. Fuck those, insert racial slurs for immigrants, we're not with them, right? That's how you lose even bigger. That's how you that you're gonna get your map's gonna look like Walter Mondale's map if you do that shit. All right. Believe me, it can go down. It can, right? Especially with the Democratic Party being just phenomenally, there's a real question on whether the Democratic brand can be, saved from the fire at this point. We're talking about 25% approval rating, right? That's what it's at right now. There's a real question of as to whether it's really worth saving. Now, that's a shitty thing to say, right? Because I've always maintained this, that it is so hard to create a new party in the United States, and 2 years, 4 years, 3, is not enough time. So, we're kind of cooked if the Democratic brand is going downhill, but I mean, that's how dire it is. And the more they double down on the same fucking mistakes, which is what Destiny is giving voice to right now, the more cooked they actually are. Current party leadership may have to cross over first. Oh yeah, cross over to the other side. True. Booker, it could be amazing if he just become a raw vegan. I think he would be amazing if he would eat 30 bananas a day. And no, just kidding.
And what Josiah and I have done, and Econoboy, I think as well, is regardless of this whole socialist thing, which I think is it's to me it's not as important. And maybe I could be fucking clueless about that. I could be clueless about Marxist-Leninism. I could be clueless, all that shit. But what we've done,
that's kind of what I'm saying. Obsessive audio, third party, another party is going to take. You can't create a party like that quickly. And I don't honestly think that the third parties that we have. So I don't know if there's a third party that's really ready for prime time. Didn't Biden say that if you weren't going to vote Democrat, stay home? Yeah, right before he said if you don't, that you're not black anymore, right? No, sorry, that was the 2020 election, right? Where he made that comment. 30 bananas will block you up, or completely empty you out. I'm not sure which.
focus on MAGA, the crimes of MAGA, the attacks of Trump, the what's going on in our
you might have like the quickest diarrhea ever observed.
institution. You know, I go on to Crystal Ball show last week.
Yeah, that's right. Not ID. Dims would be 60 points up if not for the goddamn Vanguard, those tankies.
Breaking points to talk about how Trump is fucking up in every conceivable way on the Epstein issue, how he's fucking up in every conceivable way with respect to the due process issue. Like the last time, before that, I was also talking about immigration. Like I go on these shows and these platforms. I actually had the Vanguard on separately. Maybe you guys, if you want to find more clips of me like being nice to the Vanguard, I had a separate interview with the Vanguard, just me. So if there's anything like bad clips, you can go find that and see if I'm inconsistent. But so go watch that video. It's really great. But in that video, I'm agreeing with the Vanguard in terms of like, this is how bad Trump is. This is why it's bad for Mahmoud Khalil. So what's wrong with that strategy? If we're going to have any effect, it's going to be reaching out to certain people we vehemently disagree with, and making the case that Trump is awful, that we're in fucking hell right now. And I don't know what's wrong with that.
Here's the problem. This is what it's not enough to say. It's not enough to say that Trump is bad. You have to say.
Look, chat. All I'm trying to say is we got to put Cory Booker on Banana Island. All right, nothing but bananas for 30 days and see if he becomes see if he goes Super Saiyan.
Democrat is better.
I do say that.
That's not a thing that I don't think any of these people would admit.
Well, what you mean is they don't admit it. They literally do admit it when they say they voted for them. Now that's cold comfort. It's not enough. I agree. It's not enough. But they do admit the Democrats are preferable. Kyle does admit that. Crystal does admit that. Crystal had a whole debate with Cenk Uygur about why it was.
Yeah, I watched that debate. Yeah,
and she did. She did amazing. So it's just not true. These people don't acknowledge the benefit of the Democrats. The problem is sometimes they have critiques that are unhinged, untrue. We don't agree with. They go too far. I get it. Some of them, I don't even put in the same bucket Hasan, Piker, and these other people who I'm not trying to build bridges with. But the resistance, saying that what I look at when I saw that Hasan mentioned me on a stream. Do you know what all the ats were? They were like, "You got your wish. You got your wish. You just wanted to get in with Hasan." That's what people think of me because of you. That's what people think of me because of your audience. And that's not true. And I resent that a shit ton, because that's not what I'm doing.
Give a fuck if you resent it, bro. You've been accusing me of being bad faith for the past whole fucking week when I've justified every single fucking argument I've given, and you just spent.
I have never seen a Destiny orbiter ejected like this before, right? Where it does seem like, yeah, it is Destiny's. Okay. The reason that Hasan covered Pisco is because Destiny and Hutch made such a big deal out of the thought crime of Pisco and Econo Boy, right? Otherwise, he would have never seen it. So you're pushing somebody out of your orbit. You're making, you're making your viewers hate Pisco, and at the same time, you are, creating such a furor. You're splashing in the water so much that the shark of Hasan comes along, and he says, "What's this? Let me take a bite of this. Pisco." No, he called him Pisco. He called him Pisco, chat. He's like, Pisco? I think he's like a lawyer or something. He never would have heard of Pisco if it wasn't for Destiny. Like, you're doing this. You're ejecting him out of orbit. And he doesn't have you could tell Pisco does not want to be like a friend of Hasan's, right? He's not ideologically aligned with Hasan Piker. That's easiest thing to figure out in the world. But Destiny's pushing him to a place where, yeah, Hasan's viewers are like kind of positively disposed towards him now. Destiny's viewers very negatively disposed to him. I've never seen somebody ejected out of one orbit and like almost into another. That's kind of wild.
A clip of me from 10 minutes.
No, it's 1S, Versen. Yeah, I mean, it's, clear, a lot of people mispronounce. I had him on, I had Pisco on a few times on Bird Brains, and yeah, a lot of people call him Pisco for whatever reason.
Ago, saying that I'm a hypocrite on this issue. Like, yeah, online politics fucking sucks. No fucking shit, Sherlock Holmes. You don't have to fucking tell me that.
You can't.
I've been doing it for a decade. Yeah, it's fucking horrible. No shit. But I'm just saying that when you're trying to appeal to a side of the media where the entire goal of that side is the destruction of the Democratic Party, listen, I mean, I can disagree and maybe fuck. Listen, you know what? You know what I fucking love? You know what would be the best thing in the world is if 12 months from now I'm on stream eating shit and all of these leftists are like, fuck it.
Literally eating shit?
We're going to support the Democrats. We're going to fucking canvass for them. And Pisco was so fucking right. I'd be like, oh, fuck it. I was totally fucking wrong. You know, the last 10 years weren't indicative of the motion forward, and, you know, fuck me, I guess. But in my mind, and I'd bet money on it with odds.
He's got Anna Kasparian energy, yeah.
Like, what's going to happen is in 6 to 12
kind
months,
of.
all of these guys are going to be shitting on Democrats constantly. The only candidates they're going to support are going to be ones that are avowedly.
Destiny, you should try shitting on Democrats. All right? You should try it. Your tactic obviously didn't work of fucking giving them ball massages, right? That wasn't successful. Making them more comfortable. Like, oh, yes, you're right. Completely ignore and take for granted your many constituencies and then be surprised. Oh my gosh, did you know some core constituencies didn't vote for me in as large numbers as they normally do? Did you know that we actually lost some of our core constituencies? Oh my gosh, how did that happen? I thought they had nowhere else to go. Yeah, you were wrong. Learn from it. Adapt. Change your tactics unless you want to be an irrelevant party, which is what the Democrat Party is speedrunning right now. And yes, I did call them the Democrats.
Socialist communists, maybe mostly ones that are primarying, like the already elected Dems, and that's going to be it. And then at the end of the day, they're going to continue the rhetoric of both sides are the same, both sides are the same. Like, why do you think the Republican Party is so unpopular right now, but the Democratic Party isn't popular at all? It's not just because the Dems suck. It's because literally everybody.
It is. It's exactly. They're inauthentic. They're insincere. They blow with the wind. They don't stand for anything. They don't care about anything. And they don't fight. That's why they're hated. That's why they're hated. They went off about how dangerous Trump was to democracy. And then when he got elected, they played patty cake, Trumpers man. Make my country fascist as fast as you can. That's not a fucking strategy, Destiny. How hard is it for you to figure this out?
He tells you the Dems suck. The Republicans tell you the Dems suck. The Dems tell you the Dems suck. And
guess
the Socialists tell you
the Dems suck. The leadership right now is
and they don't suck though. You agreed with that.
They suck hard, Destiny. They suck hard. They suck harder than you on Nick Fuentes. That's how hard they suck.
What I mean is the current leadership, the makeup right now, the Dems are in disarray. The leaders are not doing a good job. And I have talked about it. It doesn't make me like my critique bad faith or I'm trying to appeal to lefties. When I say that, Joe Biden did a Trumpian thing, I'm not saying that to appeal to tankies. I'm not saying that it's a Trumpian thing to do to like put your family before the country, that kind of thing, and that it's just as bad as what Trump did. I'm not saying it because I'm trying to appeal. Like, what fucking commie is appealing to, like, is listening to that and being like, oh yeah, he's shitting on Biden for the pardon. Most commies are like, oh, I think it's based that he pardoned Hunter. They're like, oh yeah, we love that he pardoned Hunter because he's a good dad. That's usually what the leftist critique is.
No, they say it's based that he pardoned Hunter because the Dems and the Republicans are the same anyway. And if you want to criticize Joe Biden for pardoning Hunter, Joe Biden.
Yeah, do you remember that section in Capital where Karl Marx talks about how if your son is ever accused of a gun crime that no one else would go to prison for, how you should, give him a pardon? I remember that. I remember that from Capital.
Massive fucking mistake. The mistake was saying that he wouldn't do it. It wasn't actually pardoning him after 3 years of a Republican witch hunt of the 15th one they've done. It was that he said that he was going to do it. He shouldn't have said.
Okay, you can say that's reason, but my intention when I say things like Joe Biden, he fucked up the election in that sense, he screwed us over. Joe Biden, despite all the good things, I say he's the best president. I still say he's the best president of my lifetime. I still say that.
It's a low bar, but yeah, compared to other Democrats, he might be right.
He did a Trumpian move by closing the border and by...
No, he's definitely, in your lifetime, yeah, it's definitely correct.
Pardon his son. I'm not trying to appeal to...
Not in my lifetime, though, chat, because I'm over 5,000 years old. I'm an Umbran witch from, under a lake, and, right, I've definitely seen better Democrats, but...
commies. And when I criticize Chuck Schumer and say he should retire, when I criticize everyone who voted to censure Al Green, I'm not trying to appeal to commies. I'm trying to make the Democrats better. I'm trying to make the Democrats stronger, because I think if these guys are in charge, we are fucked. We are cooked. And the only way we're going to win an election is just because maybe the Trump is so unpopular. But we're not maximizing our chances by having these people in charge. And so, yeah, I've shit on the Democrats a great deal. Josiah has, Hutch has, Econoboy has. Now,
and it actually helps them. The counterintuitive thing is it helps them even during an election. If they need to be criticized because they're on course to lose an election, you should definitely criticize them. All right. It doesn't help to treat them with Mickey Mouse gloves. All right. Especially when they are digging their own grave. Do not help them dig their own grave. That is, you're not actually being helpful there.
Bad faith criticism. There's some good faith criticism, but what you can't say.
God, how long will this conversation continue, chat? We're 7 points away from 200. If anybody wants to see that Ethan Klein thing, it is swiftly slipping away. But we are only 7 points from getting both the Jink segment and the Ethan Klein segment, which I feel like together make a pretty decent bonus segment. The Jink segment is unfortunately for today very close. We'll have a lot more to talk about, I guess, on Sunday as far as Jink's appearance on. I mean, it's definitely interesting what they show in the trailer. But yeah, that's where we're at. We've secured the bag on the Jink, the 2-minute Jink Uger surrounded trailer, trying to close in on the Ethan Klein deflects on Gaza segment from Hasan, but we'll see what happens. We're close to the.
Can't say is giving a hard-hitting interview to Alyssa Slotkin is like incompatible with us like going on these shows or fundamentally trying to.
It's never just that in a vacuum. It's just that like I agree that Dem leadership is weak, and I shit on the Dems too. I joked that I don't even know if I was joking. I would fucking primary any Dem that voted to censure Al Green. It's fucking insane. Okay, like yeah, they definitely have their problems, but like holy fuck, if you're a Democrat, like. I don't know, what are you even building towards and who are you building for, right? Like, what was the constant criticism? Like, these guys need to go out and do podcasts more. They need to go on shows more. I remember joking before the election, if Kamala went on any right-leaning podcast, she'll be eviscerated. Her interview on that, like, CNN, I think it was, with Walls, that was a hard interview. And that was on, like, a liberal platform. And no centrist podcast is going to host her without it being incredibly contentious. And it's like, okay, well, cool. Look, it looks like they're trying to go on and do podcasts now. And the first one she goes on, Sager or whatever, is nicer than Crystal Ball. Crystal Ball's first question to the senator was why did you even come here? It's like, Jesus Christ.
She gives tough interviews.
Journalism stuff. Like, it's
Crystal, Crystal.
There's 2 points to this, all right? You know what? You're right, Destiny. Slotkin shouldn't go on podcasts, all right? Slotkin's going to get roasted on podcasts. Her best bet is to, stay in her, 20-plus Democratic district, hope that nobody primaries her, and to dodge and to only go on like Meet the Press and shit like that. That's probably the best that she can do, right? But you should have a candidate that can go on Crystal Ball. Maybe Crystal criticizes some aspects of their policy, but they're able to acquit themselves decently, right? Slotkin can't, because she's a piece of dog shit. She's everything that people hate about the Democratic Party. And the only people that like her are the party establishment that have succeeded time after time after time in seizing the loss from the jaws of victory.
The Dems.
Crystal gives hard interviews. She's not like I don't know what to say. That she's known for this. Like
wait, was Crystal? Oh no, she wasn't. Destiny went on Breaking Points, but I think it was Ryan Grimm. It was Ryan Grimm, Emily What's-Her-Fuck, and who else? Was Sagar on there?
I don't think that she just, when it comes to politicians, especially politicians, because she thinks it's a genocide. Given her view that Israel's committing a genocide on Gaza.
Destiny, listen, you were the dog from Rocco's Modern Life, all right? I know where this reference comes from now because I looked it up. You were the dog from Rocco's Modern Life. Elisa Slotkin is the piece of moldy, nasty shit at the back of Rocco's fridge. And what we are trying to do is pry that garbage out of your fucking mouth. All right? You're like, oh no, Alyssa Slotkin, she's what the Democrats really need. She's presidential material. Bullshit. It was Omar Bader, sorry. I'm mispronouncing everyone's name today. Yeah, it was the cookie rockets. Yeah. Like, please get Alyssa Slotkin is trash. Please get her out of your mouth. All right. We keep on trying to take her out, throw her away. You pull her out of the trash. We throw the, just please, like, get that. That's nasty, Destiny. That's not honey poo. That's shit that you're eating. Like, please recognize. That's failure. That's a permanent minority status for the party. That is the Democratic Party becoming a third party. All right. And look, there's a good way that can happen, a bad way that can happen. That's leaning more towards the bad way, where you've got like a Trump, you've got like a MAGA party, a MAGA Republican party, then you've got an Elon Musk America party with Tucker Carlson running as their candidate, and those are the top two parties. That's where that road leads. Please get Alyssa Slotkin out of your mouth, for God fucking sake.
And on the Palestinian people, it makes complete sense why she would ask that question. Like, just grant her view that she's doing that like she's trying to improve the Democratic, like imagine that she really thought that the Democratic base is moving significantly.
She is trying to improve the Democratic Party. I agree with Pisco on this. I don't think she's trying to improve Alyssa Slotkin. I think she accurately appraises Alyssa Slotkin as being kryptonite for the left.
Significantly towards being pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel, then in some sense, I don't understand why we wouldn't be pressuring our elected officials to more represent the
I don't think that the Democratic Party is moving to being pro-Palestinian.
I think the polling seems to suggest that. I don't know. Like, have you seen it?
I think there's
the voters, Destiny. Remember them? The people that supposedly had nowhere to go? And guess what? They do. And you lost the election because you pushed too many of them away. It's the voters. The voters are, the Democratic Party may not be pro-Gaza because they are thinking more about the next primary and whether they're going to have to deal with, an AIPAC challenger, right? Rather than, than what's right or wrong. But the American people, and I'm not just talking about liberals either, the American people as a whole are done with Israel. So Destiny, you're fucking cooked.
I mean, like, when you who has more? Like, I have more sympathy for the Palestinians than Israel. Like, how do you have sympathy for the fucking Israelis? Okay, these motherfuckers intercept missiles out of the middle of the sky. I feel like people are having more sympathy for the Palestinians, but like when it comes to like the solutions that a lot of the socialist types would implement, like I don't know how many people would vote to like pull all support and all funding from Israel. That's like a much deeper, much darker question, especially when.
I feel like the Democrats' base is basically saying we don't like the leadership. I don't think in that context, that's not just the crazies online. It's not just me and Josiah Conaboy. It is the broad consensus of the Democratic members that the people who are currently in charge are not doing a good job and they should be replaced. And I haven't watched the interview, and so I don't want to comment. Maybe it was inappropriate. Maybe it was. I don't, in principle, have a problem with that interview or a hard-hitting interview.
I feel so bad. Not that I'm criticizing Pisco for not having watched that interview, but mainly because I haven't watched that. There's been too much going on, chat. I haven't got to watch that interview either. That sounds like good content. I just don't know if anybody would watch. Would anybody watch a stream of that? Would anybody want to watch me react to Crystal going ham on Alyssa Slotkin?
But in terms
Did I say the voters, Shakespeare?
The prescriptions. What I want to know is, how are we fucking up? How am I fucking up? What am I doing wrong that would cause such an upheaval? Like my mentions are insane. Like people saying shit like you abandoned liberalism. It's crazy.
I mean, like going back to, I guess, the same thing as before, I think appealing to the values of socialists is the same thing as appealing to the values of other illiberal groups like Nazis or fascists.
Okay, I don't know how I have done that. When you say, because if you define socialism in the sense that like of the whatever your version of it is, how have I done that? We're debating in the Vanguard, for example, like how to implement Biden's strategy, Biden's policy, Biden's promises, Biden's $15 minimum wage, not some crazy.
Okay, I'm curious then. If I'm brain broken on this, why do you think Hutch had such a contention with the conversation after it happened? What was his problem?
Okay, I love Hutch. Hutch is my boy. Hutch is wonderful, and I always stand by Hutch. I think
that a bust I hear.
Hutch is a green moldy piece of rotted food that's not even identifiable at the back of your fridge. Pisco, please get him out of your mouth. He is kryptonite to you. Do not try to carry him. He is lost, all right? He might have better numbers than you right now, but those people in his chat are utter dog shit.
You're coming. You're about to throw him under.
I'm not throwing him under. I'm legit.
You should throw him under.
That
he belongs under a bus.
Hutch hears us.
Not literally.
Some amount of agreement, which we legitimately do with the Vanguard, which is basically that Joe Biden should have signaled better. He should have seemed more strong. He should have postured more. Not with the specifics of kicking Manchin out in West Virginia, not with the specifics of actually obtaining a $15 minimum wage from Joe Manchin, which we both acknowledge is impossible, but just with a more macro view of the Vanguard. That is to say that the Democrats should look like they're giving a fuck a little bit more, which I think is a modest take, a modest proposal. I think that Hutch, similar to the audience, which maybe it's reasonable, took that kind of optical stance of us being like, well, we're, middle of the road. On the one hand, Hutch has a point here on the Manchin stuff, but, the Vanguard is saying this. And he took that in the way that many people might have reasonably took, which is that we are trying to both sides it and we're not really having his back here. But it was our honest take, and it is still my opinion. And I was more defensive of Hutch with respect to like the personal comments that the Vanguard had made about like his lip ring and that kind of stuff. And it seemed like they ironed that out at the beginning. And so
it's a combo. It's not just the lip ring. Okay. What did they say about his lip ring, chat? I'm here for this. I'm here for the mean comments about Hutch's physical appearance, kind of. Wait, it's not the lip ring. Like, look, the lip ring in and of itself is fine. It's, it's not 2013 anymore, but whatever, we're a lip ring. It's just like with the whole fucking thumb look and the, like, I don't know. And the beard, it just, I don't know. It just doesn't fit. That's all. But what did the Vanguard say about him? Oh my God, were they mean? Did they bully Hutch? Silly and Billy drag him? What did they say about his lip ring? I want to hear this. I'm here for the spite, chat.
So I wasn't really I was just trying to give my honest take.
Yeah, a modest proposal, right? Shaxby have all the phrases to say there. I don't think he intended any of the connotations of that phrase, but yeah, maybe he's hungry. Pisco, you got to eat before stream, otherwise you're going to be like thinking about eating babies. Modest proposal.
Moment, and Hutch might have felt a way about that, but I don't think it's because we were genuinely stabbing him in the back or trying to gaslight him. I promise you, I was like, no, sorry, I promise you I'm not gaslight. I promise you that I am just formulating my opinion in real time and being honest about it.
Shaxby, he has one lip ring like right here. Like, I don't know what that's called. And it's not a stud, right? I've seen people that get a stud like a labrae. It's not a labrae, right? It's a ring. It's a ring like right where the labrae would be. It's weird. I'm hungry too, Vixen.
I'm just curious, if you had to guess for like a live and learn audience right now, if you had to guess what percentage of them
but the question, chat, is not whether Pisco's hungry or I'm hungry. The question is, are you hungry for more bonus content? Because you are 7.7% away from bonus content. And right now it's looking like we're going to do the short little segment on Cenk Uygur confronted about his union busting on Surrounded. On Jubilee Surrounded, we were very close to also securing Ethan Klein deflecting on Gaza, which is a Hasan video. So if that sounds good to you, you have a limited time here to make that happen. We're at not 193 out of 200. If we get to 200, we get both. We get both. That's a possibility. I'm just letting you know, okay?
For Kamala in the last election, in your mind, what do you peg that percentage at?
90.
Okay. And then if you had to feel like what percentage of them like enthusiastically supported
90% would have supported what? Sorry.
Guess what percentage of them voted for Kamala?
But people took that.
If you had to, I'm just curious, if you had to guess for like a live and learn audience right now, if you had to guess what percentage
the percentage of the live and learn audience, that's the audience for the podcast he has with Hutch, with Josiah from Poundering Politics, with Econo Boy, and wait, am I missing somebody? Is there somebody else on Live and Learn? I feel like I'm forgetting somebody, but yeah, that's, you know, what does he think the audience, you know, what do you think who does he think they're voting for?
Voted for Kamala in the last election.
Oh shit, chat. We're at 5 hours and 30 minutes already. I was supposed to move on by now.
90.
Okay. And then if you had to feel like what percentage of them would have like enthusiastically supported Kamala as a candidate against Trump, not just hated Trump, but enthusiastically supported Kamala as a candidate, in your mind, what is that at?
My intuition is 80. I don't know.
Okay. In my mind, those numbers are like 50-20. No, not that, but like 60-40 is where I'm
I have a lot of conservatives.
I'm sorry, but if you're going to if you're going to look at the Vanguard and be like, those are clearly Marxist-Leninists, I don't trust your judgment on anything. Like for you to look at an audience and be like, I think they're 50% Kamala Harris. No, I'm sorry. I don't trust you. I don't trust your judgment. You got really bad judgment. You don't know what you're talking about. You're ignorant. And you're bold in your ignorance. And that's a bad combination. You're loud, you're confident, and you're wrong, Destiny. That is the worst combination.
My chat, I have a lot of
Okay, sure. Well, then
I don't know.
Those, sure, that's not fair.
But I think that most of the people who watch my shit.
How do the points work for the bonus content? Well, every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift memberships on YouTube, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or for money by getting yourself a sub, or gifting subs, or even bits, right? That makes the number down at the lower right go get bigger. You can also put your money where your mouth is by telling me which of the bonus topics you are pining for right now. And yeah, it adds bonus points to those after the poll. The poll is on YouTube, right? So if you're watching me on Twitch, feel free to skedaddle over to YouTube, not because I'm telling you to switch platforms, not because I'm telling you not to watch me on Twitch. Watch me wherever you want to. But if you want to, you know, for the vote, it is on YouTube. So you will have to go to YouTube for that. And you could also add to the, you can add to the percentage. You can add percentages when you donate to the topic of your choice
super
by
chatted $7.30.
telling me in the form of a super chat exactly. Like I'm like Santa. You sit on my lap. You tell me what you want. And Santa makes it happen. Oh my God, how am I Santa? How am I compare? Chad, I'm Fem Santa. Do you need a Fem Santa in your life? I feel like you do. I feel like we could all use a Fem Santa. Whoa, Obsessive Audio just did it. Yeah, there we go. That is the goal met. So we're gonna get double bonus content here. You don't have to choose between Ethan and Jink. You might. Let's see, where are we at as far as the poll goes? Ethan first place, but Jinx got that huge bonus. So Jinx in first place, Ethan's in second place, Anna's in third place. No, wait, Vosh and Anna tied actually. And they're quite a ways below. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna do It looks like we're going to do double bonus content today. Who knew? Jink on surrounded. See, it's so much easier for me, Chad, if the poll is like 199 out of 200 and I'm just like, well, I guess we're just doing one bonus topic. I'm out of here, right? It's so much easier for me, but I feel like I'm ripping you off a little bit if you're at 190 something and I'm, you know what I mean? You're so close to double bonus content.
Or
it's worth encouraging.
I do dem porn. I
do dem porn? Chad, is there a Pisco OF that I should be looking up right now?
About how shitty Trump
maybe it's just feet
is half the time. And
I don't understand I don't know if you get this now. When you keep saying I just talk about how shitty Trump is, like that's the end. They agree with you there. Like like socialists will agree with you that Trump is bad, but they're just going to say that the Dems are about the same.
Okay, my intuition is that these people acknowledge, like, I wear my heart on my sleeve. I look at my
Like, even
post
I'm just
history.
scrolling
Look
through
at
the
my.
Vanguard Twitter. I'm just curious. Like, I see like there's tweets like you're like shitting on like fucking Cory Booker and stuff. And it's like Jesus Christ.
He deserves to be shit on a little bit.
Yeah, Cory Booker can be cringe. Cory Booker.
He's exceptionally cringe, right? He's not as bad as Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer, but he can be pretty fucking cringe.
He's cringe in many respects. Now, I think Cory Booker.
Wait, was Pisco Fuentes in the leaks? Oh no, WB. Oh no.
No one's doing anything at the moment.
Yeah, he stood.
That would be so disappointing, especially if that was the first time that you had ever, like, you know, gotten head from, if it was the first time that he had ever gotten head from a guy, and it's like Destiny's like terrible blowjob skills.
Stood up for 28
Like,
hours.
what do you want? Cory Booker's cringe. Like the guy's like.
I don't
did the
know.
longest
All
People
I'm
Before
telling you
show.
is Cory Booker sometimes does cringe things. That I've known who Cory Booker is now for years. I'm not telling you that Cory Booker, you shouldn't vote for Cory.
What do you think about Kamala, Destiny? Do you think she never does cringe things? You might want to Google Kamala Harris wheels of the bus.
Booker. would need to know the context of the tweet about Cory Booker. Now, I saw what he said about Pete Buttigieg. I think that's fucking stupid and wrong. And Pete Buttigieg, I would be proud to support Buttigieg. And if it came down to it and we're still talking shit and he were the nominee.
Buttigieg is better than JD Vance, I guess, but
you better believe I'm going to go on those streams and be like, why are you saying don't vote for Buttigieg? Why are you not enthusiastically supporting Buttigieg? Like I did in the lead up to the 2024 election when I was debating vigorously with lefties about not, including Ogre Boy, who just fucking talk shit to you. I was debating them vigorously to vote for Kamala Harris enthusiastically. So to act as though I wouldn't stand on business when we have a nominee, or like part of the whole thing of the beauty of the Democratic nomination process, which you've acknowledged, is.
And that's wild to me that Nick got a beach from Destiny. What's worse is that like somehow he managed to give Lauren Southern a blowjob too.
To suss out
what I don't know how that works, chat.
Direction of the party is going to be. This is the time when the Democrats need to define themselves. And so if there's ever a moment.
Does that mean I have to invite Lauren Southern to the land party now? Let me get my thigh highs.
For internal critique.
Let me get my blow high and my thigh highs. I didn't realize that Lauren Southern was one of us, chat.
Ever a moment for us to decide what the direction is, it would be now. And so I'm going to be much more accommodating of that kind of disagreement here in steadying the ship perhaps towards them. Okay, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree with you here, but wait. There's a limit though to like what can happen in the primary process, right? So like if there's two candidates and one is like $7 an hour minimum wage and the other's like 15 an hour minimum wage, and I look at the 7-hour minimum wage person, I'm like, this person wants to, I think this is almost like a slave labor wage. I don't think this is good. Like this is horrible. If that person wins the primary, I can like kind of begrudgingly like, okay, yeah, well, whatever, fine, we'll support this person. But if I spend the entire fucking primary calling this person a child rapist or calling them Genocide Joe, how the fuck am I ever expecting that group of people? Like you said earlier, if you really believe that Crystal Ball believes that there's a genocide going on and she's going to push hard on, the whoever she comes to interview. Well, if all the socialists literally believe that it's an actual genocide and the Democrats are complicit in it, holy fuck, how do you vote for fucking like Hitler Jr.? Like, I don't think you can get them on your side at that point. I don't think they're ever going to join.
It's tough,
you made me wonder, Irene. I hope you're not wondering whether I'm going to really, hang out with Lauren Southern. I think that her editor might have a problem with that. I may have massively insulted her video editor to the point where it's just not going to happen.
Like I can't change them into not believing that. First of all, because I do believe it. Because one is because I do affirm it and I do believe it now that it is a genocide. Put that aside. But separately, like even if I didn't, I can't change that notion. I can't change their mind on that.
You can't change it, but like if you can't change it, like that's part of my point. There's too many beliefs that can't be changed without sacrificing like the whole mast of the ship of the party. Because now you have to basically become socialist or quasi-socialist, and then you're gonna end up bleeding off like half the party doing that because your base are your moderate lefts.
Destiny, what if we got over the fucking Red Scare? We got over the conflict, the fucking century-old conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union, and we just allowed the left party to be, I don't know, a left party? We allowed a party that is against capitalism? I'm sorry, like, I mean, are you too much of a boomer for that shit?
I think that more and more,
like, he's going to be so sad, chat, when liberalism gets swept into the dustpan of history, or worse yet, commandeered by people like Elon Musk.
People, you're seeing in the polling that yes, this is a very divisive issue, but the Netanyahu in Israel is not popular right now, and it's.
We keep saying that, but you know what's really not popular?
What?
It's socialists. Like, how many?
Yeah.
How many years, decades have we heard that it's like this is the election?
Yeah, I wonder why socialists aren't popular. Being a socialist would preclude you from immigrating to the country, if being a socialist at times would preclude you from having a job. I wonder if communists were always the bad guys in movies for you. I wonder what would it be what makes that unpopular. I wonder why that is.
Election series, this is the time where they're all going to come out and resoundingly they get crushed over and over and over again. Like, why do we think that this is the path forward?
I don't think if what you mean by socialism, is tankyism or Marxist-Leninism, I don't.
Tankyism. Pisco, it hurts me to hear somebody as intelligent as you saying something so unintelligent as tankyism. What's next? Transgenderism?
I don't think it's the way forward. But we have Mamdani, AOC. You think AOC might be the way forward? That's not socialism in your mind. So if that's what people mean by socialism, if that's what people think.
Look, I'm not saying we should do DEI, okay? I'm not saying.
Forward. People like AOC and Bernie, great. And if people have, are too harsh on those people, I'm going to fight them for sure.
Hankyism. Yeah, we could get behind that, right? We can certainly get behind hankyism.
Sure. And I will support people like AOC and Bernie. And I agree that they're not left enough for the purists and for the lefties and that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, like, what am I to do? I'm going to try to marshal what I can. I'm going to try to push people in the right direction when I can to vote for the Democratic candidate. And I don't think any mainstream Democrat right now is the worry. The worry is, as you mentioned, right, like the media class.
I think when you say what you do, I think it's pushing and building on the Democratic side of things, not joining a media apparatus that almost exclusively rewards only attacking the Republicans and then only shitting on Dems. Because that's, if you wanted to join right now.
Wait, only attacking the Republic? What does he say? Is he talking about breaking points? Actually, Pisco would be a perfect fit for breaking points.
New media, you're either a Republican or you're somebody that's probably going to spend a lot of time shitting on the Dems, and then maybe also attacking the Republicans. And like, that's it. Like in the left-wing media apparatus, that's all there is. And I just think it's really sad that like
Gundamism.
How do we appeal to these people who have all built careers out of just relentlessly attacking? Yeah,
you say that, but there's just no example of me doing that, right? I get that some people.
No, not you, but you.
Hankyism is 2-day work weeks, 6 months of paid vacation a year. Hell yeah. 2-year sabbaticals every 5 years, and also pizza parties on Fridays, pants optional. Hankyism sounds great.
You guys have a show called Live and Learn, where now 1/4 of your cast are socialist, and now you're like.
But what he means by socialist, I get, but I respect his truth. That's what he means by socialist. But you take issue with that label, even though it doesn't match what your vision is of socialist.
I don't necessarily take issue with the label. I respect his truth too. Okay, I don't think he's a secret tanky, but what he sees as his new label, other people see as an opportunity to infect and then spread the anti-liberal ideology. It's not like. Like, if we were in a room full of clones of Bernie Sanders and AOCs and Econo boys, like, well, fuck it, let's appeal to socialists. I don't give a fuck at that point, sure. But if we were in a room full of fucking Stalins and Lenins and all these people, and then Econo boy, jumps in, he's like, hey, I'm a socialist. Like, we should appeal to these guys, right? I'm like, let's go to the fucking other room.
So what do I do? What do I do? So Econo boy has this whole position about what, first of all, I think capitalism is based. I've always been like in favor of private capitalism. But
so in case anyone who's getting too attached to Pisco, let's hear some of his real beliefs.
Want me to do about it? Like, Econo boy, let's have a conversation about communism. A conversation that you think that I'm not even equipped for. And like, what do you want me to do about that? Like, he has his position. It's grounded in this history of the socialist traditions in these other countries, in these various countries. I can't refute that. He's not going to be convinced by me. So you want to have a fucking struggle session every 2 seconds about you should be a communism.
Struggle session. I thought that was our thing.
I don't think there'd be a debate on him all the time. I think if you think that there are reasons why he's
didn't he already call in the other debate? He called somebody a revisionist, right? It's funny for somebody who hates tankies so much. He's adopting a lot of the I don't think he even realizes it, but He's adopting a lot of the lingo from the other side.
The socialists that have like
you don't give a shit
values.
about this, dude. You don't really give a shit about this. You're not scared of Econoboy. You're not really scared that Econoboy is going to be a fucking he's going to be the Trojan horse by which we enter in 1,000-year Reich of Marxist Leninism. You're not actually scared about that. I refuse to believe that.
Like the two largest left.
I hate to break it to you, Pisco, but changing the mode of production, I don't know what I want to say about this. It's not like we're just gonna be like, no, here's the deal. 1,000 years, we're gonna, workers own the means of production, and then after that, we'll go back to capitalism. That'll be fine. The
streamers in the fucking world literally did that to me. That's literally my life. That they came into my community as suck dems, and they are the largest streamers on the left now, and they're fucking. Hasan is an avowed ML, and I don't know where the fuck Vosh is on his.
Right. So yeah, it's part of this conceit that they've got in the Destiny community, comparing communists to fascists, right? They're like, look, there's a virtue in the center, all right, and then we got bookends, right, of evil Hitler, evil Stalin. Right, and they're equal. They're equally bad. It makes sense to the liberal mind. They want to center themselves in the universe. They want to pretend that they didn't get where they were because this is a philosophy meant for capitalists and then adopted by people who are not, owners of the means of production because they are alienated from their own fucking best interests. Right? We're not gonna. You're just gonna pretend that there's like a virtue in, it's like the middle path of politics here.
Crazy socialist journey.
Yeah, true centrism has never been attempted, my friend.
But that's literally my life.
That's right, Davi.
I don't think this could actually happen. Like, what the fuck is that statement?
I think that you're not concerned of Econoboy becoming one of these figures, are you? Or I mean, like,
I don't know if he in particular would. I'm just saying that that's the entry point, and that's how all these motherfuckers work, and they say it openly. They openly say it.
Oh. I mean,
listen. I don't think. Hold on. I'm not saying that you should kick Econoboy off the show, or you should never do content with the Vanguard or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, it's so fucking sad. Like, Hutch is one of the only fucking people I see now in the world who's not like, yeah, I'm a Democrat, but like, oh yeah, it's a massive fucking genocide, and the Dems fucking suck shit, and I wish that Biden wouldn't have been fucking senile, wouldn't have fucking pardoned his fucking son, and I mean, like, I just want.
Are you this much in denial, Destiny? Do you think that maybe if Biden had just had a code red that night instead of an Ambien, that you think if we could have just swept his cognitive decline under the rug, everything would have been okay? God damn. He was riding with Biden up until the end, wasn't he? Am I wrong about this? I mean, like, at some point, obviously, he got on board and supported Kamala, but I think he was one of these people that even after the debate, like, right, there's two people that come to mind that were that deluded, right? And the other one is Xander Hall. The other one is fucking Destiny and Xander Hall, right? This is your new orbiter, Destiny. Hasan's gonna cannibalize your orbit. He's gonna steal all your oomphies, and you're just gonna be left with Xander Hall, right? You and Xander Hall can be the Destiny orbit.
Wait, but he shouldn't. He shouldn't have. He shouldn't have.
Thank you.
I know that's fine, but I need like one fucking other liberal on the fucking planet on this platform. Anyway,
Xander Hall, get him. He's up for. I think he's like out of chat. Does Xander Hall still somehow have a White Leaf website? Did they like let him keep that thing? Because they just xylitol. Did they let him stay on White Leaf? I don't think I ever heard of him getting kicked off, even after threatening other White Leaf creators' lives, right? Even after ideating on strangling the life out of Keffels, right? I don't think they kicked him out, did they? Ethan Klein already beat Hasan to Destiny's office. Yeah, good point. Yeah, that's your real enemy, Destiny. Ethan Klein's the one that's going to cannibalize your audience.
that's not just constantly, okay, bending over to take it up the ass.
Okay.
From every single other fucking political partisan, okay? Just somebody that can actually just stand on business for like liberal politics.
Well, you have Hunter Biden. You have Hunter Biden.
Yeah, there you go. Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden, Xander Hall, you're good.
If you want to do content with like the Vanguard or other people, that's fine.
Nuts are erudite. There you go. Tomfoolery. I'm sure there's plenty, Destiny. I'm sure there's plenty. Wait, no, is tomfoolery even a Democrat? I don't even know.
But you can't be surprised.
I think that guy might be a Republican.
And there's a huge fucking eye roll on his side where it's like, oh, it's these guys who are making the fucking ass rape jokes about fucking Buttigieg. Like one of the liberals out there doing.
This man has. Is that chutzpah or is that lack of self-awareness? Like, did you not just not use, bending over and taking it up the ass as a pejorative, right? You want to talk about gay jokes, Destiny? What the? But it's such like, okay. It's one thing that he said like this, he uses taking it up the ass as like, this is the thing this is bad. This is the thing that you don't want to do. And then he's like making a gay joke about Buttigieg. It's one thing that he just didn't notice that. These are like, he said this week, he said this 2 weeks from then, right? That's one, right? No, we're talking about consecutively, right? Making a gay joke. Making a joke. Yeah, a joke at the expense, reducing gay men to the act of, anal sex, and then but like let's no gay shaming Buttigieg. What the fuck? What? Tomfoolery and not so area Walkso Mutahara could scratch his balls? What does he not? Is he this like? Does he lack this much self-awareness that he doesn't remember that he just told a gay joke? Like what is your excuse, Destiny?
More like podcast work than anybody else. Okay,
you can't talk about jokes, dude. I know you.
You just
ain't fucking talking about jokes. I know that your ass ain't talking about jokes. I know that you're not saying, "Oh, fucking roll."
I know that the mouth that was used to give to pleasure Nick Fuentes is not now talking about
eyes because they made bad jokes and jokes that people disagree with. I know that it can't be you.
Bad jokes? Wait. What do you mean when I say make bad jokes?
Jokes that people find that are fucking marginal.
The one that you just made? Like the one that you just made? Like the thing that he just said, Pisco?
In terms of whether or not,
Are we not allowed to point that out?
They're in good taste, whether or not they're,
You think that my issue with jokes about Pete Buttigieg is that they're in bad taste?
Yeah, what is your critique about that?
Mike, if you want to make jokes about people getting fucked in the ass.
And which joke is he making? Like what's he, is he referring to that he does not remember the interaction with Will Menaker. Certainly he's not talking about that, right? What is he?
Make him about Lindsay.
Was there a recent Pete Buttigieg tweet or something that people thought was homophobic? What's he talking about?
Not about Pete Buttigieg.
So now
point.
Oh, the Vanguard. It was the Vanguard. God damn it. Fuck. now I'm the one with a memory of a goldfish. Right here. That he looks like a rat. Wait. Did this is sorry? Wait, what? Is this what what? He thinks this is homophobic?
I think that he also, just as a matter of campaign strategy, was omnipresent. He was everywhere. He's going on podcasts. He was doing social media. And so I think a lot of more conventional political operatives didn't see him coming.
Andrew Cuomo had a more conventional media campaign.
For sure. And I think in many ways, he, in addition to the moral disqualifications that went with his history, he just didn't. If anything, he reminded, I think, a lot of people of the status quo. So I think a lot of people are focused on the.
And Pete, how do people see you? Do they see you more similar to Mom Donnie, or do they see you more and I'm not talking about in terms of the, killing grandma or what was the joke? Somebody made a really good joke, killing grannies, and oh my god, what was it again, chat? The joke about Cuomo. What was it? Sliwa that made this joke, killing grannies and grabbing fannies. Yeah, that's what it was. And not in the so anyway. Sorry.
Leftism, the ideological leftism that I think we shouldn't be so surprised that prevailed in a New York Democratic Party primary. But I think if my party wants to learn lessons from Mamdani's success that are portable to a place like Michigan, where I live, it's less about the ideology and more about the message discipline of focusing on what people care about and the tactical wisdom of getting out there and talking to everybody.
Pete, let me quote Nikita Khrushchev when I say, "We will bury you ideologically." Always have to add that.
How you care about? Oh wait, so it's not the heteronormative. So because I was in tongue in cheek saying heteronormative.
Did you say slapping fannies and killing? Yeah, he said slapping fannies and killing grannies.
Heteronormative, and it was like, oh my god, soy, Pisco,
It's about who's being attacked. When I say jokes about the gay shit, it's not the fact that it's gay shit. It's the fact that it's a.
Oh! It's not about the homophobia. Okay, glad to know. Wait, because how the fuck did you see the Vanguard's tweet and think homophobia? Or do you think they're just criticizing him because he's gay? That they're like, they could pick any number of shit libs and they're like, no, let's pick on the gay guy.
I mean, you generally probably should make homophobic or whatever, but it's about the fact that it's more about the fact they're attacking our candidates.
Okay,
but
he's not our candidate yet. What? Our candidate? What? Excuse me? Pete Buttigieg is not currently an elected official. Our candidates? Listen, if we end up with Pete Buttigieg as a candidate, this country's fucking cooked so hard. People don't understand Cuomo is just Italian and awkward. He did mean to essay every woman. He didn't mean to essay every woman in the NYPD. Goddamn.
I mean, they don't like Pete Buttigieg. Guess what? If I fucking hate Fetterman. Would you say like if I'm pressing about Fetterman that like I'm bad faith, I'm just attacking our candidates? I know you see people differently than Fetterman, but that's just because that's your view.
Fetterman's not fair. Okay, fuck Fetterman. Okay. Pete Buttigieg, I feel like, is somebody that we should be like. I feel like every liberal should largely be like in decently large agreement with Pete Buttigieg. Should largely be supportive of the fact that he's one of the only Dems that seems to be brave enough to be running around on doing the podcast.
Yeah, because you like him. But if you hated him like fucking Fetterman, you'd be making brain dead jokes, and you wouldn't give a fuck because you think.
Yeah, and if I had a fucking oven in my stomach, you could bake bread in my tummy. What the fuck do you mean? The whole point is, who do you support?
I wouldn't eat that bread for all the money in the world, okay? Certainly there's better ways to cook bread, to bake bread than... Slapping fannies, killing grannies, and if you're Pete Buttigieg, dunking on...
I support Pete Buttigieg because he's a liberal Democrat. Yeah, no shit. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Dunking on no comment check.
But they hate Pete Buttigieg because they feel
he's a liberal Democrat. Yes, that's my point. Sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on.
It's fucking insane.
You lost it here, Destiny. Like, you better hope that people don't go and find this debate. This is embarrassing.
Like, yeah,
even by your standards.
Far left, more to the left, and they have strong critiques for centrists, but
they hate centrists. They hate Democrats.
But Fetterman is also the candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic candidate. Fetterman is a Democratic incumbent.
In general, I would support Fetterman.
I would. Wait. I would too. I would too. But that guy is in my metaphoric bullseye. I don't want to be fucking global entry canceled. He's in my bullseye, and I'm going to talk shit about Fetterman and talk about the Lake and Riley Act. I'm going to be talking about
that's huge. That's huge. Lake and Riley Act is, yeah. You remember which Democrats voted for that shit.
Embarrassing moments and being incredibly brutal through the primary, because that's what the primary process is about.
His post-debate state of play stuff was so weird. Shakespeare, are you talking about that 5-hour-long Destiny video? Did you watch that?
Oh, like if there's some cringe candidate that I perceive as cringe.
I'm not even sure if that's related. I'm assuming that's related to this. Yeah, like a 5-hour video. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm gonna talk shit. Any of this. But you're not wanting. You don't hate Fetterman because he's a liberal and you want to replace him with a socialist. You think he's a shitty Democrat. They hate Pete Buttigieg because Pete Buttigieg represents a lot of things.
Have you asked them? I don't know. But they support Tim Walz. They think Tim Walz is based. That's not a socialist.
Tim Walz is like a borderline for them.
They like Tim Walz. They like fucking AOC, even though they have the one disagreement there about the whatever funding. But guess what? AOC made that vote before. AOC did that vote years ago. And guess what? They still like her. They'll still vote for her. That's what when you were fucking soying out, I couldn't believe it, right? Like when we were making the empirical point that, yeah, this one thing that AOC said, it's not going to really change the lefties' disposition to them over the long run. We were making an empirical point that nothing ever happens. That was just another example of us sweeping and saying it doesn't matter, totally misconstruing it. But the reality is these people, they'll critique fucking their family member if they're running for election. They're purists to the core, but at the end of the day,
to be clear, they absolutely will not critique their socialist candidates. Absolutely fucking not. No way in hell.
I like when people wear hoodies inside for comfort. It's like, aw, does your head need a blanket? So yeah, look, my head would need a blanket too if it wasn't like constantly, 90 degrees outside where I am. I'm so glad nobody finished that thought for me. That would have been so fucked up if I got like a million T-slurs in the chat when I said slapping fannies and killing grannies and Pete Buttigieg as referee to disqualify.
They love their.
They just did it. AOC. I thought that your whole point was that she was not.
They don't consider. Dog, I know that you don't believe me when I say this. Okay, fucking talk to fucking whoever in your life does socialism. Socialists do not consider AOC a socialist. Okay, nobody that is like on theory and all these people, they will not.
Can we make a rule that if these Democrats are gonna if these Democrats are gonna try anti-trans rhetoric, they have to say the T-slur to our face, right? That should be a rule. If you're gonna do that, then we're gonna need, not in this chat, certainly not. But it's definitely crossed their minds, all right? And it's not just Buttigieg, it's Newsom, it's Sev Moulton, it's a lot of these Democrats. A lot of these Democrats, that T-slur at least crosses their mind, right, at this point.
You think they consider Tim Walz socialist, and they like Tim Walz?
Not. No.
Yeah, and they like Tim Walz.
Consider Bernie, maybe.
That's why NCC does not stream on Rumble. Yeah, I'm also not Cuffles. I don't get any joy from.
And they like Tim Walz.
I don't know what their position is on Walz. Listen, if you want to. If you want to do what you want to do, I mean, like, obviously you can do what you want to do, but it's just like it's just another episode. It's another liberal podcast. It's not like, oh, let's go talk to the guys that fucking hate our party just as much.
I just feel like if they're gonna use us in politics, like they have to say the T-slur. You know what I mean? If they're gonna like pretend to protect the sanctity of women's sports from the transsexual menace. They should have to say the slur.
The fucking Republicans, and let's see how we can talk to them in a friendly manner.
With Josiah steering the ship, he will never ever let it be said on that and let people forget that the Democrat is preferable to the Republican. That is his like mantra. Like, do you really not have faith in Josiah to make that point clear, that clear distinction between the Democrat and Republican? You really think that, like, I trust Josiah with that. Josiah would never let me, this entire podcast is premised on the notion that we would be the kind of, now I know Econoboy came out, that's his truth. He wants to be a socialist. That's power to him.
It's truth. It's not a transition. God damn it, Pisco.
He's still liberal. I think it's compatible on his vision of what socialism means. I do think it's compatible. I don't think there's a contradiction. But our entire thing was, why don't we get a podcast of people who actually like the Democrats more than the Republicans and actually talk them up? That was our whole mantra. And we're like expanding and trying to talk to people and see our point of view. I'm trying to get them to be more based about constitutionalism, liberalism. I'm trying to give them the rundown on law stuff. I'm trying to, but your audience is trying to fuck me over, trying to say that like I'm like a shitty person, that I'm cooked, and it's making it impossible. And I think that you want that to happen. That's my intuition, is that you like that. You like to see, I don't know, sticking the knife in us and watching the fucking chaos. That's my intuition. You tell me it's wrong.
Have you seen any of my coverage of any of you guys prior to this engagement?
It was positive. It was positive before my take on the Hasan global entry thing and before what I said about the Ethan Klein lawsuit, which I want to remind the audience, you agreed with me, except for my focus on the Ethan Klein lawsuit. It didn't seem to matter. The fact that we fundamentally agreed that the lawsuit was strong, that it was the filing was fucking unhinged.
Okay, wait. So you just said that you feel like I'm doing this out of spite, and then I asked you what happened, and then you just gave me two concrete examples.
I don't know.
A reasonable mind could say, maybe you dramatically disagreed, but it's not like I went off for months and months on these particular things. These are things that I disagree with. But I don't think I developed spite 2 weeks ago. And
Why'd you block me? Why did you block me?
Because of the
spite.
I don't know how much you want to jump it all up.
It's easy to say.
Fucking somehow like crept back at everything. It is that's just wild to me. But I just fucking, for my own brain and my own sanity, I was like, okay,
spite.
Like, you know what? People can do their own shit.
Because you couldn't fucking take it. You got triggered. You couldn't handle it, right? He got to you. That's why you blocked him. Come on.
Be over here doing my own shit.
Okay.
All right. Well, that seems like we wrapped it up.
I mean, it's fucking late. So what is the ethical? Let's grant your semantics on socialism. Let's grant everything, and let's just say what do you think is ethical for us to do?
This is what I would want to see at the end of the day. Okay, if you think that you can cast a net that will encompass some socialists because you're pushing some aspects of liberalism so hard, I think that's fine. Okay, what I would want to see at the end of the day, ideally, is these guys going back to their chats and their chats screaming at them, being like, why the fuck didn't you guys like push harder for how shitty the Dems are? Why didn't you guys push harder? And I get them to admit that like the Dems are the same as the fucking Republicans. That's what I want to see in their chats. Not after they leave your chat, like shitting on like only the...
It doesn't sound particularly useful for your stated goal of electing Democrats. That sounds kind of antithetical, right? You're only okay with me if you're actively, he said he wants Pisco to frustrate the left so much that they turn around and they say, hey, they throw up their hands, hey, there's no difference. Democrats, Republicans, they both suck equally.
Liberals left of the podcast be like, oh, like why is this guy such a fucking loser? Like,
my community, my community was mostly DGGers. My community, or there's so much overlap. You want to know, like I
don't think it was
Discord,
that way before the initial. When you guys did the initial liberal, I didn't watch it. I watched the VOD of that when Hutch was the one who had problems. Who I guess you're saying he had problems for no good reason. I guess was the issue, or
I think that he had problems with the optics, like a lot of other people did. And I can understand why some people that he might feel that way. I don't think that it's based in some, I think it's based in kind of like how it felt, but I don't think it's based on an objective, like look at what occurred. If that's my take on it. And I think that I wasn't trying to gaslight him. I fucking like Hutch a lot. Hutch is my boy. I'm not trying to betray Hutch. I would never try to throw him under the bus. Like it's just not that way. Like offline.
Okay. If not, then why is he, if Hutch doesn't belong under the bus, why is he bottom of the bus shaped? Do you know what I'm saying? He's just such a perfect fit for underneath the bus. It's so perfect. Like, right? He's perfectly shaped for going underneath the bus. I don't know. It kind of feels like God intended Hutch to be thrown under the bus.
Have a very amicable relationship. So yeah, it wasn't that at all. And my community is highly critical. Unlike you, I don't fucking delete all the criticism of me in my own Discord and even in my own fucking Reddit. Now that I have a Reddit, like I don't delete that shit. People talk mad fucking shit. And so it's just not the case that like my community is becoming.
I don't even understand what.
What?
Never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, my community is not becoming ML. It's not becoming like mass communists. The kind of fears that
if I was in his community, it'd be really funny to just throw up like workers of the world unite every so often.
It's like not true.
Change, Pisco.
I've changed. How have I changed?
No,
Francis?
you're a community. Relax. I said your community.
Yeah, but you were talking shit. You know what?
Who is that, chat? Is that Tallybots? Has he got Tallybots on? I can't tell.
Do you know what you did?
It's definitely not Straighterade.
You tweet at me. I fucking know it
I
now.
know what I did, Pisco. That's why I'm here. And
is that Tallybots? I think that's Tallybots.
did you get my response?
No, I didn't get a response.
We never got a chance, chat. I want to show you Tallybots sometime. Tallybots is like amazingly cringe, unbelievably. Wait, is Tallybots the Wick co-host or is that somebody else? Leftists are generally more knowledgeable, intelligent, and empathetic.
Oh yes, deactivate some of the Democratic Party's most efficient activists in Midwestern states. I know Destiny isn't going to black activist church era either, so who does he want to be a Democrat?
Devi Cliff. Oh yes. Deactivate some of the Democratic Party's most efficient activists in the Midwestern states. I know Destiny isn't going to black activists church era either. So who does he want to be a Democrat? He's gonna like look, he's the guy. Look, if they ever want to kill their party, I'm sorry, chat. I feel like we should nominate Destiny for like the head of the DNC. That's Stardust? Oh my god, do I really not recognize her voice? Did I just call Stardust Tallybots? Oh no, chat. See, I'm like, no, I swear to God, I'm not trying to insult Like I don't have any. There's no grudge, okay? There's no grudge. Stardust is just pathetic. I wasn't trying to. I legit thought that was Tallybots. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to insult her more. I've insulted her enough. It's plenty.
Response.
Well, you should look at your fucking tweets, shouldn't you? Because I responded.
I get so many fucking ads and shit. Like, but it's just that's the kind of shit, and it's everywhere, and I do resent it. And so yeah, when I started that debate, I was angry as fuck. But you know, it's because of I feel like
so he's got like a Nick Diorio mod in his VC there. Is that what's going on?
It's been a nonstop attack.
Okay.
You know? Dan is talking to Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is adding me saying I'm not a real lawyer. They're saying I'm no different than Mike from PA. They're saying I don't know shit about the law. They're saying fucking. So this has been a campaign, at least by Dan Saltman, specifically to smear me.
I mean, fuck that guy. Honestly, fuck Dan Saltman.
The attacker. You watch him whenever you know there's any controversy involving me. You guys talked about me for like 3 or 4 weeks straight, talking shit about my takes there, and so there's a direct causal role in how much I was covering the Ethan Klein and Hasan story based on the unhinged response.
Wait, Mantis? Wait, what's Mantis?
Of someone who lies about me, mischaracterizes me, and I think that you feed into it and you play into it, and I think that you have a causal role as well. I think your audience does too.
I feel like you should watch, and I understand that.
What's Pisco's history? He's a Destiny orbiter. That's the weirdest thing about this, right? He said it himself. Most of his chatters are DGG. They're Destiny viewers, right? He's been with Destiny for like 5 years, and he just like, you know, disagrees with Destiny's analysis of Hasan, and with you know, becomes friends with the Vanguard, and that's it.
Especially when you've got like actual fucking subhuman retards like Queeman feeding you fucking lines and shit in chat or in Discord. You should watch some of the videos sometimes. Like Dan is unhinged.
Careful, Destiny. You're gonna make a career for Queemon if you're not careful.
And does have an unhinged participation in a lot of the shit. Generally, when Dan is like going in on people, I'm usually telling Dan most of the time, like, bro, this is like kind of unhinged, or this is kind of fucking retarded. I think when you give a retarded take, I'll say it's a retarded take. When you give a good take, I'll say you give a good take. But yeah, there's obviously shit I disagreed with on your hyperfixation on the lawsuit shit. But also, like, you can't pretend that you don't also feed into it too. Like,
Davy, I don't know anything about Pisco's. I don't know anything about his work life, his career. I mean, he hasn't. I think him being like big enough to have a career as a political pundit, I think that's kind of new, right? I don't think he was. I think he's kind of gotten. He's grown massively in the past year or so, from what I can tell.
Hasan comes out and says, like, okay, guys, I lied about my whole timeline. And then your next stream is like, 100% vindication, completely
But you know
like,
why that is. But it's not because of the lie there, because it has to do with the timing of the global gentrification. So, and where you agree with me, that's what's so fucking crazy. Like, we disagree on the interpretation. And no one can say it's bad faith, because I'm in my own Discord having these long legal discussions with members of my own community.
Pisco. As a viewer, just a viewer, okay, so separate from like all.
Wait, is that silly serious? Who's that?
Driven like Dan stuff and all that, but just as a viewer of all communities.
That's not Stardust. That's
all of both of yours, Destiny and Pisco. Like Pisco, you have to understand how it came across as a viewer of yours, where all of a sudden you've defended Hasan on the plane.
Please don't tell me silly serious is a like Epstein writer. Like, Silly Serious actually had a pretty good video not so long ago. That's a Kiwi? Yeah, but like, who? Wait, I can't even remember Silly Serious. Is Silly Serious a New Zealander? Australian? I can't remember. I thought Australian, but I could be wrong. Absolutely losing his shit this past week. The panel crash out with Pisco. This crash out, the weight of the trial pushing down on Bonarelli. Well, yeah, and his coverage of his own trial, which is kind of wild. Yeah, Kiwi means New Zealander. That's not Joe. That's not Silly Serious. Who is that? I don't recognize the voice.
Like, and you really went pretty
and still
arrogantly
do.
hard
And still
on
do.
that. Like,
and still
very,
do.
Yeah. See, look. Yeah, your vindication lap. Rah.
No, it's still my position.
Okay, I know. Just listen. Then you went after Ethan for the lawsuit thing. You kind of like, you don't want to call it this, but there was a little semi-ganging up on Hutch with like the Vanguard. Then you kind of do talk about Dems sucking more than liberals or moderates would, I think.
What?
And I think you're very clear that you're willing to say that. You just said it in this call that you...
Does Destiny really need like the fucking bodyguard here? That's like...
The Dems suck right now. You do think
the leadership, the way the leadership...
And
right
then no one... Yeah, but the thing you don't understand is most reasonable people don't actually think you're a socialist or don't actually think that you're...
She's a Tom orbiter? How do you orbit antimatter?
Like anti-democratic or anti-dem. It just...
How do you orbit something with negative mass?
Helps... All of this like helps with that like shitty optics narrative. It just all looks bad in sequential order. It just does.
And it looks
like, even
bad
me,
because...
I've been annoyed by it.
It looks bad, I think, when people... don't take it the full context of what I'm saying. Like another example of it was when we were going over the fucking re-education camps, and it was so clear what I was doing there. It was so clear that what I was dealing with was someone saying explicitly, this says that he's in favor of re-education camps, when it says the direct opposite. When I'm literally saying, give me the best evidence, show me where he's saying Marxist-Leninist, where it is, like, because it could be the case that other things inform this conclusion, notwithstanding the fact that I'm making specific carve-outs and saying, I'm only talking about the four. Can we agree this doesn't literally say this? Notwithstanding the fact that the moment that people provided clips to me that say that where he says I'm a Marxist-Leninist, I said yes, Marxist-Leninist, happy to grant it. When I specifically asked for it, I have 100-long comment threads saying, look at him, he's a tanky Apollo, and you too, Mantis, you said that as well, based on that specific string.
Okay, whoever said Mantis, that is correct.
Why, after that conversation in particular, I was like, oh, holy shit. And you can say it's stupid if you want to say it's stupid, but like
negative mass actually has super strong gravity. Well, I've heard this about Tom, that he has a super strong Riz. Oh wait, that was a tomfoolery alt that said that. I guess we can't.
Because those of us who have watched a ton of Hasan's bullshit, we Like, you were taking his words literally.
You watched his bullshit and it went right over your head. That's why you're a Tom Foolery watcher, you know? It's the...
Oh, he didn't literally say this. He didn't literally say that. It just comes across super autistic when you can't take someone in there.
Well, I'm a little autistic.
Devious in their actions and devious and puts masks on and takes them off. We already had this conversation, and you kind of agreed with me that he does do that. So if you're capable of understanding that he does do this thing, but then when you get into a conversation with someone who's providing you with all the best evidence they can because he's a sneaky motherfucker, and then you say, "Oh, well,
but
literally he's not really saying this thing," I think you're kind of being a little obtuse.
No,
right?
but I'm just trying to understand and clarify the term, because I am a little bit like I am on this linearization kick, because I do think it's helpful to how it reflects how I think, and that's just...
Imagine using autistic as an insult. It's way too fucking common in Destiny's community.
How I approach these issues, because that's who I am. But I have no problem acknowledging, as I've often done, that there's a broader context here. But even just put that aside, man. Like, this whole thing just leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and so many assumptions. I've never...
Bad taste in your mouth, just like if you went to Tom's Pizza Hut, right? Would also... the pizza would also leave a bad taste in your mouth.
Like, I'm not saying that other people don't get it, but yeah, and I'm not trying.
Not for the record, Chad. I'm not making fun of him for working at Pizza Hut. I've worked at Denny's.
Like, play victim. I'm just trying to get you, like, in my head, paint you a picture, like why I'm pissed as fuck going into that conversation, and I think it's reasonable. I think that there's lies being told. I think that there's malice. And I think it's unfortunate. And now the prescription is like, I don't even know what it is.
Well, here, hold on. I'm curious. Okay.
Oh my God, how are you still talking? How are you still talking?
One or two things you're like, there's no way you could legitimately believe this thing.
I think that there's no way that you could think that specific point when we're talking about, just example from our conversation, we're talking about Marxist-Leninism, when you must know that I know that Aaron...
What was his other thing? He said he was like a linguistics coach at one point.
Communist. You must know that we're like...
Jesse's stomach bread leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah. Or in his mouth.
Specifically about these nuances and application.
You acknowledge that this point of contention flowed off from you demanding in the middle of a debate for me to produce video evidence of the beliefs of somebody on your...
Head mic, chat. Head mic. Head mic. Head mic. Head mic.
No, that's a lie. No, I said specifically, and you can, and anyone can just go back and hear it. You can just listen to it. I said, tell me the thing she told you. Tell me the thing it is that is. I didn't say specifically bring the clip. And the reason is because you brought up Aaron there, and you brought up Aaron.
Wait. Tell me the thing you told her. How is that not asking? Like, okay, I'm sorry, my bad. You didn't ask me for a video. You asked me for a specific quote.
What am I supposed to? So what do you want me to do in that moment? So in that moment, I had just had a conversation with Aaron on stream where I said, "Are you Marxist-Leninist?" And she said, no, I'm not. And everything I've seen of her, you know, she might have an incoherent theory because all communism leads to Marxist-Leninism. I don't know what it is, but I just had a conversation with her. She's my podcast host. And you say, and not like these good socialists like Econoboy, but these bad socialists like Straighterade. And in that moment, you want me to just...
She seems like the most based person from what I've seen of any of the personalities we've been talking about. Like Straighterade kind of comes off like... We weren't able to see much of Straighterade. She was just on a Stitch and Adam, which, you know, questionable choice about, you know, platforms, but whatever, you know, saying they don't have the balls to call themselves commies or something like that. But yeah, I would be interested in having a conversation with Straighterade. She seems cool.
In like what? Not defend and be like, wait, you just called her a Marxist-Leninist.
Yeah, he brought in people from his on the disc. I don't know if it's on Pisco's Discord or. Yeah, I would guess it would have to be, right? They must have just been people in his voice chat. I'm guessing.
Had a conversation with her. She said she's not a Marxist-Leninist. I know her to be valuing.
You understand that, like the whole, like when you can't, like that's not.
They always tell you that they're not Marxist-Leninists. That's right before they purge you.
You can't you can't ask somebody if they're like a fascist or a Nazi, right?
That was Trotsky's last words. Trotsky was like, "Hey, are you guys Marxist-Leninist?" And then he was erased from every picture.
I know it's not the same thing. It's not like the exact definition isn't self-ID, but someone's ID is relevant but there's a broader amount of evidence.
Yeah, Trotsky was like, "You guys tankies or something?"
that I'm pointing to, like the fact that she identifies as such, the fact that she canvasses for Democrats, which most ML
and then you got an ice pick right between the eyes.
do not do. Most MLs do not canvass for Democrats. I've talked to her about different fundamental.
They were mining for diamonds, chat.
Rights like due process.
They're trying to mine diamonds.
And so I'd have no reason to think that she's an ML. I have no reason to think she's an ML. And in that moment, all I'm doing there is when you go after Aaron to, I don't know what your purpose was there, maybe to attack me personally, or maybe to attack the fact, like what I'm doing. And in that moment, I'm just defending her.
Wait.
From
was it
smear.
to attack you personally, or to further illustrate the point of like, I feel like this whole project is like orienting in a very
Destiny's like the guy that like you invite him to a party, right? And you're like kind of like, well, you know, we got to get to bed. It's been nice talking to you. And then it's like 45 minutes later, you're still trying to push him out the door. You know what I'm saying? He's not taking the hint. It's sleepy time, Destiny. Go the fuck to bed. Go be with your family, Destiny.
Action.
I'm not sure which is this. I don't know which it is.
Tankies are people like Haas. See, I hate hearing that. Haas is actually something a lot worse than whatever the fuck a tanky is. Haas is a Nazi. Haas is a fascist, right? Haas is a adherent of Alexander Dugin, also known as Putin's Steve Bannon. Not that Putin is a communist or anything like that, or but yeah, it's this weird thing, the fourth political theory, where he tries to make a claim that he's brought together the best parts of, what is it, like liberalism, fascism, and communism or something, but it's just third position, right? It's just another. They found another way to be a Nazbol. In fact, with Dugin, he literally was part of the National Bolshevik Party in the post-Soviet Russia, which is like a little bit of a strange thing in its own. But yeah, no, Haas is fully right wing. He loves it though when you call him a tanky. You know, you would have made him really happy, right? He's a fascist in tanky clothing, right? He's
Well, you can't. If I were to start co-hosting with Myron Gaines and you attack me for that, what I think? Wow, I think Pisco's just jealous.
What a comparison!
Yeah. Dugin claims he's not a Nazbol because he says because Limonov is gay, right? We don't want that gay shit, right? We don't want that. That's why they had to make the whatchamacallit, the Eurasian Conference, right? So that they didn't have to be in the gay National Bolshevik Party with Limonov.
What a fucking comparison! Do you really think that Myron Gaines is comparable to Aaron?
I think Myron Gaines is a little bit
That's
more radical.
Wild.
Incredibly radical.
What the fuck? Yeah, and these are the people that Destiny had no problem doing content with, right?
Extremely radical. That like
fresh and fit.
A running joke in my community for years. Her whole entry point into my stream was debating me as like the radical college student.
And we weren't able to take her down. We weren't able to harass her off the fucking internet. It's the one that got away.
On the same level. I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, this is crazy. Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
Who the fuck cares about the anti-Semitic?
One of the few good things that Ethan did was to expose Myron Gaines for being a fucking Nazi, right? One of the few good things that Ethan Klein did.
Like Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are
dude. Fucking Dan. That's Dan's whole MO. His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy, and the whole thing is like saying fucking Hasan is going to.
Oh God, yeah. No, I'm talking about infrared Haas. Yeah, let's make that really clear. Sometimes people do refer to Hasan as Haas, right? But the Haas that we all remember from way back was. I mean, I guess he's still around. He's still around, like on Twitter, right?
Genocide the Jews. You do.
Okay. Again, I don't know if you don't watch my content. That's fine. Okay. Like I know that you've been whispered this by every single fucking person that me and Dan are literally sitting in our alcove planning and scheming all this shit. I don't give a fuck about like 95% of Dan's fucking commitment to taking out Twitch or any other shit that he does. Talk to Dan. Talk to Ethan Klein on that shit. I don't give a fuck most of the time for any of that. You can.
Damn. Did people hear that? Did people hear that?
Planning and scheming all this shit. I don't give a fuck about like 95% of Dan's fucking commitment to taking out Twitch or any other shit that he does. Talk to Dan. Talk to Ethan Klein on that shit.
Talk to Ethan Klein on that shit. I think I will. Anyway.
I don't give a fuck most of the time for any of it.
Yeah, Straighterade's like in chat. Like Straighter's like question mark, like just being fucking flamed by Destiny for no fucking reason.
You can ask my chat, you can watch literally any of these programs.
It feels like he's your attack dog. It feels like he's your attack dog. You have plausible deniability. That's what it feels. I'm just telling you how it feels. I'm telling you how it feels.
No, you're wrong. It doesn't feel like he's my attack dog. You've been told that he's my
I'm sorry, what?
attack dog. That's what you feel because that's what the
I'm glad we hung in there, right? Look at this. God damn it, chat. There's 3 minutes left. Okay, we can get through the last 3 minutes. I did not, for the record, chat, I did not mean to stream this long. This is just, it's getting interesting.
People are telling you, and they cannot produce any clips of that because every single fucking time Dan goes in, generally on you guys or anything else, I'm usually saying like, bro, come on, like this is retarded. Like we're not doing the personal attacks, or like this is fucking weird, or I don't care about that.
I get it. Dan's the bad cop. Destiny's the good cop.
Like that's like 95% of the time Dan is like attacking anybody, and even on like the Dan Clancy shit, I'm like, oh boy, more Dan Clancy shit. Like he like is begging me for mod to ban people who are yes honeying him in chat. Like you're going by like what people in chat have told you on this. Like I know it. I know for a fact.
Stop gaslighting me, bro. Stop trying, bro. It's not working.
We think he's unhinged too.
No, you don't. No, you don't. What is this fucking shit?
Bro, the memes in chat are literally always Dan talking about the nothing burger and the fact that like fucking like if I were to show you my DM, like there's like the meme of like Pisco's world is like Dan's DMs with Steven, and it's like, okay, today we're gonna fucking call Pisco a fake lawyer, and then tomorrow we're gonna fucking go after Aaron, and tomorrow, and like Dan's actual DMs with Destiny is like, please give me mods so I can ban these people. Please give me mods so I can ban these people. Why don't I have mod yet so I can ban these people? Like that's literally fucking all we talk about. And you can watch, and again, for any of these fucking dick suck fucking subhuman piece of shit, whether we're talking about Queenman or Aaron or any of these fucking losers, ask them, give me an actual fucking clip of Destiny like going in personally or being an attack dog or using Dan as an attack dog on these people. It literally never fucking happens. It doesn't.
So why shouldn't you be canceled for? I don't know. Fuck. Well, listen, I gotta go to bed. This is stupid. I'm left not knowing. I'm left not knowing what the criticism is. What is the disagreement? I started that conversation saying I don't think there's disagreement. I don't think that there's substantive disagreement, and it seems like we're boxing in shadows because it's kind of ill-defined in what way that Vanguard call didn't go that way, like the right way. It's kind of ill-defined. It's just maybe my association and the timing of when
the topic of the show is like, do we appeal to like the left? Or I'm sorry, do we appeal to socialists? And
chat, here's my theory. I think that Dan is actually secretly Dr. Egon Chalakian. Right, that's Dan's secret. Dan Saltman doesn't actually exist. Right, he's a deep fake.
With Hutch, although it kind of goes back and forth a little bit, it's harder to track. Was like, should the Democratic Party be trying to appeal to socialists? And then when you say socialist,
I guess it depends what you mean by socialist, and if what you mean
by
socialist.
Not even just that, but even if we all agree, even if I grant that AOC and Bernie and
yeah, I mean, look, the longer you've been around Destiny's community, the more cap you realize this is, because it's not only is Dan, one of Destiny's attack dog. He's this is just a strategy that they've used for fucking years and years and years. They like other people do the enforcement so that Destiny can keep his hands clean. And I mean, like, say somebody that came on my stream and said that he wanted to chase Demon Mama off the fucking internet. How do you think that works, chat? Do you chase Demon Mama off the internet by owning her with logic and reason? Or do you maybe chase Demon Mama off the internet with harassment and obsessive, like, fucking ops and splinter discords full of Kiwi farmers? I don't know, chat. You tell me how to Demon Mama get
socialist, right? It's like saying, like, do you think that our movement should be full of like criminals? And it's like, well,
how I ended up in the position to be fucking her defender is another story entirely, considering the garbage that she said about me. But
I don't know. And you're like, well, wasn't MLK technically a criminal because he got arrested? Like, okay, sure, but clearly that's not what we're talking about. That's the issue, is just like the broad appeal of appealing to socialists by appealing to socialist values, rather than just like pushing hard on the
just message. Turn off the stream on this fucker, Pisco. He's wasting your time. He's wasting my time. I'm glad that we got to hear that one little extra bit though about Ethan. That pretty much confirms it to me that Ethan is gaslighting everybody by downplaying his connection with Destiny.
and another group of people that are like, oh shit, well, look at what happened 12 months later. It's another group of people that got turned to hardcore socialists, and now they're all just shitting on Dems, constantly saying both.
Well, you make it sound like a zombie or vampire kind of thing.
The same. I don't know if that's the only thing that would bother me. I think it would bother Hutch. I don't hate any of you guys. You know, I think you're an asshole sometimes. I still love everybody. But yeah, I don't know. Listen, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that in 12 months you're dancing on my fucking stream's grave and all these socialists are out like supporting the Dems, even if all their primary people don't fucking win. That would be great and amazing. But I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it's gonna go the exact opposite way. And yeah. And even when you bring up examples of me talking to other radical people, like, oh, didn't you talk to the Daily Wire people? Like, and I think you've even been on my stream when I said this. I fucking hate those conversations now. I think I was way too nice to listen. And I regret the conversation I had with Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens. And even those were combative in ways that, like, I don't think you guys were with the Vanguard. Not to say you dick suck them or anything, but yeah. That's my broad perspective. But, you know, I hope I'm wrong. And yeah.
Bye.
Get the fuck out, Destiny. Get the fuck out. All right, it's time for bonus content. We have indeed hit 200. I think we actually hit a little bit more. We're at 210 now. Regardless, chat, we're gonna get the Jink, the Jink Uyghur. Oh my god, if I can find it, I'm gonna have to find it again, aren't I? Surrounded Jink Uyghur. Let's go. I had it earlier. Here we go. Oh, IRI's on this one, chat. God, we got lots of
establishment Democrats, complete failures.
We got lots of deorbiters. We got lots of Twitch poll flunkouts here, right? Oh no, I guess he's not a Twitch poll flunkout. What's he with Occupy Democrats now?
We tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism.
Fun fact, chat. This guy, IRI, aka I'm Really Important. He was, god damn, he's got some serious eye baggage. What? Wow. Is he okay? He looks like he's he's got those eye holes from Rick and Morty. Doesn't he look like kind of like he's been eating the eye hole cereal? Yeah, see what I mean? Doesn't that kind of looks like look, chat, what do you think? Is that him? Kind of? You better be careful and not try to eat any eye hole cereal. You know what happens if you try to eat eye hole cereal? The eye hole man comes and he kicks the shit out of you and he takes your cereal. This is like, yeah, see, this is not to be, you don't fuck around with this. Yeah, seriously. He's the eye hole man. Only he can eat eye hole cereal. I mean, that has got to be the best mascot though. Like, think about the mascots, right? The Cocoa Bird is like addicted to the chocolate, apparently. I mean, that doesn't seem healthy. The Leprechaun is, always getting the cereal stolen from him. The rabbit cannot eat Trix cereal. For some reason, someone has told the kids not to let the rabbit have any Trix cereal. But the eye hole man, he's the only one that can eat eye hole cereal. Anyway. Blast from the past. IRI with the eye holes. I really hope he doesn't have like a medical condition or something. I'm not trying to make fun of anything like that.
You say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say...
I wonder what this argument with IRI is like. I feel like it seems like he would agree with IRI. Oh yeah, what I was trying to say about IRI, chat, is that this guy was the, if you've ever seen the video, Pretty Fly for a White Guy, this is the white guy. I'm not even kidding. He was like a child actor or something, and he got the role for the white guy and Pretty Fly for a White Guy, and grew up to be a Twitch streamer. Pretty Pretty sad.
Establishment Democrats, are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're.
Oh my God, is that? Wait a minute, chat. Holy shit. Is that Yoshikage Kira? Oh no. Chat, it's him. It looks like him. Chat, he's dressed like Yoshikage Kira. He looks like... That's Yoshikage Kira in real life. What the fuck? What the actual... There's the same fucking fit. Look at that. Okay, the tie's a little different. The shirt's a little different. But holy shit, Kira would rock that look. Kira would definitely rock that look. Also his hair. And his face, everything. Chat, it's Yoshikage Kira. Sorry, Yoshikage Kira.
That you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you reject.
Oh my God, chat. Oh my God, look who we got here. It's oh my God, chat. This is like a celebrity edition or something, right? What do you think, chat? Do we have Nathan Fielder here? Maybe? Yeah, look, exact, they're twins. They look exactly the same to me. Just kidding. Okay.
Union at your company and fired.
I took it too far. I'm going by the rule of threes, chat. The rule of threes. It's a try to intrude method of comedy.
Somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up.
Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. Claim number one is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars. Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission. The Republicans.
Okay, number two, I'm going to agree with them on. Yeah, they would look. Anytime the Democrats can leave something on the table, they can hold something in reserve. It's less than they have to do for their voters. And the reason they don't want to do anything for their voters is because the interests and the desires of their voters is generally antithetical to the interests and desires of their donors.
Only care about the rich, and everything else is a.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, dog.
Mirage. Media and money control all of politics. Hi, I'm Cenk Uygur. I'm host of the Young Turks. I'm also founder of Just Democrats Wolfpack and Rebellion Pack, where we're trying to bring the country together. And here I am surrounded by 20 Democrats and Republicans, and I'm going to try to bring them together.
He's got Kira. Wait a minute, chat. I thought there was wasn't there a union guy or the guy that brought up
We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. And you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is.
There we go. There's the union guy. All right, so yeah, we got it all teed up for us. Jink's talking points. You know how this works. You know the deal with this. Cenk Uygur comes in, sits down in the middle, surrounded by 20 people. In this case, 10 Democrats, 10 Republicans. Virtue signals as being like the only progressive or so, the only true populist out there. Makes 4 points for these people to come in and argue. So, right, he puts out like these points is how it works. If you watch the Hasan thing, you would, the claims, right? So he puts out claim number 1. He says Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues, try to divide us with culture wars. Then they race to get into the seat next to him first. Everybody that disagrees with him on this point can compete for being, and then they vote them as soon as the crowd thinks that that his interlocutor, the person that sits in the seat, is not making any good points. They vote him off. Then somebody else comes on and rinse and repeat with the other 2 claims. Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's marketing ploy, not a mission. That one's kind of true. Claim 3, Republicans only care about the rich. Everything else is a mirage. I think that's a dangerous misapprehension, although there are probably Republicans that match that. And claim number 4, media and money control politics. I mean, what's your next claim? The sky is blue? Yeah, nice one, Jake. Nice one. All right, so there you go. I hope I hyped you up for what's coming at us. Oh my God, I should have moved this thing. See, that would have been slick if I just moved that the fuck out of the way. That would have been smart. Oh well, I missed it. Claim number 5, Walmart is losing money because of coordinated crime stealing toothpaste. Yes. Yeah, crime gangs of the homeless stealing toothpaste and reselling it. That's what's going on at Walmart. We need a union to combat Jenk's exploitative employment practice. Yeah, I mean, they've got one at TYT now. No thanks to Jenk. Galaxy Brain claims the show should be a shit show. I don't know. I'm thinking about watching it. What do you think, chat? Anybody want to talk me out of trying to react to this shit? But yeah, it's I think coming at you on Sunday. Is that right? Is that when that drops? All right, so we didn't just unlock 1 piece of bonus content. We actually unlocked 2 pieces of bonus content. Let me see if I can.
Welcome back to Slop Live.
Okay, well that's different. Wait. Do I have this? I'm looking at my history really quick. Also, thank you to everybody who went and promoted the thread over on Blue Sky. If you still haven't done that yet, it is still up over. So you can get it through it. The pinned chat is the link to the Blue Sky thread. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my stuff out there to more people. And what am I looking for? I'm trying to find that. Unhinged press conference. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I can't find the original clip, but you know what I can find? Thanks to my good friend Has Animated. That's right. That's right. We don't have the original clip, but we do have the animated clip. And am I right that this is that Has Animated is brought to you by Ethan's Basement? Remember there was like a channel called Ethan's Basement that was a pro H3 channel up until Ethan's crash out and then started to roast him. I think Ethan's Basement, if I'm not mistaken, runs this channel as well.
Remember, if you are unfamiliar with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, you might have seen them on Ethan Klein's Instagram stories, as he consistently kept defending the GHF with all of its press releases over and over again, adding me on his Instagram stories saying, here are your favorites. The GHF says, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation says it's Hamas that's doing the killing, when it was actually the GHF in unison with the Israeli Defense Force, which is their client, that was actually doing the killing at these aid distribution sites. He kept doing that over and over again until this past week, until this past week when the starvation campaign had reached its boiling point and it finally broke through to Western audiences. He turned around and literally fucking brought up Sudan. Okay? Hasan trying to not bring up E or D.
So fucking no, this isn't even about Ethan. Like, look, you don't have to go to Ethan Klein to hear this Sudan, somebody bring up Sudan as a deflection, right? Not because they care about the suffering of the Sudanese people or anything like that, specifically to shut you up about the genocide going on in Israel, right? About the genocide that you might be able to do something about, given that your country is funding it. Is GHF Blackwater? I mean, it seems like it. Wasn't there a whistleblower from that was over there? Wasn't there like a Green Beret that went over there as a mercenary and then blew the whistle on their intentional killing of Palestinian civilians? Ethan's basement is the logo on the wall. I was just like, I thought we established that. I thought we established this was Ethan's basement's new project.
Every 30 minutes, impossible difficulty.
Not to associate with Ethan, right, chat? It's just like, this is a channel that this is actually a cool person.
You think that we should let
we just can't handle the strength of goblin mode.
Propagandists for this genocidal campaign get away with it simply because they're fucking online propagandists? Do you feel like this doesn't have
can't handle Giardia mode?
Any fucking bearing on the story at all? Do you feel like it's totally unimportant? Because at this point, it's no longer drama. At this point, it is quite literally a person that is spending every single waking moment defending Israel. Okay? And then recently, once the starvation campaign became so overt, he posted this. Ethan Klein resorts to Zionist deflection tactic. What about Sudan? Trump.
Wait, did I thank Obsessive Audio? I think I put this up here, but I don't think I thanked Obsessive Audio for the super chat. But that is what got us to 200. So thank you, Obsessive Audio.
The ability to end the famine in Gaza with a phone call. Negative media attention made Western leaders force Israel to let in more aid. Why the hell does that bother pro-Palestinian Ethan Klein? Meanwhile, in Sudan. Also strange that Ethan shared a screenshot of an outdated version of a wiki article. The page currently cites 700,000 as the number of children malnourished, not deaths. So where did Ethan get this screenshot? He likely copied it from an anti-Palestinian Hasbaras. Also funny to see multiple removed and downvoted posts on the H3 subreddit from fans that haven't yet recognized the Kleins are demented Zionist Hasbaras who are deeply invested in defending Israel. Was Hila praising IDF killing child-killing pilots not enough for a wake-up call? What is the context of Ethan posting about malnutrition deaths in Sudan? I don't understand the point of this post. Is he pulling a whataboutism with Gazans and Sudan's famine? I understand he's trying to make a statement about his enemy's virtue signaling, but why would you compare one famine to another when there's plenty of other low-hanging fruit to show hypocrisy? Just because someone says that they're a stalwart ally of the Palestinians doesn't change their output. If their output is entirely around constantly deflecting the attention away from Israel, constantly defending other groups that are designed to work alongside Israel that is doing a genocide, then you're not actually fucking anti-genocide at all. You're pro-genocide. Yeah, this was the other thing that I saw. Has Ethan Klein ever even once mentioned Sudan prior to the world finally beginning to take issue with Israel's forced starvation in Gaza, now that it's reached the point of mass death? Just because this person is an online content creator doesn't change the reality that they are actively and deliberately defending Israel. Okay? Defending Israel's starvation campaign, defending Israel's genocide. Before this, he kept repeatedly posting, and I'm sure someone has the link for it, kept repeatedly posting GHF statements, GHF press releases at a time when, if he had actually done a little bit of research, he would have recognized that the United Nations was literally...
Chat, what are you feeling like right now? Twitch chat in specific. Are you feeling like Fallout 4, or are you feeling like Super Mario World? What sounds better? Is Twitch chat in the mood for some Fallout?
Literally screaming about the GHF being a scheme, an illegal war crime scheme. Here it is. Hasan Piker, come get your freedom fighters. GHF statement on operations. Hamas is the reason hundreds of thousands of hungry Gazans were not fed today. The group issued direct threats against GHF operations. CC at Hasan Piker, your friends at Hamas are in desperate need of spin. Urgent statement from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The very same evil entity that we are currently talking about, Ethan Klein has literally fucking defended over and over again. Now that it's getting to a point where it's indefensible in other people's eyes as well, finally, Western media is like actively talking about this, okay? He has now moved on to deflect the attention away to Sudan, which is the rapid support forces in Sudan also doing a man-made created famine.
Oh, crap.
They are doing this with Israel's ally, the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates, which gets all of its weapons from the United States of America, is
I gotta reload this.
Another ethnic cleansing campaign in Sudan. The reason why you don't get to hear much from Sudan is because, once again, it is America's ally doing it, okay? And it's very strange that a country that is aligned with the UAE, Israel, and its defenders will only...
Burple, did I thank you for the gift sub to Cats Eating Birds? Cats Eating Birds, you just got jellyfished.
Use the famine that is taking place in Sudan that is, again, backed by the United Arab Emirates, an ally of Israel. They only bring this up as a deflection point to be like, well, you care about the famine in Gaza. Why don't you care about the famine in Sudan? And it's crazy because we have talked about the famine in Sudan. He has not. The only reason why he brings...
The only time it ever comes up is to shut people up about Palestine. Isn't that weird? Where were these? You never hear them talk. It's not like they're part of a campaign. It's not like they're out on the street. It's not like they're trying to bring attention to Sudan. They're just trying to get you to shut the fuck up about Palestine.
Is because other people are talking about what's going on in Gaza. It's just a prop. It's a mechanism of deflection. It is alarming how most people don't fucking see it.
Okay, sorry to tease you with the prospect of some Fallout content, which I know you both want from me.
I'm going to pat myself on the back here for a second because the fact of the matter is we were calling...
And from, wouldn't mind seeing on the raid, but yeah, it turns out the streamer that I thought was live with Fallout is not actually live. We're going to raid into Redolent Thought. I know this person from somewhere. I can't remember where. All right. I don't remember them doing anything bad, but I'm not entirely sure, Chad. Their name sounds familiar. They were nice enough to me in another streamer's chat the other day, so I'm going to give them a raid. They look like they're doing something kind of cool with the green screen. So maybe check into this. Are they a VTuber? Is that what they do? Are they a VTuber? I can't tell, Chad. I'm kind of curious about this, so I'm going to read you into this. While I read you into this, I am going to shout out once again my Patreon. Thank you to my Patreon. You are keeping me alive, and I appreciate that. Your Tamagotchi appreciates that. So yeah, everybody that supports me at $5 level or above gets a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Bill Gal, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. And you too can become a Patreon if you and get a fancy shout out if you support me at the $5 level or above. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for putting my content out there to more people. Thank you, everybody who has fucked with the Blue Sky thread, trying to make that a thing and everything and stuff. And with that, chat, I bid you good day. Moe Kyun. And I will see you probably tomorrow. Oh my god, Chad, I can tell. Now I look like I've just worked out. Anyway, I'll clean myself